You damn Dragon King, I will kill you. I will kill you. The old witch looked at Wang Xian, who was standing in front of her with a ferocious expression. Lines of text were flickering in her pupils. A special and strange formation was being released from her pupils. Hee hee, old thing, I would like to see where you can run to. Wang Xian stared at her indifferently and said mockingly, You want to kill me? Impossible. The old witch stared at him hatefully. She turned around and continued to flee backward. Wang Xian waved his dragon claws, but it easily penetrated her body and couldn't harm her physical body. Old thing, do you think I can't do anything to you just because you are hiding in this special domain? Wang Xian moved his body and flew side by side with the old witch. However, this old witch seemed to be in another space and couldn't touch her at all. Cough, cough, cough. Dragon King, I will let you know the consequences of offending a powerful wizard. The old witch turned her head and let out a ferocious roar. Hee hee. Wang Xian chuckled and clenched his dragon claws. The shadows of the two divine dragons, light and darkness, slowly gathered on top of it. He hurled his dragon claw at the space where the old witch was. Buzz! The dragon claw hurled over and the entire space shook. Crack, crack. At this moment, the sound of glass shattering was heard. The old witch's figure became more and more real. You can actually break my space. The old witch stared at Wang Xian with a hint of despair in her eyes. I will return your flesh and blood to you. I will not curse you. Let me go. She stared at Wang Xian and roared in a deep voice. What right do you have to negotiate with me now? Wang Xian's dragon claw slowly entered the collapsed space and clawed at the old witch. The dragon claw was filled with the deathly stillness of the 5 elements and the strangeness of yin and yang. This body of mine is just one of them. If you kill this body of mine, my other body will curse you and kill you. You will suffer endless attacks. Let me go and I will return your flesh and blood to you. I will never attack you again. The old witch's expression changed slightly when she saw the dragon claw grabbing her. More than one body? The strength of this body of yours is weaker than the mad demon restriction. However, it should take up a large portion of your strength. You can kill me if you want to, but you can give up if you want to. Wang Xian's dragon claw held the old witch's body and stared at her coldly with his dragon eyes. Cough, 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 cough. If you kill this body of mine, then I will not rest until I am dead. I will show you how terrifying a magus is. The old witch threatened ferociously. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Xian clenched his dragon claws with force. The destructive power directly attacked her life force and killed her. Dragon King, I want you to die. The moment this body died, it was located in an area of the invincible zone. In a small forest, there was a small house in the forest. A shrill voice came from inside the small house. The small house did not look big, but the interior space was more than 10,000 kilometers. Inside the small house, there were many bottles and jars. Inside these bottles and jars, there were all kinds of colors and all kinds of strange biological limbs. In the center, there were also special strips of cloth on which there were pictures of arrays. And in the center of these strips of cloth, there was an old woman sitting cross-legged. The strips of cloth were connected to her body, as if they were sealing her. This was the old witch's ability to fight against the inner demons. Her powerful strength made it impossible for her to control it, so she split her body into 2. This body suppressed this area and sealed it to prevent the 2 bodies from merging. Although her strength would double after merging, she would lose her mind. Now that the other body was dead, this body would be the only body of the old witch. The runes on the surrounding cloth rushed towards her body. With the other body dead, this body didn't need to worry too much. Slowly, a terrifying aura came from the old witch's body. She moved her palm, and a meatball containing dragon might appeared in front of her, floating in the air. I will use the most evil curse to make you suffer the most painful attack. Dragon King, I will make you pay 1,000 times, 10,000 times the price. The old witch murmured and her ferocious face began to set up the array. She wanted to use her curse spells to make the Dragon King submit to her and even die. You old fool, you're courting death. This body is dead, but she obviously has other bodies. Wang Xian kept the old witch's body into the dragon palace and sensed it with his mind. His body moved and he continued to fly forward. He could feel his piece of flesh and blood. Wang Xian was flying at his fastest speed. With his explosive speed, he could feel that he was getting closer and closer to that piece of flesh and blood. Buzz. However, after flying for 2 hours, he suddenly felt a great terror descending on him. Cough, cough, cough. Dragon King, embrace your fear. A familiar voice suddenly rang in Wang Xian's mind. His gaze focused and he stopped moving. Buzz. The Tai Chi dragon plate appeared and the yin-yang space slowly enveloped Wang Xian. In this space, Wang Xian was able to isolate all attacks and curses. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Wang Xian saw drops of blood falling around the yin-yang space, producing a sound that sounded like raindrops. Buzz, 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 buzz. Soon, the sound of raindrops disappeared and turned into a sound that was filled with magic. The sound was extremely strange. It was filled with charm and attraction, as if it could penetrate the defense of the Tai Chi dragon plate. This caused Wang Xian's expression to change slightly. Roar! 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 At this moment, dragon roars filled with power rang out one after another. A holy dragon pressure came pressing down. The sound rang in his ears. Wang Xian looked around. There were cracks in the yin-yang space. What a powerful and weird curse! Wang Xian mumbled and raised his head slowly. He seemed to be able to see a pair of ferocious faces staring at him. Old thing, it's useless. As he spoke, he continued flying forward. Defensive treasure. A powerful defensive treasure. It actually managed to block my curse. Dragon King, you are very strong. However, you met me. You will die eventually. You will die eventually. The old witch waved her arm when she saw Wang Xian blocking her curse. Splash. The sound of bottles and jars colliding could be heard. Dozens of bottles came before her. She opened the bottles and poured the liquid and the strange items in them in front of her. Drops of liquid and pieces of strange items fused together to form the appearance of a little ghost. But soon, the little ghost became illusory. The old witch placed Wang Xian's flesh and blood in front of the little ghost. Gulp! The illusionary little ghost swallowed Wang Xian's flesh and blood and slowly transformed into Wang Xian's appearance. Cough, cough, cough. This move comes from the attack of flesh and blood. Let's see how you can dodge it. The old witch stared at the little ghost with Wang Xian's face in front of her. Her eyes were filled with fury. She quickly drew a complicated formation and the little ghost in the formation slowly disappeared. In the invincible zone, Wang Xian was rushing towards the old witch's lair. Suddenly, he sensed something in his heart. Out of nowhere, Wang Xian sensed that there was more flesh and blood in his body. This extra piece of flesh and blood did not have any resistance to his body. It was as if this was originally a part of his body. The sudden change made Wang Xian's eyes throb slightly. He suddenly had a bad feeling. However, that extra piece of flesh had already completely fused with his body. He could not expel it at all. What's going on? Could it be a curse that directly attacks the origin of my body? Wang Xian's eyes focused. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Dong dong. The next moment, he felt his heart beating violently. Buzz. Shadow Dragon Clone. Wang Xian felt that a great terror was about to descend upon his body. Without any hesitation, he immediately executed the law aspect that he had comprehended during this breakthrough. Shadow Dragon Clone. This was a life-saving ability. By splitting a body, one could withstand a fatal attack. Die, 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 die. The moment Wang Xian's Shadow Dragon avatar was completed, a series of eerie roars came from his original body. This voice came from his physical body, but he couldn't find any place. It was as if the voice came from his physical body automatically. In his sight, Wang Xian's physical body slowly collapsed and dissipated. What a strong curse! What a strange curse! It directly acted on my physical body. Even the Tai Chi dragon coil couldn't withstand it. Wang Xian's pupils contracted slightly when he saw the scene. A vigilant look appeared in his eyes. With a thought, the Netherworld Ghost Avatar appeared at his side. The 4 Netherworld Ghost Avatars were the last ones to be traded. Through the ancestral tree, they had already reached Wang Xian's current realm. The attack just now was extremely strange. Wang Xian didn't know if it would continue. If it did, he could try to transfer it to the Nether Spirit's avatar. Time ticked by. After making sure that the curse attack didn't continue, Wang Xian moved his body and continued flying toward the old witch's lair. Is he dead? At the same time, in the old witch's cabin in the forest, the old witch muttered as she sensed the disintegration of the piece of flesh and blood. With the Dragon King's foundation, he should have a treasure that can bring him back to life. He should not be dead, but even if he is not dead, he will still be severely injured. I will use this time to recover my strength, the old witch muttered to herself. This was the strongest curse. He did not want to kill the Dragon King completely. She also knew that such a strong person must have a way to revive and save his life. But as long as she could severely injure the Dragon King, her goal would be accomplished. She was also severely injured, and her strength was less than half of what it was when she was at her peak. However, she did not leave this place and went to other places to recover her strength. This was her old nest, and there were many arrays that she had set up here. Now, even if she was seriously injured in her old nest, with the help of the power of the old nest, she would be able to burst out with her strength at her peak outside. On the contrary, once he left this place, his strength would be equivalent to half of his peak strength. Therefore, it was safer in his lair. The old witch waved her arm, and some bottles flew to her and were quickly absorbed by her. While she was recovering, Wang Xian was still hurrying over. The Shadow Dragon clone was already activated and could withstand the fatal attack. For a short period of time, at least for 3 days, this move could no longer be used. Wang Xian did not wait for the Shadow Dragon clone to be activated before he continued on his journey. The old witch was already severely injured. This was the best time to kill the old witch. Once the old witch recovered to her peak condition and hid in her lair, it would be very difficult for Wang Xian to kill her. To attack the lair of a powerful wizard, an old witch with the level of a crazy demon would be able to fight 3 to 4, or even 5. With such strength, Wang Xian wouldn't be able to kill her. Now was the best time. From Wang Xian's point of view, the old witch's lair wasn't too far away. After 10 hours, he came to a stop after sensing something. The old witch's lair should be ahead. There must be a large number of formations set up in his lair. Illusory formations, defensive formations, attack formations, and strange formations. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He concealed all his energy and flew forward. Soon, a small forest appeared in his line of sight. The small forest was not very big. It was only about 10 million kilometers in size. There were some trees planted in this void forest. Wang Xian could recognize a bunch of bamboos. Above the forest, there was a small house floating in the air. The small house was not big, but it looked extremely ancient. This piece of forest and a small wooden house were floating here. No matter how one looked at it, it looked extremely strange. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he continued to move forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Wang Xian approached the small forest, the trees inside suddenly started to move without any wind. This caused his gaze to freeze slightly. Roar! All of a sudden, a roar was heard from within the small forest. A violent wind suddenly stirred up in the surroundings. In the forest, a patch of trees was emitting a green glow. That glow condensed into the form of a wind demon. The wind demon was lifelike. Its cold and violent eyes locked onto Wang Xian. What a strong observation ability. I was able to be discovered instantly when I was still some distance away from the forest. As expected of the strongest wizard in the invincible zone, Wang Xian's eyes focused as a violent look appeared in his eyes as well. Today, I'm going to barge into your lair. Roar! A violent roar came out from his mouth. Wang Xian transformed into the body of a divine dragon. The Tai Chi dragon disc hovered around him, forming a terrifying defense. Boom! The 5 elements millstone appeared and hovered above his head. The earthy yellow energy completely enveloped Wang Xian. Buzz buzz! In the next instant, 4 nether spirit avatars appeared beside Wang Xian. Defense Demon Break! The figure of the spirit appeared beside Wang Xian's dragon head. He waved the water lotus staff in his hand gently. Layers of defense landed on Wang Xian. Crash. With the Primalist Saint wings flapping, Wang Xian stared at the small house in the forest. He charged forward at his maximum speed. Roar! The mad demon stared at Wang Xian and attacked him instantly. The surroundings of the small house in the forest seemed to have been completely awakened. A terrifying energy was brewing. What? Someone actually dared to invade my lair? Who is it? The Dragon King. The moment the array formation around the small house in the forest was activated, the old witch in the small house instantly opened her eyes and looked outside with an embarrassed expression. When she saw that familiar figure, the old witch's expression became even more embarrassed. She stood up slowly. The roof and the surroundings of the entire small house were slowly flattened, forming a wooden board that was suspended in the air. The old witch moved her palm and a staff with the 9-headed snake on it flew to her. She raised the staff in her hand and stared at Wang Xian, who was charging towards her. Demon Spirit Formation, open. Succubus Formation, open. Upper 9 Heaven Engulfing Formation, open. 9 Beasts Heaven Engulfing Snake Formation, open. Kuin is the 8 Directions Formation, open. Open, open, open. The old witch held the 9-headed snake staff in her hand and roared loudly in an ice-cold voice. Her pair of blood-red eyes stared at Wang Xian. Boom, boom, boom. Along with her every sound, the surroundings of the small house in the forest began to shake violently. The entire void seemed to have undergone a huge change. It was as if they were in a special domain. All sorts of demons and monsters appeared. Black fog shrouded the area. Pairs of blood-red pupils appeared in the fog. Berserk dire beasts appeared in the surroundings one after another. All kinds of formations rose up, and each of them was extremely terrifying. They covered Wang Xian. At this moment, Wang Xian had unleashed all his defenses. 5 Elements Millstone, Tai Chi Dragon Disc, Nether Spirit Avatar, and Spirit Soul. All his trump cards were unleashed, and all his defenses were stacked up. Wizard's Old Witch. To Wang Xian, as long as he could get close to her, he would be able to kill her. Therefore, he could not fight with her. He had to get close to her as fast as possible. Then he had to destroy her. For this, Wang Xian took out all his trump cards. How strong would Wang Xian's trump cards be when added together? With the help of the Primalist Saint wings, he was comparable to the Mad Demon Prohibition. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the Primalist Saint wings were comparable to 2 Mad Demon Prohibition. For Nether Spirit avatars were more powerful than 1 Mad Demon Prohibition. In addition to that, there was also Lingling. Wang Xian's current strength was comparable to the combined strength of 6 experts at the level of Mad Demon Prohibition. Even if the uninjured old witch was controlling the formation in her lair, she was still no match for Wang Xian. Of course, if the old witch was at her peak, it would be extremely difficult for Wang Xian to kill her in her lair. Now was his chance. Wang Xian didn't want her to live for too long against such a strange opponent and enemy. With all his defenses on his body, Wang Xian swayed his huge dragon body and charged straight for the small house in the forest. The wind demon charged over, but it was directly broken by Wang Xian's defense and terrifying speed. The pupils in the surrounding black fog appeared. The ghost avatar also released its blood-red pupils and looked at each other. It caused the ghost avatar to collapse. Roar! 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 In front of him, a giant snake with 9 heads appeared. Each and every one of its ferocious heads tore at Wang Xian. Bang! 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 However, under Wang Xian's absolute defense, the head of the giant snake hit the snake and slowly began to collapse. The trees in the forest at noon extended their demonic branches and twined around Wang Xian. However, they were all useless. The bamboo branches turned into terrifying sharp weapons and covered him. Bang! 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 Only the sound of intense collisions could be heard. The bamboo branches broke one by one and fell into the air. All the attacks were blocked by Wang Xian's layers of defense. What a powerful defense! Also, how could he have 4 Nether Spirit avatars? This is a unique innate ability of the Netherworld race. How could the Dragon King control the Nether Spirit avatars? That is the companion elf of the elf race. Why does the Dragon King have so many trump cards? In the small house in the forest, the old witch's expression changed drastically when she saw Wuxia charging towards her relentlessly. Nether spirit avatars. Companion elves. These were the innate abilities and treasures of other peak races. This Dragon King actually possessed them too. Furthermore, the dozens of powerful arrays set up around his nest were actually unable to stop the Dragon King's attack. Even though he was only half of his pinnacle stage, with all the arrays activated, he wasn't afraid of facing other mad demons or even two of them. But now, his arrays were actually unable to do anything to the Dragon King. The defense around him was still intact. How could a universe knight have such terrifying strength? Even if it's a treasure that can stabilize one's mind, it shouldn't be this strong. The old witch roared in disbelief. Wuxia stared at the old witch, his eyes filled with killing intent. I said, "If you want to die, I won't let you live," he said in a sinister tone. No, I haven't broken through to the realm of the universe's ruler. I haven't taken the final step. I don't want to die. The old witch looked at Wuxia's invincible aura and roared crazily. She had cultivated for more than 10 billion years and had reached this stage. Her lifelong wish was to break through to the realm of the universe's ruler. She had even become her own inner demon. Now that she was dead, she was unwilling to accept it. It was fine for her to hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening, but she had yet to see her own Tao. If you don't want to die, you have to die too. Wuxia's dragon claws clawed at her. The defensive formation around her quickly collapsed. The old witch widened her eyes and looked at this scene. Her body trembled violently. I'm willing to submit to your Dragon King. Don't kill me. Suddenly, the old witch shouted loudly with a terrified expression. Ha! Wuxia raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard her words. The 5 elements millstone floated above the old witch's head and stared at her. Submit. He sized up the old witch and asked faintly. Yes, I submit. I haven't broken through yet. I haven't become the master of the universe. I submit. I want to become the master of the universe. The old witch screamed at the top of her lungs. Becoming the master of the universe was her lifelong obsession. All right, devour this drop of blood essence and enter my dragon palace. Then summon your divine kingdom to the Dragon Palace. Wuxia squinted his eyes slightly and instructed. All right. The old witch replied immediately without any hesitation. Wuxia was indeed surprised by the old witch's submission. Normally, it would be extremely difficult for someone of such a level to make her submit. This should be related to her obsession. Her lifelong wish is to reach the realm of the ruler of the universe. Naturally, she doesn't want to die if she doesn't achieve it. Hee. Wuxia smiled. The old witch was definitely a terrifying existence, especially her curses and spell formations. Even Wuxia had to go all out to deal with her. If such an existence could be subdued, it would be a significant improvement for the Dragon Palace. At the same time, it would also bring a huge amount of knowledge about wizards to the Dragon Palace. The old witch had absorbed Wuxia's blood essence and was sent to the Dragon Palace by Wuxia. He then summoned his divine kingdom to the Dragon Palace. This was equivalent to Wuxia's Dragon Palace suppressing the old witch's divine kingdom, coupled with the control of the divine dragon's blood essence. Unless the old witch's strength far exceeded Wuxia's, her life would always be in Wuxia's hands. Greetings, Dragon King. Summoning her again, the old witch bowed respectfully to Wuxia. Since her life was in Wuxia's hands, she naturally knew what she should do. I have some healing treasures here. Let me heal my injuries first. Wuxia moved his palm and a large amount of vitality fluid appeared in front of him. Vitality fluid, the vitality fluid of the elves. The old witch's eyes lit up when she saw this. She quickly bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Dragon King. Dragon King, I can't fully recover my strength now. I need to split another body to support my strength. Otherwise, once I recover to my peak, I will lose my mind and become a battle machine. It will be very troublesome to recover again. She raised her head and continued to speak to Wuxia. Okay. Wuxia nodded his head slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he moved his palm and took out many fruits of the eternal fetus. While you are recovering, Use the fruits of the eternal fetus to strengthen your mind and see if you can solve the problem of becoming a lunatic. He instructed the old witch. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. The old witch looked at the over 100 fruits in front of her, her eyes burning with passion. Over 100 pinnacle universe night fruits were worth a lot. The old witch moved her palm and the life force liquid poured into her body. The life force liquid was a treasure of the ELF race, a healing treasure condensed from ancient Lake Moon Bay, a treasure of a pinnacle race. It was naturally powerful. It was a piece of cake to heal the old witch's injuries. A large amount of the elixir of life surged into her body, causing her aura to increase crazily. The speed of the increase in her strength surprised even Wuxia. Buzz. When her strength had reached a certain level, the old witch's expression started to distort and she started to look ferocious. Her body trembled violently and her energy started to go out of control. She quickly consumed the fruits one by one. After consuming the fruits one by one, her aura stabilized once again. Her strength continued to increase. Whenever she could not control herself, she would consume the fruits. If she consumed too many of the fruits, the effects would be reduced by a lot. However, the reduction was still useful. As time went by, the old witch's strength became stronger and stronger. She was much stronger than when Wuxia was fighting her. Dragon King, if I want to recover to my peak and not lose control, I might need more than 100 fruits of the womb. The effects of consuming the fruits of the womb will be minimal when I consume them later on. After more than 10 hours, the old witch said to Wuxia, "It's all right. Continue to consume them." Wuxia moved his palm and took out more than 100 fruits of the womb. Although the value of persuading the fruits of the womb was very high, he had too many of them in his hands. Even if he had to consume 200 fruits in exchange for the old witch's peak strength, it was still worth it. If the old witch could maintain her rationality coupled with her strongest strength, there wouldn't be many who could match her in the entire invincible zone. The old witch continued to improve while Wuxia watched quietly from the side. Following the consumption of another 100 fruits, the old witch's strength gradually reached its strongest state. In the past, she would lose her rationality in this state. She would become a crazy demon, but now she was still able to maintain all her rationality. I feel that my mind is very clear. I feel that it won't be long before I can break through to the universe ruler realm. I'm going to break through. I'm going to break through. At this moment, the old witch suddenly shouted with a face full of excitement and trembling. She sized up her body and tears welled up in her eyes. She saw the path of cultivation ahead and the way to break through the shackles of the present. Are you confident of breaking through? Wuxia was slightly taken aback as he looked at the old witch in astonishment. It's the Dragon King. Yes, my mind and mind are very clear now. I'm also very clear about my future cultivation. I feel that I have great confidence in breaking through the shackles of the present. Perhaps, maybe I will be able to break through completely without much money. The old witch said excitedly. Oh, that's a good thing. Wuxia was also a little surprised. Once the old witch broke through, it would be equivalent to the Dragon Palace having one more master of the universe. Moreover, once the old witch broke through, she would probably have the strength of a master of the universe at level 2. It would definitely be a great help. My breakthrough should be considered as using strength to break through 10,000 techniques. My strength is already strong enough. In the past, I couldn't find the path to a breakthrough because my mind couldn't keep up with it. Now that my mind is stable, I can see the path of cultivation ahead. In addition to my strong strength, I can definitely break through with strength. The old witch said excitedly as she knelt in front of Wuxia. Thank you for your help, Dragon King. I am extremely grateful. I will definitely devote the rest of my life to serve you. Get up. This is also your own good fortune. Wuxia was in a good mood as he nodded his head with a twinkle in his eyes. It was not so easy to give birth to an expert who was at the level of a universe master. Even if the experts of the Dragon Palace had cultivated to the peak of the universe night realm, they would still need to comprehend and look for an opportunity to break through. Even if the Dragon Palace had such a powerful and heaven-defying treasure like the seed of advancement, it would only be produced once every 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years would allow an expert of the Dragon Palace to break through. If the Dragon Palace wanted to be truly powerful, they would still need to cultivate on their own. Let's go. Follow me and sweep across the invincible zone, Wang Xian said to the old witch with a smile on his face. The old witch bowed and stood by his side. It was a pleasant surprise to subdue the old witch. Next, he was still prepared to continue selling the fruits of servility. Wang Xian brought the old witch's veil and flew towards the trading ground. While Wang Xian was rushing over, the battle between him and the old witch in the trading ground and the invincible zone had already caused a huge commotion. The old witch has captured the Dragon King's clone and wants to use a curse spell to make the Dragon King submit to her and hand over the fruits. I wonder if she will succeed. The old witch is the strongest wizard in the invincible zone. If she were to use her witchcraft in her lair to deal with the Dragon King would be in deep trouble. There would be no room for him to fight back. I think the Dragon King is in deep trouble. After all, the one who attacked him is the old witch. That's right. After all, it's the old witch. Her strength is much stronger than the forbidden spell of madness. Under the circumstances of a long-range curse, who can withstand it? Around the invincible region's trading ground, a group of experts were discussing in shock. The old witch's strength could be considered very powerful among lunatics, especially when you have something to hold on to in the hands of the old witch. And a doppelganger to a cursed magus was the greatest thing to hold. When a terrifying cursed magus carries out a curse on you in their own nest, you simply have no power to resist, because you wouldn't even know how to resist. Facing the endless curse, who would be able to resist? That Dragon King wouldn't be able to either, right? So. That Dragon King seems to have been targeted by the old witch. Around the trading ground, a group of angels flew over. When they heard the discussions around them, they raised their eyebrows slightly. Sir, not long ago, the Dragon King's clone was killed by the old witch and was about to be killed with a curse. We don't know the exact situation yet, but some curious experts flew towards the old witch's lair to check out the situation. A subordinate of an angel expert reported respectfully. Oh! The group of experts from the angel clan raised their eyebrows slightly. I don't wish for the Dragon King to die at the hands of the old witch. The Dragon King has a lot of fruits in his hands. If we can capture the Dragon King, these fruits might be ours. We might even have a chance to obtain the fruits. An expert of the angel clan said indifferently. Although the Dragon King is strong, he has a lot of treasures in his hands. Let's wait for the news. Whether he dies or not, it is good news for us. Yes, even if he doesn't die, he's probably injured by the old witch's attack. The few angel powerhouses were talking. Look, the Dragon King is here. He's really here. Wait, it's not the Dragon King's real body. He only has the strength of an ordinary universe dominator at level 3. It should be his clone. Why is his clone back? What's going on? What's going on with the Dragon King and the old witch? At this moment, exclamations came from the people who were in charge of the surroundings. Everyone in the trading ground looked over with a look of astonishment. In their line of sight, one of Wang Xian's clones flew toward the trading ground and scanned the surroundings with a smile. The clone came to the inner area of the trading ground. With a move of his palm, an ordinary embryo fruit appeared in front of him. Continue trading. The price is still the same as before. As he spoke, all the old monsters around him heard him clearly. The Dragon King has solved the old witch's problem and now he's back to sell the ordinary fruit. No way, the Dragon King should have solved the old witch's problem. What about the old witch? Around him, some old monsters were discussing in shock. The old witch wanted to deal with the Dragon King, but the Dragon King came back in just a few days. So he used his doppelganger to continue selling the fruit. Did he solve the old witch's problem? Or was there some other situation? Although the old monsters were shocked, many old monsters who hadn't been able to buy the fruit from the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace still went to trade. This time, some of the old freaks who were originally harboring some petty thoughts also withdrew their thoughts. Even some of the powerful teams were looking at Wang Xian with sparkling eyes and didn't dare to act rashly. Everyone knew the old witch's strength. She had taken away the Dragon King's clone. Under such circumstances, it was already a huge advantage for a magus. If she couldn't do anything to the Dragon King, and he wasn't even injured, then the Dragon King's strength was too strong. There were some teams that were prepared to join forces to deal with Wuxia. Now they had to reconsider. Time passed little by little. Wuxia continued to sell the fruits of the womb. This made his gains more and more. On the 5th day, a piece of news spread and caused a huge sensation. An old monster from the invincible zone went to the old witch's lair to check it out. In the end, he saw a piece of news that shocked them. The old witch's lair, the forest hut in the invincible zone, was in ruins. Basically, it was all destroyed. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place in the surroundings, and the entire small house in the forest had been destroyed. The old witch's old nest had been destroyed, and the old witch had disappeared without a trace. And the Dragon King had appeared in the trading area. What did this mean? This? Could it be that the old witch had been killed by the Dragon King? How is this possible? This is the old witch, the strongest wizard in the invincible zone. In her own nest, should she be the strongest existence in the invincible zone? But the old witch's nest was destroyed. How powerful is she? Could it be that the old witch has been killed by him, the mad demon restriction, and the old witch? This Dragon King killed 2 mad demons of our invincible zone. I can't imagine how powerful the old witch in her own nest is. Can she fight against 3 or 4 mad demons? She was even defeated by the Dragon Palace. It's very likely that she was killed by the Dragon King. At this moment, all the powerful old monsters in the invincible zone were completely shocked. The old witch's nest was destroyed. She was the strongest wizard in the invincible zone. In her nest, she was almost the strongest existence in the invincible zone. However, such an existence was unknown. It was obviously the Dragon King's doing. How strong was the Dragon King? I can't imagine. The old witch's nest was destroyed. It's very likely that she died at the Dragon King's hands. When the dozen or so angels of the angel clan heard this news, their pupils constricted slightly and their faces were filled with shock. This strength is too abnormal, isn't it? With such strength, can the power in our hands destroy the Dragon King? An angel couldn't help but speak out. They had a powerful angel army in their hands. There were even 500 angels with the combat strength of level 3 universe overlords. However, the strength that the Dragon King had displayed made them doubt if they could kill him with these angel armies. We need to investigate the specific situation. If the Dragon King is really that powerful, we need to report this to the third prince. An expert from the angel race said. The strength that the Dragon King had displayed was too powerful. A level 3 universe overlord with battle strength needed at least 30 people to deal with a true level 1 universe overlord. And a crazy demon could easily kill a level 1 universe overlord. And that Dragon King could kill 3 or 4 crazy old witches in his lair. With the power in their hands, it was extremely difficult for them to kill the Dragon King. Of course, all of this had to happen after the old witch was killed by the Dragon King. I really don't understand how the Dragon King can be so monstrous. The experts of the angel race sighed in their hearts. If the old witch was dead, the Dragon King would have killed 2 crazy demons from the invincible zone. The matter of the old witch being suspected to have been killed by the Dragon King caused a huge sensation. However, Wuxia was in the trading ground carrying out transactions one after another with a smile on his face. Every transaction was a huge harvest. Since he came to the invincible zone until today, the number of innate spiritual treasures in his hands had already reached around 5,000. 5,000 was a huge number. 1 connate spirit treasure was equivalent to a clan treasure for some weaker races. However, in the invincible region, the weak were stronger than ordinary level 3 universe masters. Many great beings could easily wipe out a strong race. Take the 100 City Alliance as an example. The huge 100 City Alliance was only a level 3 universe master. An expert with such strength could easily build a faction and a city in the outside world. They all had a lot of connate numinous treasures in their hands. 5,000 connate numinous treasures could allow the experts of the Dragon Palace to cultivate their own powerful Dragon Balls. In the following month, Wuxia continued to conduct transactions in the trading ground. However, as time passed, the number of transactions became fewer and fewer. In the invincible zone, there were a limited number of experts. Basically, those who were able to get the news had already rushed over. Meanwhile, Wang Xian had sold about 1,200 serval fruits. The number of innate spiritual treasures had also reached 6,000. There are fewer and fewer experts buying now. On the last day, Wang Xian stayed for a day and only one expert came to buy. He had basically reached his saturation point. It's time to go somewhere else. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and muttered to himself. The transaction of the fruits was just an accident. Now, he had to proceed according to the original plan. His body moved and he flew straight out. The transaction is completed. If you want to purchase the fruits in the future, you can forget about buying them in small quantities. If there are more than 20 of them, you can contact the AI in the universe. Wang Xian's clone said and flew in a direction. How many fruits does the Dragon King still have? He has sold at least 1,000 of them in the past month. This Dragon King must have a powerful fruit tree. This fruit tree has a great effect on those top-notch experts. This time, the Dragon King has obtained a lot of innate spiritual treasures. He has made a huge profit. The connate numinous treasures he has obtained this time are worth at least 4 to 5 connate numinous treasures. In the trading ground, a group of old monsters and their subordinates were discussing when they saw Wang Xian leave. There's the Dragon King's aura on it. We should be able to find him through this. At a spot around the trading ground, an old monster looked at the evergreen fruit in his hand. He looked at his companions and said. A few of his companions nodded. Let's go to the domain of the desolate beasts and space behemoths. Wuxia, are you familiar with the domain on the other side? At the same time, at a spot not far away from the trading ground, Wang Xian saw his clone returning and asked the old witch Wuxia, Dragon King, the domain of the space behemoths and desolate beasts is deep inside. They are very strong. Many powerful space behemoths are not even a match for me. Wuxia stared at the forest area across the long river and spoke. Oh? Even such a powerful space behemoth hasn't broken through? Wang Xian revealed a curious expression. Powerful space behemoths should be easier for them to break through than the experts of other races. Those who have broken through will directly break through the space and leave the invincible region to head to the land of mountains and seas. Those who haven't broken through will remain in this space. Wuxia said. The space beasts and desolate beasts in the invincible zone were mostly born from the energy from the bodies of the dead space beasts. After they were born, they didn't have any races. It was natural selection. Therefore, there was no such thing as a powerful space beast making a breakthrough and leading their own race to leave. Because they were born from the flesh and blood of the space beasts, this also caused them to have some flaws. These flaws make it extremely difficult for them to make a breakthrough. There is a strong competition between the space beasts and desolate beasts. They might even kill and devour each other. Wang Xian nodded slightly when he heard Wuxia's introduction. The space beasts and desolate beasts across the long river basically had no tribes. This was especially so for the space beasts. They fought on their own. There are strong tribes of the desolate beasts. Their strength is also relatively strong. Wuxia added another sentence. All right, do you know the location of the desolate beasts? Let's go and hunt them. Wang Xian asked her. I know a little. Wuxia nodded. Her body moved and she led the way towards the territory of the desolate beasts. They came to the other side of the long river. The surrounding lush trees were growing. Unlike the old monsters in the universe, this place was filled with vitality. Dragon King, in that direction, about a day's flying distance, there is a species of floating wood-winged birds. This species has a relatively large number, reaching about 5,000. However, their strength is at the level of a level 2 universe overlord. This is the limit of their bloodline growth. Wuxia pointed in a direction and introduced to Wang Xian. More than 5,000 level 2 universe overlord desolate beast species? Upon hearing her words, Wang Xian's eyes lit up. What kind of concept was this? If they could kill all of them, the Dragon Palace could increase the combat strength of more than 5,000 universe overlords. The value was not too crazy. The floating wood-winged birds are a race of desolate beasts. They are weak, but there are many of them. If you provoke one of them, you will be surrounded and attacked. If more than 5,000 of them attack me at the same time, I might even be killed by them at my peak. That's why no one in the invincible region dares to provoke these guys. Wuxia continued. The quantitative change caused the qualitative change. More than 5,000 floating wood-winged birds with level 2 combat power of universe rulers could be instantly killed by real universe rulers. Even a mad demon wouldn't dare to provoke them. More than 5,000 of them are indeed very strong. Wang Xian mumbled. If he didn't have the witch gauze, he wouldn't dare to provoke such a group of desolate beasts. However, with the witch gauze, Wang Xian was confident that he could kill them all. Let's go. Let's increase our speed. The preless sacred wings flapped and enveloped the witch gauze. Wang Xian brought her along and flew towards the direction of the driftwood-winged birds. With his speed, Wang Xian arrived in front of the floating wooden winged birds in less than a day. Dragon King, over here. I will set up a formation here. You go and attract them over. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to destroy them. The old witch gauze scanned her surroundings and said to Wang Xian, "All right." Wang Xian nodded. His eyes were filled with excitement. Buzz. Wuxia began to set up the formation. Wang Xian flapped his wings and stood guard in the surroundings. In front of them was a group of driftwood-winged birds. Although their strength was strong, their own strength was only at the level of a level 2 overlord of the universe. This strength was not very strong for Wang Xian. In fact, these driftwood-winged birds would not be able to sense him even if he walked around the territory of the driftwood-winged birds. Time passed by minute. Wuxia was setting up spell formations one by one. The setting up of powerful spell formations required an extremely long time. Some spell formations even required powerful materials. It was impossible to complete without materials. Wuxia's nest and her cabin in the forest were built by her after billions of years. Only then did she have the strength to fight against 4 to 5 experts of the same level. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for a single magus to set up a formation for a few days to deal with 2 experts of the same level. However, it was enough to deal with these floating wood-winged birds. Dragon King has completed 2 trapping formations and 5 killing formations. 4 days later, Wuxia said to Wang Xian, "All right, wait here." Wang Xian heard her words and nodded. His body moved and he immediately flew into the territory of the floating wood-winged birds. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in the territory. Unlike the surrounding forest, the trees in the territory of the floating wood-winged bird were even more luxuriant. In fact, the leaves were all connected together, completely covering the top and bottom. On these trees, there was some energy covering them which could block Wang Xian's ability to sense the area below. Crash, crack, crack. Wang Xian flapped his premolist saint wings. The wind and thunder energy gathered on them. He aimed in one direction and launched an attack. There were many floating wood-winged birds, and they were very united. Once they encountered an attack, they would surround and attack in large numbers. When Wang Xian's attack landed, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. Under the cover of the leaves, it was as if countless terrifying existences were awakened. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. In an instant, an unusually ear-piercing sound was heard. The terrifying sound was visible to the naked eye as it condensed into waves in the void and headed towards Wang Xian. Ha! Sensing the waves, Wang Xian's eyes focused. The Tai Chi dragon plate immediately floated around him. The 5 elements millstone was suspended in the air. Waves of energy were protecting him. At the same time, the inceptive sacred wings were flapping vigorously. What a powerful sound wave! What a terrifying attack! Wang Xian stared in front of him with a face full of shock. The thousands of floating wood-winged birds were releasing this strange sound wave attack at the same time. The sound waves were completely fused together. It was equivalent to all the attacks of the floating wood-winged birds being stacked together. Bang! 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 The sound wave attack came over. The defense of the outermost layer of the earth element began to distort and collapse. It continued to come towards Wang Xian's details. The wind element energy of the premolist saint wings resisted it, but it still managed to defeat it. Finally, it landed on the Tai Chi dragon plate, causing the Tai Chi diagram of the Tai Chi dragon plate to slightly distort. However, the sudden attack of the large number of floating wood-winged birds was blocked by Wang Xian. No wonder Wuxia didn't dare to provoke these guys. If I don't have sufficient strength to protect myself from this sudden attack, I will definitely die. Wang Xian stared ahead. After thousands of floating wood-winged birds attacked him, they crawled out from under the trees below. They were green in color and had wings that looked like a fan. Their dark green eyes stared at Wang Xian as they attacked him in unison. Chirp, chirp. One by one, the wooden-winged birds let out a sharp cry. The trees and leaves below Wang Xian seemed to have come alive as they attacked him directly. Voila! Wang Xian looked down. He flapped his incipient saint wings and easily dodged the attacks. Roar, roar! He moved his body and immediately transformed into the body of a divine dragon, displaying the dragon body of a true dragon. The body of a true dragon, the fire divine dragon. Roar! Roar! He let out a furious roar and the flames engulfed the area below. At the same time, Wang Xian brought along the terrifying flames and flapped his wings. His gaze was fixed on the dozens of floating wooden-winged birds that were closest to him. Roar! Roar! With a terrifying speed, he arrived above the dozens of floating wooden-winged birds in an instant. The flames descended instantly. Chirp! A miserable shriek was heard. The dozens of wooden-winged birds were instantly killed by Wang Xian. Chirp! 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 However, the death of dozens of their comrades had instead provoked the anger of the entire flock of wooden-winged birds. Sharp and furious shrieks were heard. This sound caused a huge disturbance to Wang Xian. Humph! Wang Xian snorted softly. The Tai Chi dragon coiled around him to protect his body. He was moving swiftly in the air. His powerful speed prevented the sound wave attacks from focusing on his body. Whoosh! 8 dragon pillars. Wang Xian let out a low growl. Dragon pillars appeared in 8 different directions instantly. A divine dragon was coiled around the dragon pillars. Boom! Chirp, chirp, chirp. On top of each dragon pillar, the divine dragons launched their attacks one after another. However, at the position below, nearly 5,000 floating wooden-winged birds flew out. They gathered together and spread their wings. At the ground below, countless leaves floated up. They were shimmering with radiance as they returned fire at the 8-sided dragon pillar. Bang! 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 A loud sound of collision was heard. Countless leaves smashed the 8-sided dragon pillar and covered Wang Xian. Buzz! Wang Xian moved his palm and the 5-elemental millstone spun. It formed streams of destructive aura that attacked a certain area. Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The 5,000 floating wooden-winged birds seemed to have sensed the threat of the 5 elements millstone and let out a shrill cry once again. The trees flew up from the void and turned into tree men as if they had life. They met the attacks of the 5 elements millstone head-on. Crash! Wang Xian took advantage of this opportunity and flapped his incipient saint wings. His powerful speed once again displayed a huge advantage. In an instant, he arrived at the side of more than 100 floating woodwings. His dragon claws covered them. Boom! Chirp, chirp, chirp. The terrifying dragon claws covered them, causing more than 100 floating woodwings to let out terrified screams. The powerful force instantly killed them. Chirp, chirp. The rest of the floating woodwings swept over. Their pupils were slightly red. Their wings had transformed into tree branches. The wings of the wooden-winged birds grew longer and intertwined together, forming a terrifying whip that swept towards Wang Xian. Boom! The terrifying strike caused Wang Xian to dodge to the side in a hurry. Chirp, chirp. The remaining 2,000 wooden-winged birds immediately flew into the sky and spread their wings. Their wings were like a huge web that was intertwined together. They flew towards Wang Xian. This joint attack is a little abnormal. Wang Xian finally understood how terrifying the driftwood-winged birds were. The entire race of the driftwood-winged birds were too good at fighting together. They could completely combine their strength and unleash terrifying attacks. Ear-piercing sharp attacks. Long whips that were gathered together and a huge net that blotted out the sky. All kinds of powerful AoE attacks were aimed at Wang Xian. If Wang Xian was weaker and his speed was weaker, he might really be killed by the floating wood-winged birds. I need to attract them to Wuxia. I might need a lot of time to destroy them here. Wang Xian looked at the huge net and the long whips that were attacking him. Wang Xian could still destroy this dire beast tribe by himself. However, this might take a lot of time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wang Xian swayed his huge body as streams of flames attacked the floating wood-wing birds. At the same time, he quickly flew towards Wuxia to avoid the attacks of the floating wood-wing birds. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. The entire floating wood-wing birds let out furious roars due to Wang Xian's attacks and the fact that they had killed their comrades. They resisted the flames and chased after Wang Xian with fury. The place where Wuxia set up the formation was very close to the driftwood-winged bird's nest. When Wang Xian arrived at the area covered by the formation, he stopped and turned around. He waved his dragon claws and the 5 elements millstone attacked the driftwood-winged bird directly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The floating wood-winged birds let out a sharp cry. A green meatball above their heads emitted a green light. The light condensed into an extremely sharp green floating wood-winged bird phantom and met the 5 elements millstone. The floating wood-winged birds were a desolate beast with wood and wind attributes. They had all sorts of attacking methods. In addition to the fact that this was their territory, they had the geographical advantage. Hee hee! Roar! When Wang Xian saw them, he let out a chuckle. Following that, he let out a provocative roar and the dragon horns emitted a luster. Towering dragon horns. A pair of terrifying divine dragon horns emitted a radiance. It was like a terrifying special mountain as it charged towards them. Whoosh! 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 The driftwood-winged birds flapped their wings and numerous green seeds covered the dragon horns. When they arrived in front of the towering dragon horn, they instantly turned into monsters that looked like man-eating flowers and devoured the towering dragon horn. At the same time, they continued to attack Wang Xian. They have entered the formation. When Wang Xian saw that the group of floating wood-winged birds did not sense the formation around them and stepped into it directly, he smiled. Dragon King, the floating wood-winged birds have entered the area. You are blocking their escape route. Wuxia's voice was instantly transmitted into Wang Xian's mind. Wang Xian nodded his head. He flapped his incorporeal holy wings and exerted his maximum speed. He circled around them and flew behind them. Chirp, chirp. The group of floating wood-winged birds locked onto Wang Xian. Their bodies were emitting a green glow as if they could sense Wang Xian's route. However, just as they were about to take action, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. Array formation. Golden sand burial. Array formation. Fiery purgatory. Array formation. Black eye imprisonment. A slightly hoarse voice sounded, and Wuxia's figure appeared in front of them. She held a powerful Khanate true treasure staff in her hand, and there were 9 snake heads on it. Each snake head emitted a powerful radiance. One array formation after another instantly attacked the floating wood-winged birds. Each of Wuxia's formations could kill an existence at the first level of the Universe Dominator. Her 3 formations were activated at the same time. Even the entire flock of floating wood-winged birds had to go all out to deal with it. However, a second ago, they were still dealing with Wang Xian's attack. The 5 elements millstone was still in front of them. At this moment, 3 terrifying formations came down. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the group of floating woodwings cried out in panic. Their eyes were filled with panic. Innate technique. Wang Xian was already behind the group of floating woodwings. When he saw the scene, he stared at the 5 elemental millstone and let out a low roar. Innate technique. The powerful attack of the 5 elemental millstone. Buzz. In an instant, the entire 5 elements millstone started to spin rapidly. The shadows of the innate spiritual treasures attacked the surrounding floating wood-winged birds one after another. The shadows of thousands of innate spiritual treasures were emitting a powerful aura. Dragon breath of life. Wang Xian let out a low roar and opened his dragon mouth. A torrent of energy surged forward directly. 5 terrifying attacks landed on the entire group of floating wood-winged birds in an instant. Each of these attacks was comparable to the strongest attack of a mad demon expert from the invincible zone. An attack launched at the same time was equivalent to the combined attack of 5 mad demons. 5 mad demons working together? This was simply impossible in the invincible zone. Not to mention 5 mad demons, even 2 mad demons working together had never happened before. Once mad demons and the others went all out in battle, they would definitely lose all rationality. They could only kill. It was impossible for them to work together. Even if they could temporarily suppress their emotions, they would not be able to hold on for too long. The floating wooden-winged birds were very strong, but they were only comparable to 1 or 2 crazy demon-level existences. If Wuxia was not afraid of wasting time, he would be able to kill them all by himself. Now 5 attacks were aimed at the entire floating wooden-winged birds. Chirp, chirp, chirp. All the driftwood-winged birds let out extremely sharp and shrill cries. The waves formed by their cries did not attack their surroundings. Instead, they formed a powerful defense around them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Following that, branches and leaves enveloped all of them in the middle. In fact, there were nearly 5,000 driftwood-winged birds. They were stacked together, and the driftwood-winged birds above them were the first to block the attacks. Wuxia raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw their defenses. Boom! 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 At this moment, terrifying attacks landed on the floating wood-winged birds. The wind wave defense and the defense of the branches and leaves quickly collapsed. However, these layers of defense were able to defend against the innate techniques and the 2 formations. However, after the 2 formations, more than 2,000 floating wood-winged birds could only defend with their lives. Boom! Boom! Chirp! 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 2 violent sounds were heard, followed by miserable shrieks. Chirp! 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 The more than 2,000 wooden-winged birds below let out miserable shrieks. Waves of strong murderous aura were emitted from their bodies. HMH! Kill them! Wuxia snorted softly. He swayed his huge dragon body and charged forward. Wuxia waved her staff and formations formed one after another. She continued to attack the floating wooden-winged birds. There were only about 2,000 of the 5,000 floating wooden-winged birds. The floating wooden-winged birds relied on their huge numbers to form a powerful attack. Now, with half of them dead and injured, there were only about 2,000 of them left. These 2,000-odd birds posed no threat to Wuxia and Wuxia. Their combined strength was no longer able to fight against Wuxia and the rest. 8 dragon clones. Following the attack of Wuxia's law form, 500 to 600 wooden-winged birds were easily killed. There was no suspense in the battle that followed. One by one, the wooden-winged birds were killed quickly. Half an hour later, the last wooden-winged bird died. Dragon King, the wings of the floating wooden-winged birds are very useful. They can be used to forge a staff of the innate numinous treasure level as well as other wind attribute treasures. Wuxia looked at the corpses of the floating wooden-winged birds and said to Wuxia, "The corpse of a floating wooden-winged bird might not be as valuable as an innate numinous treasure, but it was still extremely valuable." There were about 5,000 floating wooden-winged birds. It was definitely a huge amount of resources. Okay. Wuxia nodded with a smile. Compared to using them to forge innate spiritual treasures, the floating wooden-winged birds were more useful as resources for the Dragon Palace. What did 5,000 level 2 Universe Dominator level floating wooden-winged birds mean to the Dragon Palace? Currently, there were only about 2,000 Universe Dominator level experts in the Dragon Palace. Among them, there were 200 masters with the combat strength of a Universe Dominator at level 3. This strength was very strong. However, just the corpses of these floating wooden-winged birds could increase the combat strength of the Dragon Palace by 5,000 masters with the combat strength of a Universe Dominator at level 2. Or perhaps it could be 500 masters with the combat strength of a Universe Dominator at level 3. This could double Wuxia's strength, and it was more than double. In addition, Wuxia had also killed the experts of the Mad Demon Prohibition and the Skeleton Clan in the Invincible region. Needless to say, he had also killed the innate spiritual treasures. Not only the corpses of the floating woodwinged birds, but also the floating woodwinged birds' divine kingdom and some of the treasures in the divine kingdom. Wuxia mumbled and was slightly excited. He looked at Wuxia and said, "Wuxia, look for the floating woodwinged birds' divine kingdom. Is it in their territory?" "It's the Dragon King." Wuxia nodded and used her sorcery to search for the location of their nest. Wang Xian kept all the corpses and threw them into the Dragon Palace. He asked Prime Minister Gui to get the disciples of the Dragon Palace to upgrade themselves. Dragon King. The divine kingdom of the floating wood-winged birds is in their nest. Wuxia confirmed it and said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded and flew towards the nest of the floating wooden-winged birds. The divine kingdom of the floating wooden-winged birds was a little strange. It looked like a huge nest and was similar to the dragon cave in the Dragon Palace. However, this did not affect the resources of the divine kingdom. The divine kingdom could allow the devouring dragon to devour and increase its strength. The divine kingdom of about 5,000 level 2 desolate beasts that were masters of the universe could increase the strength of the devouring dragon. The devouring dragon's strength was different from other races. They inherited the characteristics of the bug race. As long as they had enough resources, they could continue to improve. They didn't have the shackles of the universe ruler realm. However, there was one point. The devouring dragon could only fight 2 levels higher than the pinnacle races. Secondly, if they wanted to have the strength of a universe ruler, they had to feed them with the god country of a universe ruler. This was equivalent to killing a universe dominator and obtaining the divine kingdom to upgrade them. This harsh condition was no less than a normal breakthrough. In the nest of the floating wood-winged bird, Wang Xian had obtained many unexpected surprises. Powerful trees, divine herbs, and divine fruits. As a wood-attributed dire beast, these things were indispensable to them. Let's go to the next place. After collecting all the treasures in the nest of the floating wood-winged bird, Wang Xian said to Wuxia with a smile on his face. It's the Dragon King. Not far from here, there is a powerful dire beast called the horseshoe crab demonic beast. It possesses extremely powerful strength and is comparable to some of the top old monsters in the invincible zone. However, it is very cunning and possesses the phoenix bloodline. Its vitality is very strong, and it is very difficult to kill it. Wuxia introduced it to Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded and proceeded to hunt the next target with Wuxia. 3 days later, they arrived at the territory of the horseshoe crab. That horseshoe crab is very cunning. Once it senses any danger, it will definitely not come out. Initially, I wanted to kill it and extract some of its bloodline. However, once I unleash my powerful strength, I will lose my mind. This fellow will be able to get rid of me easily. Once I split my body, I won't be able to kill it either. Wuxia clearly understood this dire beast very well. She frowned and said that. Wang Xian nodded his head. Now, Wuxia could kill the dire beast by herself. However, it might require some effort. However, with Wang Xian around, everything would be much simpler. Wuxia used the horseshoe crab demonic beast's aura to quickly lock onto its position. Kill it! The horseshoe crab demonic beast was a fire-type demonic beast. It was hidden in the roots of the trees. When it saw Wang Xian and Wuxia, it didn't hesitate at all and immediately fled in the interweaving roots of the trees. It could feel the threat of death from Wang Xian and Wuxia. Crackle! When a bolt of lightning struck its body, the power of void pursuit entered its body. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He flapped his divine wings and immediately gave chase. With his speed, it was impossible for the horseshoe crab to escape. Under the attacks of the energy, Wang Xian easily killed it. Next, after killing the horseshoe crab, Wang Xian continued to instruct Wuxia. With Wuxia, who had lived in the invincible zone for billions of years, everything was simple. In the following period of time, Wang Xian began to hunt the desolate beasts wantonly. Small groups of desolate beasts, powerful single-bodied desolate beasts. In the following year, Wang Xian was hunting, and the harvest was abnormally rich. The desolate beasts with the level 2 and level 3 combat strength of the universe dominator were rarely encountered outside unless they were in the mountains and seas. And these gains were extremely huge resources for the Dragon Palace. In this 1 year, more than 100 level 3 desolate beasts had died at the hands of Wang Xian. As they continued to hunt, they went deeper and deeper. Dragon King, if we go deeper, we will be able to encounter some space beasts. Compared to desolate beasts, the space beasts in the invincible region are even more terrifying. The stronger the murderous aura and bloody aura of the space beasts, the more terrifying their strength. A year later, Wuxia scanned her surroundings and spoke to Wang Xian. The space beasts of the invincible region were all extremely powerful. In fact, in the universe, the space beasts were the most powerful existences. Any one of them had terrifying strength and talent, especially in the mountain and sea region. In the mountain and sea region, there were some powerful space beasts that didn't even have the ability to break through. In other words, they could easily break through from the universe night realm to the universe ruler realm. Kuan was one of them, but they weren't the only one in the universe. Some terrifying space beasts, when the pinnacle race experts saw them, they would immediately flee. Similarly, Kuan used divine dragons and phoenixes as food, and he also liked to devour other pinnacle race experts. To be able to devour divine dragons and phoenixes, one could imagine how terrifying his strength was. Let's go and hunt down the space behemoths, Wang Xian said to Wuxia. In the invincible zone, Wang Xian didn't think that any space behemoths could be his opponent. With Wuxia, he was confident that he could hunt down any space behemoths. It's the Dragon King. Wuxia nodded her head. With a move, she brought Wang Xian and flew to the right. At this moment, they were deep in the area. The surrounding trees had already disappeared. The surrounding void was filled with huge meteorites. Occasionally, they could see some dilapidated Divine Kingdom buildings. In that direction, there is a space beast called lava. It is a fire element space beast. It has an extremely huge body. In the area where it lives, it has a large number of fire meteorites. The strength of the lava space beast is similar to that of a mad demon. Wuxia introduced to Wang Xian as she flew. Wang Xian nodded and continued flying forward. The temperature in front of him was getting higher and higher. Before long, meteorites emitting flames appeared in his line of sight. Boom! Boom! Not far away, there was a sea of flames burning in the void. This is the Sea of Flames, Dragon King. We have stepped into the territory of the lava space beast. There are usually treasures in these Sea of Flames. As Wuxia spoke, her body moved and flew straight into the Sea of Flames. Wang Xian followed beside her. There really are. At this moment, Wuxia's eyes lit up as she stared at a fiery red meteorite in the Sea of Flames. This was an extremely strange fiery red meteorite. Flames were constantly dripping down from the top. The flames dripped into the fiery red meteorite and formed a small nest. The entire flaming meteorite was extremely radiant and was also emitting a bright luster. Innate spiritual treasure. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and said, "Yes, many innate spiritual treasures are formed naturally. The power of this innate spiritual treasure is not weak." The wizard waved his arm and the wizard's hand grabbed it over and handed it to Wang Xian. "This place is really a treasure ground. I easily obtained an innate spiritual treasure." Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "The place where the space beast lives must be a treasure ground. However, in terms of treasures, the biggest treasure in this entire space is the lava space beast." Wuxia said as she stared ahead. "We have already appeared in its territory and taken some things away. This lava space beast has yet to appear. Let's go ahead and continue to take a look. With the size of the space beast, it's very easy to find it." As Wang Xian spoke, he continued to fly forward. Roar! 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 After flying for another hour, violent sounds were suddenly heard. The sudden roar stunned Wang Xian and the rest. They looked ahead in astonishment. This is the furious roar of the lava space beast. What's going on? Is it a battle between the space beasts? Or are there other experts who have stepped into his territory? Wuxia said. The two of them continued to fly forward. Soon, the scene in front of them appeared in Wang Xian and the rest's sight. What is this? Wang Xian looked over and saw more than 100 experts dressed in black were surrounding and attacking a gigantic space beast. Among the over 100 experts, the weakest one was much stronger than the ordinary level 3 masters of the universe. Two of them were stronger and were not weaker than the Supreme Water Demon King and the rest. In the sky above them, a water bottle-like innate true treasure was floating in the sky. The water in the water bottle flowed down like a terrifying waterfall. It had a terrifying penetrating force. Below was the lava space behemoth that was 1,000,000 kilometers in size. Its entire body was like a sea of fire. It stood upright in the void, and its body was similar to that of a human. On its body, streams of fiery lava were constantly exploding. It was like a flaming meteorite that was about to explode at any moment. A huge rope was held in the hands of dozens of experts. They were prepared to attack the lava space behemoth. This is. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and looked at the 100 over experts in astonishment. These 100 over experts were very strong. The innate treasure in their hands was also very powerful. However, it was obvious that they were not experts from the same race. Among these 100 over experts, there were phoenixes, divine tigers, human experts, and wizards. There were even experts from other races. It was rare to see more than 100 experts of such strength working together in the invincible zone. They are demon breakers. They are experts from the circle of demon breakers. Wuxia, who was at the side, recognized this group of experts and said to Wang Xian, "Demon breakers?" Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. This was a circle of experts from the Long River and belonged to half of the organizations. The powerhouses in this organization had the goal of breaking through to the realm of the ruler of the universe. They had also reached an agreement that once there were powerhouses who had broken through, they would impart their own breakthrough experience. Such an organization had nearly 200 powerhouses. Among them, there was even a powerhouse who was at the level of a mad demon. However, that mad demon rarely appeared. Clearly, he was not in a good condition either. Wang Xian observed them from the side and realized that many of these demon breakers had bought ordinary fruit from him before. Moreover, they had bought quite a number of them. It seems like they got there first. Wang Xian mumbled, "Dragon King, with our strength, we can definitely chase away these demon breakers or even kill them. This lava space beast still belongs to us." Wuxia said coldly. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. In the invincible zone, the strong preyed on the weak. It was even crueler than the outside world. Killing and snatching treasures were common occurrences. "Don't come out for now. I'll chase them away," Wang Xian said. His body moved and emitted a powerful aura as he flew forward. Boom! When Wang Xian flew over, a terrifying aura surged toward the battlefield. Boom! Boom! When Wang Xian flew straight ahead, the powerful force caused everyone's expression to change slightly. More than 100 demon breakers suddenly felt a terrifying force charging towards them. Their expressions changed drastically. "Who is it?" They looked over hurriedly. Their faces were filled with a solemn expression. Such a terrifying force was even more terrifying than the lava space beast they were fighting against. "I want this lava space beast. All of you, leave immediately." Wang Xian flew straight ahead and swept his gaze across all of the powerhouses. "Ha! Retreat and get out of the lava space beast's attack range. It's the Dragon King. It's the Dragon King from the Dragon Palace." The powerhouses from the Demon Breaker faction glanced at Wang Xian and shouted loudly. All of them hurriedly retreated to prevent the lava space beast from attacking them. At the same time, all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They were very strong and even had the confidence to kill this lava space beast. However, the Dragon King who had suddenly appeared was even stronger. It seemed that the Old Witch had already been killed by him. The Old Witch was an extremely terrifying existence. Even the Lord in their Demon Breaker circle didn't dare to say that he could defeat the Old Witch. More than 100 demon breakers retreated out of the lava space beast's attack range and looked at Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression. "Dragon King, what do you mean by this?" An old man with an illusory palace above his head asked Wang Xian with a sullen face. "I want this lava beast. All of you, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Wang Xian swept his gaze across all the experts and replied indifferently. "You, Dragon King, this lava beast is ours. We will lock onto it first." The old man who was in the illusory palace above his head had a solemn expression as he spoke. "That's right, Dragon King. We are not afraid of you since we are in the circle of demon breakers." A divine tiger who was sitting opposite the old man stared at Wang Xian and shouted. "Hee hee." Wang Xian smiled. With a move of his palm, a 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. On the 5 elements millstone, waves of terrifying aura swept across the surroundings. "You guys didn't provoke me, so I won't fight with you. Leave this place within 10 seconds. Wang Xian warned them lightly. What? What kind of treasure is that? Why is its aura so terrifying? Let's go. We aren't his match. He can kill the mad demon prohibition. Old witch, our strength isn't something we can fight against. The expressions of the 100 demon breaker changed drastically. They looked at each other and said in a low voice. They glanced at the lava space beast with an unwilling expression. Then they moved and retreated backward. Roar! 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 When the space beast saw the group of people who were attacking him escaping, it roared furiously and stared at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with a brutal expression. Roar! Roar! He waved his arm and numerous huge meteorites smashed toward Wang Xian. Hee demon breaker, it's best if you guys don't have any plans. Get lost immediately. Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. With a move of his body, he attacked the lava space beast directly. Whoosh! 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 At the rear, the group of demon breaker flew back rapidly. Each and every one of them looked extremely embarrassed. The hunting plan that we have been planning for more than 100 years was actually destroyed by the Dragon King. Once we kill this lava space beast, we will be able to improve greatly. I'm not willing to accept this. A fire attribute expert whose face was filled with anger roared in a low voice. The expressions of the dozens of fire attribute experts beside him also changed. Why don't we wait for him to kill the lava space beast before attacking him? The lava space beast was very powerful. Even if the Dragon King could kill it, it would consume a large amount of energy. When the time came, we might be able to kill the Dragon King. Moreover, the Dragon King had a large number of treasures in his hands. If we were able to obtain them... A fire phoenix flapped its wings and said with eyes full of killing intent. His words caused the eyes of more than 100 experts to freeze slightly. No, it's too risky. The other party is an expert who can easily kill the Mad Devil Prohibition. An elder shook his head and objected. The Mad Devil Prohibition is not as powerful as the Lava Space Beast. However, if we want to sneak attack the Dragon King, the chances of success are too small. An expert from the Divine Tiger clan beside him shook his head. Are we just going to let go of our plan that has lasted for hundreds of years? For this plan, we have paid a huge price and prepared a lot of treasures. A fire attribute expert continued to speak unwillingly. Please report this matter to Lord Jinhu. Lord Jinhu has already reserved the heart of the lava space beast. The experts of the Divine Tiger clan said. Lord Jinsu has just obtained more than 80 normal birth fruits. He should be stabilizing his mind now and might not be able to contact him. Let's give it a try. More than 100 experts of the Demon Breaker Circle floated in the void and waited quietly. They were very unwilling to have their prey snatched away by the Dragon King. In their circle, there were Mad Demon-level warriors guarding it. Other than the Mad Demon-level warriors, there were also 2 peak-level existences. With their strength, no power dared to provoke them. Even the other pinnacle races circle within the invincible region had to fear them a little. HM? Lord Jean Yu has replied. The illusory palace's old man above said, his face full of shock as he looked at the information on the universe AI. What's wrong? The group of warriors stared at him. The golden bird is rushing towards us. It didn't say what happened. The old man said to them. His words made the surrounding 100 warriors look shocked. Hong Hong. At the same time, in a palace on the other side of the river, a figure was flying towards the other side of the river at a terrifying speed. This figure had a pair of golden blue wings that were shining with stars. He had a tail that looked like a bee, and his tail had sharp thorns. His body was similar to a human's. His pupils were like bees, and there were many golden spots in them. At this moment, his pupils were shining with golden light. After digesting more than 80 fruits, I can temporarily suppress my mind. There won't be any problems for at least 10 million years. In such a state, my mind is clear, and I even have a vague breakthrough method. If I can absorb enough fruits, I might be able to complete the breakthrough and never lose my mind again. Normal fruit. Normal fruit. Growls came out of his mouth. The powerful effect of taking the ordinary fruit was somewhat beyond the expectations of the golden ROC expert. This fruit was only for him to let the other experts in the Demon Breaker Circle give it a try. In the end, What he didn't expect was that after absorbing 80 ordinary fruit, he was actually able to suppress the inner demon in his heart. He returned to his normal rationality. At the moment, he felt that his condition was abnormally good. If he didn't fight with his full strength, he could hold on for tens of millions of years. Moreover, he felt that once he solved the problem of his mind, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. Consuming ordinary fruit was possible, but he knew that he might need a little more than 100 ordinary fruit. According to his calculation of the value of ordinary fruits, he needed to sell the only innate supreme treasure in his hand to get more than 100 ordinary fruits. However, he didn't expect that the other experts in the Demon Breaker Circle would send him this news. My current strength is at an unprecedented peak. If I maintain my rationality, my combat strength will increase a little and I will be able to cooperate with other experts. That Dragon King broke a plan of our Demon Breaker Circle, the heart of the lava space behemoth. Originally, I was prepared to use it to suppress my water attribute energy and suppress my mind, but now I have a better choice. The connate cardinal treasure in my hands cannot be used to trade for the eternal fetus fruits. Then, if I want to obtain a large number of eternal fetus fruits. The golden blue wings of Jin Fu suddenly stopped flying. His face revealed a thoughtful expression. Opening the Universe AI, he looked at the information about the Dragon King. Looking at the information one by one, he frowned slightly. I plus more than 150 experts from the Demon Breaker, it will be difficult to kill the Dragon King. That Dragon King has a large number of fruits of the womb. His strength is even more terrifying. The Mad Devil Prohibition and the Old Witch died at his hands. The Mad Devil Prohibition is dead, but the Old Witch's strength is very terrifying. Jin Fu muttered. His mind was clear as he thought about what was going to happen next. He looked at the river and flew downstream. After flying for dozens of minutes, he floated in the sky above the river. With a move of his palm, he blasted downwards. Boom! The energy landed in the river, stirring up a large area of space in the river. His attack was not an attack, but a gentle power. Wong 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 wong. In the long river below, the entire river suddenly began to churn. On the surface of the river, an incomparably huge human face slowly condensed. Water Demon, there's a good thing. It's a huge opportunity for both of us. Are you interested? Jin Fu was floating on the river. He looked at the huge face and said, Jin Fu, your aura is very stable. It seems that you've temporarily suppressed your inner demon. If you have anything to say it now. The huge face on the river replied, You should be able to see my current situation. My current situation is very good. It's all because I've obtained a large number of god fruits that can stabilize my mind. Dragon Palace Dragon King has many of these god fruits. I can predict that if I can consume a large number of these god fruits, I'll be able to break through my shackles and reach the universe ruler realm. Jin Fu looked at him and said, Walala. As soon as he finished speaking, that huge face condensed into a figure. The figure was completely condensed from water. He raised his head and stared at Jin Fu. Dragon Palace? Who's the Dragon King? Water Demon asked. You'll know when you're on the Universe AI. You want to merge your body into the river and drain your violent mind. This method is very difficult. As long as you have enough fruits, you don't have to take the risk. Water Demon said to him. Water Demon moved his palm, and a Universe AI appeared in his palm. He looked at the information, and the water flowed on his body. I can use my connate true treasure to exchange for a large number of normal birth fruits. After more than 10 seconds, Water Demon suddenly said, Water Demon, one connate true treasure may not be enough. We don't know how many normal birth fruits we need to completely stabilize our minds. I came to you for the second plan. Jin Fu continued speaking to him. Speak. Water Demon stared at him, his eyes flickering. The Dragon King is now in the depths. Kill him, and everything he has will belong to us. Jin Fu's eyes flickered. According to the information in the universe's AI, we are not his match. Water Demon opened his mouth to speak. There are more than 150 strong warriors in our Demon Breaker Circle. He took away one of the space beasts in our Demon Breaker Circle. Jin Fu said bluntly, In my current situation, I can fight with all my strength if I maintain my mind. Water demon, you only need to form a powerful water clone. You can take 40% of the normal birth fruits. The 40% of the normal birth fruits in his hands should not be less than 200 to 300. Okay. Water demon hesitated for a moment and immediately nodded in agreement. Fighting once might allow him to achieve a breakthrough, and it might completely solve the problem of the inner demon. Naturally, he would make a prompt decision. Let's go. Let's prevent him from escaping. We'll rush over immediately. Jin Fu's eyes shone brightly. Water demon could not rush over with his real body because once the battle erupted, Water demon would lose his mind. In a situation where he lost his mind, he could not differentiate between friend and foe. Thus, Water demon could only use his clone to rush over, although he could not unleash his full strength. However, it was not a problem for him to be on par with two top-level old monsters from the invincible region. Jin himself, along with Water demon and over 150 experts from the Demon Breaker Circle, had an 80% chance of defeating the Dragon King. After all, with all these powers added together, even a level 2 Universe Overlord expert could fight or even defeat the other party. In his opinion, an 80% chance was already worth it. All of their strength was equivalent to 4 mad demons. According to the information he got from the Universe AI, that Dragon King's strength should be comparable to 3 mad demons. But one must know this was the depths of the invincible region. One could not escape back to their god country in an instant. Even if one was stronger than the other, one could defeat or even kill the other. Your speed is too slow. Add your water energy to my body, void water escape. The water energy law of Water demon's body condensed. His whole body emitted a luster, turning into a thin river. Good. Water demon, your water escape technique is the strongest in the invincible zone. With the enhancement of my energy, you can burst out with incredible speed. Jin looked over and his eyes lit up as he said with a loud laugh. Boom! Jin entered the small river and the water energy circulated. The entire small river rushed forward at an unimaginable speed. Whoosh! In the invincible zone, the Water demon and the Golden Crow were flying towards the depths at a rapid speed. Boom! Boom! At this very moment, at the position of the Lava Space Beast, Wang Xian and the Lava Space Beast were engaged in a battle. The Lava Space Beast was extremely powerful and had a terrifying physique. However, Wang Xian relied on his advantage in speed to render the Lava Space Beast completely defenseless. Dragon King, the more than 100 Demon Breaker experts have not left. They are standing in the void in front of us. I don't know what they are planning. At this moment, a voice was transmitted into Wang Xian's mind. Oh! When Wang Xian heard Wuxia's voice transmission, he raised his eyebrows slightly. The main reason why he did not let Wuxia make a move was because he wanted Wuxia to be on guard around him. He didn't have the intention to harm anyone, but he had to be on guard. The 100-odd old monsters were very strong. Wang Xian wanted to prevent them from launching a sneak attack. Of course, if they really launched a sneak attack, he would be happy to see it. At that time, he would kill them all. However, he was also curious about the fact that the 100-odd old monsters of the Demon Breaker didn't leave. Although they were very powerful, it was impossible for them to deal with him. The news of him killing the Mad Demon restriction and even the experts speculating that the old witch had been killed by him had spread throughout the invincible region. As long as one had a little bit of intelligence, they would be able to guess his strength. He was definitely not someone that a Mad Demon level expert could deal with. He was not a Lava Space Beast. Wuxia, monitor them carefully. Also, set up some formations on the right side to prevent any special situations. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he ordered Wuxia. At the moment, no one knew about Wang Xian's trump card. However, his biggest trump card was Wuxia. Wuxia was in existence on the level of a mad demon. Furthermore, she was a magus. She was currently hiding in the dark. If there were really experts with ulterior motives who wanted to deal with Wang Xian, Wuxia's trump card would definitely be a terrifying existence. Not many experts in the invincible region could withstand a trump card on the level of a mad demon. Yes. Wuxia's voice was heard. I want to see what kind of conspiracy you guys have. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the lava space behemoth in front of him. He decided to kill it slowly and preserve his trump card. After all, the outside world didn't know his full strength and trump card. Slowing down the speed of killing the lava space behemoth would also give the group of demon breakers an illusion. It was not an illusion that he was very strong. Wang Xian could have killed the lava space behemoth in less than 10 minutes, but he dragged it out forcefully. The battle over there is still ongoing. I don't know the exact situation. Jiutong, go and check it out and see what the current situation is like. Time passed by minute. An hour later, the powerful divine tiger spoke to an old monster. All right, add some concealment spells and formations to my body. The Dragon King is too powerful. I'm afraid I'll be discovered. Nine Eyes nodded, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. All right, with our formations covering you, the Dragon King won't be able to discover you when he's fighting against the lava space beast. Furthermore, Nine Eyes, the distance your pupils can penetrate is very far. The Magi nodded and immediately covered Nine Eyes with the formation. Nine Eyes, an old monster beast. With 4 claws, he could lie on the ground or stand up straight. His powerful talent was his eye bloodline technique. On his face, there were 9 eyes arranged in 3 rows. Every time he opened his eyes, he would be able to unleash an even more powerful eye bloodline technique. At the same time, he was also conducting an investigation that the other old monsters could not compare to. 9 Eyes' body was covered in a formation. His body moved and he crouched down, flying towards the direction of the battle. They were not very far from the location of the battlefield. Very soon, he arrived near the aftermath of the battle. He crouched there, and the eyes on his face slowly opened. His deep pupils were emitting a bright power that dispelled all the obstacles. The scene of Wang Xian fighting with the lava space beast was clearly transmitted into his pupils. This Dragon King is indeed powerful. His powerful speed is completely suppressing the lava space beast. His defense is extremely terrifying. From the looks of it, he should be able to kill the lava space beast easily. 9 Eyes stared at Wang Xian, who was fighting against the lava space beast, as he muttered. It was just as they had imagined. This Dragon King was very strong. However, he was not strong enough to easily kill a crazy demon. Furthermore, he had to fight against the lava space beast for an hour before he was injured so much. That Dragon King was not truly invincible. Buzz. His 9 pupils flickered slightly. The scene of the battle was completely sealed in his pupils. Dragon King, there's an expert from the Demon Breaker Circle watching the battle on your side. Do you want me to go over and destroy him? Wang Xian, who was in the middle of the battle, heard Wuxia's voice transmission again. There's no need. Let him monitor. Wang Xian replied immediately. Yes. Wuxia replied. Her eyes flickered slightly as she continued to set up the formation in the surroundings. After observing the battle for more than 10 minutes, 9 Eyes moved his body and flew backward. How is the battle between the Dragon King and the lava space behemoth going now? When 9 Eyes arrived, more than 100 experts from the Demon Breaker Circle immediately asked. You guys see for yourselves. I think it's within our guesses. Jiutong's pupils emitted a luster, completely displaying the battle scene just now. Oh! Looking at the battle displayed on the screen, the eyes of the old monsters flickered, completely suppressing that lava space behemoth. Its speed is extremely terrifying, but its attack power seems to be much weaker. I think its strength is slightly lower than what we expected. We guessed that his fighting strength is comparable to 3 mad demons. Now it seems that he should have used his other trump cards. I think that even if he used his trump cards, he would at most be comparable to 2.5 mad demons. However, this Dragon King should have a lot of innate supreme treasures. After all, his Dragon Palace once auctioned off innate supreme treasures. More than 100 experts looked at the battle scene and guessed. Although they were already very powerful, they were not as invincible as they had imagined. Lord Jin Yu will arrive in an hour. When he arrives, tell Lord Jin Yu about the situation. The old man in the illusory palace above said at this time. The other old monsters nodded. Well, Allah. An hour passed very quickly. At the position behind them, a small river flew over at a terrifying speed. In the small river, Jin stood quietly inside. We're here. He looked ahead, his eyes shining. Greetings, Lord Jin Hu. Greetings, Lord Jin Hu. When Jin Hu and the water demon arrived, the demon slayer and the other experts saw them and immediately bowed to Jin Hu. Jin Hu was the strongest expert in the demon slayer's circle, and he was also a mad demon from the invincible zone. Jin Hu nodded at them. Voila! At the side, the water flow slowly condensed into the shape of a human. When the experts in the demon breaker circle saw the figure formed by the water flow, they paused slightly, their faces full of astonishment. Water demon! An expert couldn't help but shout in a low voice. It's Water Demon. Paying respects to Lord Water Demon, the eyes of the surrounding experts turned cold, and they hurriedly cupped their hands. Water Demon swept his gaze at them and nodded indifferently. This time, I've invited Water Demon over. What's the situation now? Jin Fu looked at them, swept his gaze forward and asked. From here, they could sense the terrifying battle coming from the depths ahead. Lord Jin Fu, the Dragon King, is still fighting with that lava space beast. This is a battle scene that I've investigated not long ago. Nine Eyes looked at Jin Yu and said respectfully. His eyes were shining, and the scene of the battle appeared in front of them once again. This Dragon King is very strong. Water Demon stared at the scene. So strong that he hasn't broken through to the Universe Dominator realm, yet he still hasn't lost his mind. That's because this Dragon King has enough ordinary fruits. He regularly takes many ordinary fruits. Looking at the screen, Jin Tao replied, So, just the Dragon King's corpse is a treasure to us? Water Demon said indifferently, It should be of great use to us. From the battle scene, if we join hands, we have the confidence to kill him. Jin Tao said with a twinkle in his eyes. The Dragon King showed great strength, but he felt that he could deal with it. This place was different from the outside world. If one wanted to kill someone of the same level, they would need at least 3 experts to surround and attack him. This was the invincible zone, so it would be difficult for anyone to escape. As long as one side was slightly stronger than the other side, they would have a chance to kill the other side. Then let's make a move. It would be best if we can capture him alive. Water Demon decided without the slightest hesitation. All right. Jin Yuan also nodded his head heavily. He had the same idea, especially after seeing the battle between the Dragon King and the lava space behemoth. With all the experts working together, they could deal with it. Are we going to attack the Dragon King? Destroy the Dragon King? If we have Lord Jin Fu and Lord Water Demon, our chances will be very high. Lord Jin Fu and Lord Water Demon are ready to attack. They must be confident. Kill that Dragon King. He dares to steal our lava space beast. Kill him. Hearing their words, the eyes of more than 10 experts in the Demon Breaker circle lit up and said with slight excitement, Do we make a move on the Dragon King? Some old monster's eyes flickered slightly. The Dragon King was very powerful. There was a possibility of him dying when dealing with the Dragon King. Get ready to attack the Dragon King. I'll take the body of the Dragon King and Water Demon. The lava space beast belongs to you. Those who don't agree, leave immediately. Jin Fu looked at all the experts and said calmly. The experts in the Demon Breaker circle looked at each other. Kill. If we fight against an expert like the Dragon King, we might even be able to break through in the battle. Haha, that Dragon King is very arrogant. He said that he wants to sweep through the entire invincible region. Then let us Demon Breakers destroy him. That's right. After we kill that Dragon King, he dares to snatch our space behemoth? Kill him. Soon, the group of experts laughed and said, They were old monsters of the invincible region. They were not afraid of killing. They were also not afraid of death at all. Now, they wanted to kill the Dragon King who had robbed them of their space beast and ruined their plan. No one backed down. Kill. Moreover, as long as they killed the Dragon King, the lava space beast would belong to all of them. A space beast that was comparable to a mad demon was very precious to them, especially after Jin Peng didn't want the heart of the space beast. All right, in that case, let's get ready to attack. In order to prevent the Dragon King from escaping, we will surround him. Jin Fu revealed a faint smile on his face as he ordered. The group of old monsters nodded heavily. Be careful. The Dragon King's speed is very fast. It's easy for him to attack us one by one. The elder from the illusory palace above reminded. I'm in the center, Water Demon, Void Temple Immortal, and Bao Hu. I'm in the surroundings, with 30 to 40 experts around me. To prevent that Dragon King from decapitating me with his powerful speed. To block his attack, and then suppress him. Jin Fu commanded. All right. Water Demon didn't have any objections. Although Water Demon and Jin Fu were on the same level, Water Demon was just a clone. Jin Yu, who was the strongest, was a crazy demon at his peak. Water Demon didn't have any objections, so the other experts naturally didn't have any objections. Void Temple Immortal and Tiger God were both top-tier experts in the invincible zone. They led 30 to 40 experts, which was enough to fight against crazy demon-level experts. The experts in the Demon Breaker Circle were all very powerful. In the invincible zone, they were also above-average existences. Surround them bit by bit. Pay attention. Once the Dragon King sees us, attack with full force. That lava space beast will also bring a lot of trouble to the Dragon King. It won't be difficult to kill or even suppress the Dragon King this time. With a wave of his hand, a golden mountain floated above his head. On top of the golden mountain, a special stream of water was rotating. This golden mountain was an innate supreme treasure. The stream of water on the golden mountain was added by Jin Su. It was also an extremely powerful treasure. He looked at his surroundings. Water Demon, the Immortal from the Void Palace, and Bao Hu all had an innate supreme treasure appearing in front of them. They slowly approached the front. Dragon King, they are approaching. I think they want to make a move on you. However, just as they were about to make their move, Wuxia's voice was transmitted into Wang Xian's mind. He, as expected. A cold smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He flapped his incipient saint wings, and the 5 elements millstone smashed heavily onto the head of the lava space beast. Roar! 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 Instantly, the lava space beast let out a blood-curdling scream. On Wang Xian's body, there was a long gash. The lava beast's body fell to the ground, and its vitality quickly disappeared. On the other hand, Wang Xian's aura seemed to be much weaker. Eh? When the experts who were surrounding the lava beast heard the blood-curdling scream of the lava beast, their eyes narrowed slightly. Speed up. Let's see what happens first. The demon immediately sent a telepathic message to increase his speed. Facing the Dragon King, he didn't dare to be too careless. Eh? The mad demon quickly flew towards the battlefield. Soon, the scene in front of him appeared in his sight. When he saw this scene, his eyes slightly focused. The other experts also saw the scene in front of them. The huge corpse of the lava space beast floated in the void. The Dragon King's aura was much weaker, and there was a wound on his body from the lava space beast's attack. Oh, what fast speed! The Dragon King actually killed the lava space beast so quickly? That's amazing! The lava space beast was killed by him, but he was also injured. This is a huge opportunity for us. He must have used some powerful trump card. Our chance is here. The experts in the magic breaker circle looked ahead, their eyes filled with joy. Attack! Jin Yu squinted his eyes slightly and immediately gave the order to attack. At this moment, the Dragon King was injured. It was the right time for them to attack. Buzz whoosh. Without any hesitation, the gold mountain in Jin Yu's hand flew up. The flowing water on it erupted with golden and blue rays. A water tornado was formed instantly. In the middle of the water tornado, there was a terrifying gold mountain. It charged straight at Wang Xian. Water Demon Palm. Celestial Nation, suppress. Godly Tiger Roar. Roar, roar, roar. From the left and right, a series of extremely terrifying attacks instantly charged at Wang Xian. What? When Wang Xian saw them charging at him, he pretended to be surprised and growled, "You guys are courting death." As he spoke, he did not hesitate at all. He kept the lava space beast and dodged to the back. Haha, are we courting death? Dragon King, you are the one who is courting death. Today is the day you die for stealing our Demon Breaker's space beast. Escape? Dragon King, don't even think about escaping. Didn't you say that you were going to sweep through our invincible region? Why are you still running away now? Seeing Wang Xian instantly hiding behind him to the right, the more than 150 experts in the Demon Breaker Circle revealed excited looks in their eyes. They roared loudly. The Dragon King did not fight them and fled immediately. This meant that the Dragon King must have been seriously injured. Moreover, in order to kill the lava space behemoth, he might have already unleashed a powerful technique. The current technique could not be used for the time being. Swoosh! Wang Xian's figure moved and fled to the back at a rapid speed. Give chase! The mad demon Jin Gui roared loudly and suddenly increased his speed. As long as he could temporarily restrain the Dragon King, he would be able to surround the Dragon King. Once he surrounded the Dragon King, he had the confidence to suppress it. Hee, we're here. Wang Xian continued to fly deeper. When he stepped into this territory, a smile appeared on his face. However, he did not stop. The experts from the Demon Breaker Circle behind him continued to pursue him. Wuxia! Lock onto that guy who looks like a bee-man. I want to kill him instantly. Wang Xian immediately ordered Wuxia. It's the Dragon King. He is Jin Yu and he is also an expert at the level of a crazy demon. The other waterman is a water demon, and he is also a crazy demon. However, that waterman is merely a powerful water clone of the water demon. Wuxia's voice was heard as she spoke to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Wuxia had already discovered Jin Su and the water demon when they arrived. Their arrival must be a conspiracy. Wang Xian had already made preparations. One was a mad demon at the peak while the other was a powerful mad demon clone. Furthermore, he could sense that there were two more powerful old monsters among them. If he could kill one of them in an instant, Wang Xian would be able to capture them all in one go and kill them all. The first one, let's start with that mad demon Jin Tao. Let's see who's courting death. Wang Xian flapped his divine wings. The 5 elements grinding mill and the Tai Chi dragon plate were glowing. In front of him, the shadows of the netherworld ghosts were faintly appearing. Dragon King, it's here. Wuxia's voice was heard. At the back, Jin Tao was the fastest. He was the first to step into the area covered by Wuxia's spell formation. At this moment, Wuxia's spell formation was fully activated. Her target was Jin Tao, an expert. For spell formations, trapping spell formation and killing spell formation were activated at the same time. At this moment, Wang Xian's uninitiated holy wings were flapping violently. The power of wind and thunder was circulating rapidly on it. He turned around swiftly and his nether spirit avatar appeared on his left and right. Roar! Wang Xian let out a low roar and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. The Tai Chi dragon coiled around him, while the 5 elements millstone hovered above his head. The figure of the spirit appeared beside Wang Xian as well. Various augmentation abilities landed on Wang Xian's body. At this moment, he unleashed all his energy and trump cards. Whoosh! The dragon's body flickered and disappeared instantly. Not good. Not good. There's an ambush. When Jin Tao sensed the energy of the formation around him, he suddenly had a bad premonition, especially when he sensed the huge change in the Dragon King's aura in front of him. His expression changed drastically. He waved his arm and the golden mountain flew towards him. In an instant, it arrived above his head. Golden light enveloped the water and poured down. He was in the middle and was completely enveloped by the golden light and water. What terrifying speed! This Dragon King doesn't seem to be injured at all. Could it be that he already knew about our attack in advance? What's with this array formation? At this moment, many doubts surged in his heart. Not good. There's an ambush. It's an array formation. At the rear, more than 150 experts saw the sudden surge of power and their expressions were stunned as they roared loudly. Boom! 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 At the instant they discovered it, the terrifying 4 formations had already fallen towards Jin Yu. Crazy demon Jin Yu's strength was very strong, but unfortunately, he was facing the invincible region's strongest magus, the old witch. Under her unprepared attacks, he could only use his innate supreme treasure to block. However, he was caught off guard by the old witch's well-prepared attack. The terrifying formation landed on top of it, causing the entire innate supreme treasure golden mountain to tremble violently. The flow of water on top of it also stopped instantly. The huge golden mountain flew backward. At this moment, Wang Xian appeared in front of him. The terrifying 5 elements millstone came to the top of his head. The 5 divine dragons revolved rapidly, and streams of destructive power of the 5 elements charged at him. The power of the Tai Chi dragon, coiling light and dark divine dragons covered the dragon's claws and clawed at him rapidly. For nether spirit avatars were also charging at him from the left and right. No, no, no. Crazy demon Jin Yen looked at this incomparably terrifying attack and his body trembled violently. If the attack of the formation caught him off guard and was enough to injure him, that Wang Xian's attack already can make him fatal. He could clearly sense the threat of death, the deadly attack. Poof! However, with the speed of Wang Xian, he simply cannot resist. The destructive power of the 5 elements penetrated his body, the dragon clawed directly in the hand. Twinkle! Cough, cough. Jin Tao's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. His mouth was wide open, and his body was trembling violently. His life force was disappearing at a terrifying speed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was instantly killed. He was instantly killed. He did not even have the strength to resist. He did not even understand why the Dragon King had set up such a terrifying formation here. There were magi around? Or what was the situation? He died just like that. He was not willing, but at the same time he was extremely terrified. What? How is this possible, Lord Jin Hu? Lord Jin Hu, Lord Jin Hu. Behind them, there were more than 150 experts from the Demon Breaker Circle. When the water demon clones saw this scene, everyone's bodies trembled violently. They widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Crazy demon Jin Su, their Lord Jin Su, was one of the top existences in the Invincible Zone. The strongest among them was actually killed in an instant. Killed in an instant, he didn't even have the ability to dodge. What kind of power was this? That terrifying array came from there. How could the Dragon King's attack be so terrifying? If Lord Jin Su was killed, why were they still resisting the demonic Dragon King? Next, it's your turn. Wang Xian killed Jin Su. He could sense that Jin Su was not completely dead yet. He was resurrected somewhere else. However, he was no longer a threat to him now. He shook his dragon body and flapped his incorporeal holy wings. He stared at the group of experts in the Demon Breaker's circle with a cold expression on his face. Whoosh! In an instant, Wang Xian, who was at his maximum speed, dashed to the front of the group of experts in the Demon Breaker's circle. He locked his gaze on the Void Temple Immortal and the group of experts around him and charged straight at them. Not good, attack. Attack the Dragon King. When the Void Temple Immortal saw Wang Xian charging over, his body trembled violently as he roared in horror. From the side, Bao Hu and the rest of the experts from the Demon Breaker Circle looked over. Their expressions changed drastically. Their Lord Jin Su was dead. It was impossible for them to kill the Dragon King. Voila! Whoosh! At this moment, Water Demon, who was at the side, saw this scene. His body moved and he flew backward. He didn't hesitate at all and didn't stop at all. He knew the outcome of this battle after seeing that Jin Fu was killed. What? Lord Water Demon. Water Demon has escaped. The experts in the Demon Breaker's circle who were following Water Demon shouted in shock and anger when they saw Water Demon leaving. Once Water Demon left, they were even less qualified to fight him. Ha! The escape of the Water Demon caused Wang Xian to raise his eyebrows. I'll kill all of you first. Wang Xian stared at the experts of the Void Temple. The Tai Chi dragon was spinning and the 5 elements millstone was floating in the air. Faced with the attacks of the 30 to 40 experts of the Void Temple, he charged straight at them. Boom! Wang Xian broke through their attacks and arrived at a distance of about 100,000 kilometers away from them. This distance was too close. Boom! Wang Xian waved his arm and the 5 elements grinding mill enveloped the area above them. In the surrounding area, for Netherworld avatars surrounded them completely at the same time. For Netherworld avatars, each of them was comparable to an expert at the level of the Void Temple Immortal. Each of them was comparable to an existence at the level of the ruler of the universe. Furthermore, the combined forces of the Void Temple Immortal and the rest could only deal with 3 Nether Spirit avatars at most. Under such circumstances, how were they supposed to defend against Wang Immortal's attack? They were crushed by his immense strength. Bao Hu, save us! The Void Temple Immortal's body trembled violently when he saw the unstoppable attack of the Dragon King. He roared in a stern voice, "Save us!" Bao Hu's expression changed drastically. His gaze swept across the experts around him. The experts from the Demon Breaker Circle looked at each other. "We are not a match for the Dragon King. Run!" An expert behind Bao Hu roared loudly. He did not hesitate at all as he also ran back. His actions had opened the door for the other experts. Now, they all understood that they were no longer a match for the Dragon King with Lord Jin Yu dead and the Water Demon escaping. They might even be killed if they stayed here. When one of them escaped, the group of experts around Bao Hu immediately fled without any hesitation. However, just as they were about to escape, a spell formation enveloped them. The Water Demon fled very quickly. Wuxia, who was hiding in the dark, had just finished casting the spell formation and had no chance of stopping it. However, the rest of the experts were too late. Numerous extremely powerful spell formations enveloped them. They were completely surrounded. The dozens of experts who wanted to escape were instantly enveloped by the black fog. In the depths of the fog, terrifying and sinister snake heads were revealed. Not good, there are magi in the dark and spell formation magi. They are extremely powerful. When Bao Hu saw the formation that suddenly rose, his heart beat violently. If there wasn't a formation that suddenly attacked Lord Jin Su, Lord Jin Su might not have been killed in an instant. And a formation that could knock Lord Jin Su's innate treasure away, the strength of the magus behind it was absolutely terrifying. Ah! At this moment, a miserable cry sounded from the side. Ghost clone? Ghost clone? Dragon King, how can you have a ghost clone? How is this possible? Escape, escape. This Dragon King's strength is too terrifying. It's unstoppable. Terrified voices were heard continuously. From the Void Temple Immortal side, a scream was heard. Ah! At this moment, the illusory palace above the Void Temple Immortal's head had almost solidified. In the palace, the spells and Dao arts were attacking Wang Xian. However, they couldn't break through Wang Xian's defense at all. The eyes of the Void Temple Immortal were filled with despair. He was doomed. He couldn't escape. They couldn't return to their divine kingdom in an instant here. They were doomed. Dragon Breath of Life. Wang Xian let out a low growl. Terrifying wood attribute attacks were launched at the Void Temple Immortal and the rest of the experts. This attack caused the dozens of experts of the Void Temple Immortal and the rest to feel despair in an instant. Demon Breaker's Circle? None of you can escape. The 30 to 40 experts around the Void Temple Immortal were left with only 7 to 8 experts under the attacks of the Ghost Avatar and Wang Xian. Wang Xian waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone flew out and attacked Bao Hu and the rest of the experts. At the same time, Wang Xian didn't bother with the 7 to 8 experts. He handed them over to the Netherworld Phantom Avatar with ease. Bao Hu and the other experts around him had just been enveloped by the formation. Before they could break the formation, they saw the Supreme Treasure and the Dragon King, which contained the aura of death, attacking them. This caused them to hold their breaths. It's over. It's completely over. Why is the Dragon King so strong? We haven't even seen the face of this magus hiding in the dark. I don't have any life-saving treasures I haven't broken through yet, I'm not willing. Bao Hu and the surrounding experts trembled violently, their faces filled with despair. They looked at the Dragon King who was attacking them and the terrifying 5 elements grinding. They had no fighting spirit at all. They could not resist at all. In fact, they did not even see the magus who was hiding in the dark. It was not that they did not see it, but they did not have the chance to see it. That magus was obviously behind them, but because they were covered by the spell formation, they could not see the magus behind them clearly. Furthermore, the Dragon King had attacked them directly and did not allow them to see clearly. Therefore, they did not realize that the one who attacked them was the old witch. If they knew, they would probably be even more desperate. Innate techniques. All of you can go to hell. Wang Xian shouted softly. All kinds of powerful innate spiritual treasure energy burst out from the 5 elements millstone and covered them. At the same time, he moved his body and charged towards Bao Hu directly. The huge gap in strength made them unable to resist at all. We still have a chance. We still have a chance. Let's escape. The group of powerhouses who were initially following the water demon were the only ones who were not entangled yet. They fled into the distance with terrified expressions. Awe! However, the screams from behind continued to ring out. A top-notch expert from the invincible zone, Bao Hu, was instantly killed. Wuxia flapped his wings and chased after them without any hesitation. With his speed, how could these old monsters dodge? One by one, the old monsters were killed by Wuxia easily. In less than 10 minutes, all the experts were killed by him. Hee. This is a good harvest. After killing more than 150 strong ones in the Demon Breaker Circle and Jin Gui, Wuxia's harvest this time was simply too great. It was an innate treasure, the corpse of a powerful old monster. There was also the corpse of a space beast. All of these could bring huge improvements to the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, you are really strong. I only used a few formations and you killed all of them. Wuxia flew out from behind and said respectfully and reverently. Wuxia's strength had indeed shocked her greatly. It's all right. Wuxia smiled faintly. Wuxia, let's go. We have to head to the nest of the Demon Breaker Circle immediately. We have to be quick. As he spoke, he flapped his incipient saint wings and enveloped the Demon Breaker Circle. Then he flew out. He flew out so quickly for the Divine Kingdom and its treasures. Whether it was the Mad Demon Golden Crow or the other old monsters, all their treasures and resources were in their own Divine Kingdom. Not to mention the value of the Divine Kingdom itself, but for other treasures, as the old monsters that had lived for billions of years in the Invincible Zone, would they not have good things? At the very least, there would be no shortage of valuables like the godly tree godgrass. In fact, there would be a huge number of them. Their savings, the valuables collected by the 10 great beings, should be comparable to that of a powerful high-level race in the outside world. Furthermore, they were high-level races with the combat power of several universe masters at level 3. It was not an exaggeration to say that if they were exterminated and their god country could be obtained, then they would be able to obtain all the valuables of more than a dozen high-level races. In particular, there would be even more treasures in the Divine Kingdom of the Golden Crow Demon. In fact, this could even bring a huge amount of dragon energy to Wuxia. It would be a huge accumulation for his next upgrade. Wuxia, use these corpses to find the location of their Divine Kingdom. Wuxia passed the corpses to Wuxia as he flew. Wizards could use the corpses to find the location of the deceased powerhouse's Divine Kingdom. It's the Dragon King. Wuxia nodded and immediately opened her mouth to search. It'll take about 2 hours to fly from here to the outside at my maximum speed. Wuxia stared ahead as he muttered to himself. This speed was already extremely terrifying. However, he was a little worried that some of the revived powerhouses who had life-saving means would escape immediately. This was especially so for Jin Shan. If he were to lead his Divine Kingdom to escape, he would suffer a great loss. Dragon King, from the looks of it, Jin Shan's Divine Kingdom should be located in the nest of the Demon Breaker Circle. Many of the Divine Kingdoms of the Demon Breaker Circle's experts are located in the same place. Not long after, Wuxia spoke. The Demon Breaker Circle could be said to be a special faction in the Invincible Zone. They were determined to build a peak race faction. As a faction, they would naturally place their Divine Kingdom in their lair. At least 80% of the Demon Breaker Circle's powerhouses were like that. Wuxia flew quickly. That Dragon King's strength is so strong, so terrifying. There's also that formation. There should be a powerful magus by the Dragon King's side. Damn it. My cultivation base, my strength. At this moment in the nest of the Demon Breaker Circle of the Invincible region. The nest of the Demon Breaker Circle was located at the side of the long river. There was an extremely powerful god kingdom embedded in the void crack. Even after more than 10 billion years, this broken god kingdom already contained powerful power. This was a broken god kingdom at the universe ruler level, and it was not an ordinary one at the first or second stage of the universe ruler realm. However, this god country was embedded in the void crack, and there was a void storm surrounding it. If one wanted to take away this dilapidated god country, one had to deal with this void crack storm. And this terrifying storm could easily kill a universe ruler level 2 great being. Within this dilapidated god country, Crazy Jin's god country was located within. He stood within the great hall of the god country, his body trembling slightly and his eyes filled with rage. In just an instant, he had been instantly killed by Dragon King. Fortunately, he had a life-saving true treasure. But a life-saving true treasure could only save his life after all. His original body and the energy within his body had been completely lost. Right now, he only had the power of a level 2 universe master. To be able to retain such strength, he was already very strong. But to recover to his peak, he needed too many resources and treasures. I don't know what will happen to Void Temple and the others. I was killed in an instant. Void Temple and the others are no match for the Dragon King. Especially since he has a powerful wizard. I didn't expect to be ambushed by the Dragon King this time. Is there a strong person in the Demon Breaker Circle colluding with the Dragon King? Or? Jin Fu's expression kept changing. At this moment, he felt something and quickly looked at a stone tablet in the hall. When he saw the light spots on the stone tablet dim, his expression changed. The stone tablet in the Divine Kingdom Hall could tell whether the experts of the Demon Breaker Circle were alive or dead. Once an expert died, the specks of light that belonged to him would disappear. And at that moment, Jin Yong saw on the stone tablet that most of the experts of the Demon Breaker Circle had been extinguished. This meant that more than 150 experts of their Demon Breaker Circle had been completely annihilated. This speed is too fast? Is there an ambush? It's over. The entire Demon Breaker Circle is going to be finished. Crazy Gold Demon's body trembled violently, and his expression kept changing. Since all of you are dead, then I'll help you keep the treasures in the God Country to prevent that Dragon King from finding them. Crazy Gold Demon's expression slowly sank, and he muttered. Now, his power was less than 1% of his peak power, and he was only a level 2 Universe Master. Such power was very weak even in the invincible region, and he needed a lot of resources to recover quickly. Now that the great beings in the Demon Breaker Circle had died, he could get the treasures in his God Country and the God Country. This way, he could quickly recover his strength. That Dragon King is very fast. Based on his speed, if he were to rush here directly, it would take at most 1 to 2 hours. Within an hour, I have to bring their divine kingdom and treasures to my divine kingdom as soon as possible. As Crazy Demon Genius spoke, his body moved and he immediately flew out. Although the God Country they were in was dilapidated, it was still not as simple as they had imagined. Some places within the God Country required some treasures to enter. Otherwise, even a level 2 universe ruler would not be able to enter. The place where Crazy Demon Gene was at was extremely safe. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to break through. If he wanted to enter, he needed a key, and this key was in his hands. He knew where the God Countries of the other old monsters of Demon Breaker were, and he had a way to enter. He quickly came to a side hall with a jade stone in his hand. The jade stone was shining, illuminating the area below. Below, a space was opened. This space was extremely huge, and there was a large number of divine kingdoms in it. He quickly moved this divine kingdom into the space where his divine kingdom was located. Lord Jin Gong is dead, all the other experts are dead. This was an expert who had been resurrected through a supreme treasure. He felt the movement outside and flew out of his divine kingdom, his entire body extremely weak. He looked at Jin Lao's actions and said with a twinkle in his eyes, "Move all the divine kingdoms into the domain where my divine kingdom is located. You go too. We will hide in that domain to prevent the Dragon King from coming over." Jin Lao's gaze swept over that great being and immediately said, "Good, good." That great being, who was still in shock, immediately nodded his head. There were about 200 experts in the Demon Breaker's circle, but most of them were either cultivating in seclusion or going to other places to train. In all the lairs, only Jin Yu and the others were there. After Jin Yu crazily moved all the divine kingdoms to the location of his divine kingdoms, he slightly let out a sigh of relief. With the treasures in the divine kingdoms, he could recover much faster. He could even use the resources of the other experts to recover to his peak. This time, out of the 150 experts, 8 had life-saving treasures and survived. If I can recover to my peak, I'll make the Dragon Palace restless. Half an hour later, in the hall of the Mad Demon God Country, Jin Yun sat on his divine throne and said with a ferocious face, the entire Demon Breaker Circle was completely finished. He had been killed once, so he had to take revenge. Although the Dragon King's strength was heaven-defying, he was still very confident in dealing with the other disciples and experts of the Dragon Palace. Let the Dragon Palace be restless. When the time comes, we will watch the disciples of the Dragon Palace and kill them. Let the Dragon King know the price for killing us. At the front, the 9 old monsters in the Demon Breakers Circle roared ferociously as well. They had all survived through their life-saving treasures. They had all been killed by Wang Xian. However, at this moment, each of them was weaker than the other. There was even one who only had the strength of a godly king. Let's increase our strength first. It's safer here. The Dragon King can't enter. As the mad demon spoke, his body moved. He picked up the treasures he had collected and began to recover his strength. The other 9 old monsters nodded heavily and flew towards their divine kingdom. Time flew by quickly. The Dragon King has arrived. In front of him is the lair of the Demon Breaker Circle. Time flew by quickly. Wuxia pointed in a direction opposite the long river and spoke to Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked over. That place was like an incomparably huge ancient city. It was directly inserted into the void. It looked exceptionally magnificent and magnificent. The entire ancient city contained a terrifying amount of energy. In particular, the spot where it was inserted into the void rift was filled with a void storm. The energy inside was extremely violent. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. Dragon King, according to my senses, their divine kingdom is here. Wuxia continued. That's right. Even the resurrected mad demon Jin Yu is here. They didn't escape. There should be a strong defense here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and said, this place used to be called the ancient divine kingdom of Hengshu. Later on, it became the lair of the Demon Breaker Circle. The ancient divine kingdom of Hengshu wasn't completely destroyed. Some places still contain energy and laws. They should be hiding in this divine kingdom. Dragon King, this divine kingdom was built by the masters of the universe who were at least level 4 and above. We don't have the keys and methods to enter the interior. Wuxia's introduction. Wang Xian nodded his head and moved closer to the ancient divine kingdom of Hengshu. He scanned his surroundings and indeed there were many powerful restrictions in many places. The divine kingdom also contained powerful energy and laws. This law and energy came from the void storm at the void crack. Boom. Wang Xian waved his arm and the destructive force of the 5 elements was directed towards one part of the dilapidated divine kingdom. Buzz. The attack did not budge at all. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. This ancient Hengshu divine kingdom was not something he could break through. He took out the universal AI and sent a message. Soon he set up a demonic altar in front of him. And Lai's figure slowly appeared. And Lai, enter the interior of this divine kingdom and see which space has a large number of divine kingdoms. Be careful. When Wang Xian saw Lai appearing, he immediately instructed him. At the same time, the Tai Chi dragon plate was hovering around him. It's the Dragon King. Lai appeared in front of Wang Xian and the rest and nodded respectfully. Although Lai was very weak, teleporting into such a place was absolutely terrifying. He had never encountered a place that could trap Lai. Lai swept his gaze around and looked at the Tai Chi dragon plate around him. A smile appeared on his face. With a move of his body, he disappeared instantly. Wang Xian stood in the void and waited quietly, and Lai entered a space in the dilapidated divine kingdom. He scanned his surroundings and disappeared instantly. Soon, he came to a space filled with divine kingdoms. When he saw the large number of divine kingdoms inside, his eyes lit up. Buzz. Dragon King. I found it. The next moment, and Lai came to Wang Xian's side and reported to him. "All right, bring us there." Wang Xian smiled. This crazy golden crow and the rest must have relied on the strong defense here and thought that they couldn't break through. Therefore, they didn't leave. However, they didn't expect that there would be such a strange existence like Enlai. Buzz. Wang Xian and Wuxia were enveloped by Enlai. Their vision changed and huge divine kingdoms appeared in their line of sight. Looking at these divine kingdoms, Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. There were more than 150 divine kingdoms. Each divine kingdom contained a powerful energy. This was the lair of the Invincible Zone's powerhouses. They had all their treasures and resources. There are still 9 of them left alive. Through Wang Xian's senses, his eyes were glowing. He moved and attacked the 9 powerhouses directly. These 9 powerhouses were all gathered together, in the middle of the powerful divine kingdom. Huff! Huff! At this moment, the mad demon Jin Su and the 8 powerhouses who were resurrected with life-saving treasures did not sense the arrival of Wang Xian and the rest. At this moment, they were standing in the main hall of the mad demon Jin Su's divine kingdom. Their breathing was somewhat hot as they stared in front of them. In front of them, more than half of the treasures in the main hall were piled up. There were all sorts of divine grass, divine kingdoms, powerful books, desolate beast space, behemoths' bodies and bones, and powerful connate numinous treasures. There were so many that it was terrifying. They gathered the treasures of more than 100 experts together. This was only a portion. There were still a portion of the divine trees and divine grass that were still growing in the divine kingdoms. They did not take them over. These treasures could help them recover their strength quickly and return them to their peak. In fact, these treasures could even help them improve. Their breathing was a little hurried and they were a little excited. Maybe this time they could benefit from this disaster. Distribute the treasures that can help you recover first. After you recover your strength, use these treasures to increase your strength again. As long as we recover to our peak, we will take revenge on the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. We are not his match, but as long as we keep an eye on the disciple of the Dragon Palace, it will be enough. The mad demon Jinyu stared at them and said, "It's Lord Jinyu." Everyone nodded respectfully, their eyes burning. Boom. However, at this moment, the entire divine kingdom suddenly trembled. What? The sudden trembling of the mad demon Jinyu's divine kingdom caused all the experts to be slightly stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. Not good. Someone is breaking into my god kingdom. How is this possible? The demon god kingdom's eyes widened as he roared in disbelief. He could clearly sense a terrifying power invading. His god kingdom could not withstand this power. Old thing from the demon breaker circle, after attacking me, you still want to deal with our dragon palace? Go to hell. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, a sound that sounded like the shattering of the void was heard. A hole was torn in the divine kingdom of Jin Gue. Wang Xian's figure appeared in their line of sight. His body contained a terrifying dragon's might as he swept toward them. This dragon's might was enough to kill a level 2 master of the universe. It's the Dragon King. How is this possible? How could he enter the core of the ancient Hongshu divine kingdom? How is this possible? Crazy Demon and the 8 experts stared at this scene in disbelief and despair. Wang Xian's draconic aura swept across. The entire Crazy Demon's divine kingdom was trembling, trying to resist the power of the draconic aura. It's over. At this moment, Crazy Demon felt the power of the draconic aura. His eyes were filled with dead ashes. However, at this moment, his eyes suddenly widened again. He stared at the familiar figure beside Wang Xian in shock. How is this possible? Old witch, it's you. He roared in disbelief. The old witch was actually standing beside the Dragon King. This? What was going on? Trying to kill the Dragon King, you're really courting death. The old witch stared at Crazy Demon Jin Su and said expressionlessly. Crazy Demon Jinyu's body trembled violently, and his eyes slowly turned blood red. Ahoy! At this moment, the 8 subordinates in front of him were swept by the dragon's might and their bodies quickly collapsed. They knelt on the ground and their life force quickly disappeared. Ahoy! When he saw this scene, his expression changed drastically and the dragon's might rushed towards his body. Die! Crazy Demon roared crazily, resisting. His expression became savage, and he instantly took out the universe AI and sent out a message. A large amount of normal birth fruits can allow a top-level great being and crazy demon to directly break through their shackles and break through to the universe ruler realm. His body started to crumble, but before he died, he still released this news. A large number of normal birth fruits could help top-tier experts and crazy demons break through. The main reason he sent out this news was to cause trouble for the Dragon King. They even hoped that some experts had the strength to kill the Dragon King, even if he knew that the probability was very small. But this was the only thing he could do before he died. He wasn't willing to die just like that. He wanted to give the Dragon King a huge trouble. Once this news was spread, he knew that many mad demons and old monsters in the invincible zone wouldn't be able to sit still. They would definitely think of ways to obtain a large number of normal birth fruits. This was a conspiracy. However, this news wasn't fake. If the mad demons obtained enough normal birth fruits, they would be able to make a 100% breakthrough. Meanwhile, the top experts of the invincible zone would have a chance to achieve a breakthrough if they obtained a sufficient number of normal birth fruits. Bang! After he sent the message, he collapsed to the ground without any signs of life. This time, he was completely dead. Hee. Wang Xian noticed the small actions of the mad demon, but he didn't stop him. He swept his gaze forward with a burning look in his eyes. Treasures, a large number of treasures. Wang Xian stared at the treasures in the hall with a fiery look in his eyes. Such a large number of treasures were a huge amount of resources to Wang Xian. Some of the medicinal pills, divine fruits, divine herbs, and the like were also able to strengthen the huge amount of dragon chi after he consumed them. Whoosh! He moved his palm and kept all the treasures. He moved his body and began to check the treasures in the Golden Crazed Demon's Divine Kingdom. From the Golden Crazed Demon's Divine Kingdom, Wang Xian had obtained many precious treasures. Just the number of divine trees and herbs planted in the Golden Crazed Demon's Divine Kingdom numbered in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, each level was extremely high. An existence at the level of a crazed demon was already far stronger than a level 1 universe overlord. His entire life's collection was a huge number. After searching around the Golden Crazed Demon God country, he immediately went to the neighboring countries of the gods. From these countries, Wang Xian also found a large number of divine trees and herbs. Some of the divine trees were already at the level of a universe overlord, but there were no fruits on them yet. Many of the powerhouses in the Demon Breaker Circle were from the top races. They had all kinds of collections and items, as well as many precious treasures. It took Wang Xian more than 2 hours to go through all the divine kingdoms. He kept all the medicinal pills, divine fruits, and other resources that he could use. The rest were all sent to the Dragon Palace. This time, the improvement of the devouring dragon was a little too much. Dragon King, before Jin Gui died, he sent out a piece of news. This news caused quite a stir in the invincible zone. You may need to be more careful from now on. After Wang Xian finished dealing with all the divine kingdoms, Wuxia flew over and reported to him. Oh! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and immediately took out the universal AI. He had witnessed the little actions of the mad demon Jin Gui before he died. He opened the universal AI and searched it. Very soon, he narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Looking at his message, a faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. It was said that consuming a large number of normal birth fruits could help the mad demon achieve a breakthrough. This is indeed the case, Wang Xian said with a smile. The actions of the crazy demon Golden Crow were very obvious. He had gotten the experts from the invincible zone to surround and kill Wang Xian and snatch the treasures. However, Wang Xian was not nervous at all. Instead, he was happy to see this. It was very difficult for the crazy demon to join forces. Without the help of the crazy demon, he and Wuxia would have no fear at all. On the contrary, as long as there were experts who dared to target him, Wang Xian would definitely let them know what despair was. I'll cultivate for a period of time first. Wuxia, go and look for the location of that water demon. See if you can find him. Inform me immediately after you find him. Wang Xian looked at Wuxia and instructed her. This time, there was another water demon who came to surround and kill him. It was an existence on the level of a crazy demon. Wang Xian was prepared to find and destroy the water demon. Since an old monster had attacked him, he would retaliate fiercely. It's the Dragon King. Wuxia nodded her head. After mastering the method to enter and exit the ancient divine kingdom of Hengshu, she left immediately. Wang Xian didn't leave immediately. He took out the resources he had obtained this time and began to devour them, converting them into dragon qi. The harvest this time was too huge. He guessed that it could increase his strength by at least 70 to 80%. It would only increase his strength by 20 to 30%. What's going on? Why did the mad demon Golden Crow suddenly send such a message? He actually said that as long as there are enough fruits, the mad demon and top-tier experts would be able to break through the shackles. Is this true? Why did the mad demon Golden Crow suddenly announce this? What happened? Is what crazy demon Jin Su said true or false? When Wang Xian began to devour the resources and Wu Sha was searching for water demon in the Long River, this piece of news about crazy demon Jin Su caused a stir in the Invincible Zone. Recently, the Invincible Zone had become much livelier due to the arrival of the Dragon King. Now that a crazy demon had suddenly sent such a piece of news, many of the old monsters were shocked. The words of crazy demon Jin Yu were still believable. After all, he was a well-known existence in the entire Invincible region. The crazy demon among the old monsters, the strongest person in the circle of the strongest force in the Invincible region, the Demon Breaker. No matter what kind of identity it was enough to prove the authenticity of crazy demon Jin Yu's message. In particular, in the Invincible region, many old monsters had consumed the common embryo fruit, which indeed had great benefits. This made them believe that the information about Jin Yu Mad Demon was not fabricated. A piece of information that could make a great being achieve a breakthrough really shocked the Invincible region. The ultimate goal of every old monster in the Invincible region was to achieve a breakthrough and become a universe master. Now that there was such a chance, no great being was willing to give it up, especially for the top-tier experts in the Invincible region, as well as those crazy demons. Crazy demons and top-tier experts can break through after consuming a large number of normal birth fruits. How many normal birth fruits does this require? Furthermore, the price of this divine fruit sold by the Dragon King is too high. It's a complete ripoff. That Dragon King should still have a lot of normal birth fruits. He said that if you want to buy them, you can contact him on the Universe AI. Too expensive, too expensive. If he wants more than 100 fruits, doesn't that mean he has to trade with innate true treasures? Not every mad demon level existence has innate true treasures. Some of the old monsters were excited and excited. This was the only way they had been able to break through their shackles for more than 10 billion years. However, when they thought about the value of consuming the common fruit, they felt uncomfortable. The price was too high. Within 100 pieces, the top-tier old monsters in the Invincible Zone could exchange for it through gritted teeth. However, if they needed more than 100 pieces, then they wouldn't have so many resources. Why did crazy demon Jin Yu suddenly announce this news? Does he have a grudge with the Dragon King? No matter what, we can add fuel to the fire and ignite it in the Invincible Zone. That's right. Now, we can basically lock onto the Dragon King's position in the depths. If a large number of experts are tempted and a powerful mad demon attacks the Dragon King at the same time, perhaps the Dragon King will be killed without us taking action. Keep an eye on the Dragon King. Right now, the Dragon King is in high demand. There will definitely be a large number of experts eyeing him. If the Dragon King is killed by other mad demon experts, we have to get his body, or his flesh and blood, and hand it over to the third prince. I think it's best if that Dragon King is seriously injured. We should suppress him and obtain those fruits. At the same time, at a certain place in the depths of the Invincible Zone, more than 10 angels were discussing. In front of them, there was a strange long-nosed demonic beast and a huge demonic beast with 2 eyes. They had been tracking the figure of Wang Xian. In the Invincible region, because of a piece of information from the mad demon, countless old monsters were excited. As time passed, news quickly spread throughout the Invincible region. Some old monsters confirmed on the universe's AI that as long as there was a large number of normal birth fruits, it could indeed make powerful old monsters break the shackles of their realms. Some old monsters also said that the Dragon Palace had the god tree of normal birth fruits and the Dragon King had a large number of normal birth fruits in his hands. In short, all sorts of news quickly spread, almost reaching the ears of every old monster in the Invincible Zone. Boom, boom, boom. In the dark void of the Invincible Zone, an incomparably huge void beast skeleton floated in the void. From the inside of the giant skeleton, the sound of battle could be heard. The terrifying black energy kept attacking the surroundings. Dozens of black shadows could be vaguely seen fighting inside. All of a sudden, strangely, all the shadows stopped fighting. They moved and came to the head of the void beast. There was an expert of the Dark Clan standing there. Black shadows entered his body one by one. These shadows were the avatars of the Dark Ghost. 50 to 60 shadows entered his body. But these shadows were only 1/5 of his. Taking the eternal fetus fruit, the hope of a breakthrough. He murmured, his blood-red eyes jumping continuously. This is my only hope, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. It's really expensive to trade 5 innate spiritual treasures for 1 eternal fetus fruit. The expert of the Dark Clan roared in a low voice. However, I must seize this opportunity, even if it means death. He continued and took out the universal AI. His name was Ming Shisheng, an old monster from the Invincible Zone, an extremely terrifying existence. He had hundreds of dark ghost bodies, and when they were unleashed at the same time, it was extremely terrifying. Facing him was equivalent to facing hundreds of great beings of the same level. How was he going to fight? Taking the eternal embryo fruit. Looks like I'll have to replace it. In another part of the void space in Invincible region, this part of the void space was filled with violent and terrifying energy. The storm of the void fissure swept through the surroundings, and the terrifying void storm could even tear apart an ordinary level 3 universe master. I'm here. A demon bird spread its wings and said in the storm. It flapped its wings slightly and took out the universe AI. It was called Demon Wings, an ordinary name, but it was a mad demon. Is there really hope for a breakthrough? Is there really hope? In the chaotic space of the Invincible Zone, a yellowish stone man lying in the center of the meteorite opened his eyes, his expression excited. He slowly stood up and the tombstone-like meteorites directly collapsed. He quietly floated in the chaotic flow. The massive meteorites hit his body and directly collapsed. His name was Shursen, the mad demon of the Invincible Zone. Not only these 3 places, but the old monsters of other places also looked at the information in their hands, their expressions extremely excited. Some of the mad demons of the Invincible Zone were in a state of madness, but there were also some who used special methods to suppress themselves in order to prevent themselves from being in a state of madness. But after receiving this news, none of the mad demons could sit still. Not only the mad demons, some of the top experts of the Invincible Zone also couldn't sit still. Even if there was a 1% chance of breaking through, they would still fight for it with all their might. Hence, all the mad demons and top-notch experts in the Invincible Zone started to move. Who? Within the ancient god country of Horizontal Void, Wang Xian opened his eyes and smiled as he looked at the depleted resources ahead. A month had passed. He had absorbed all the resources from the Demon Raider Circle and the Divine Kingdom of the 150 ODD experts. These resources were about 30% away from increasing his strength. If I can obtain a few more resources from the mad demons, I should be able to increase my strength. Wang Xian calculated in his heart. The strength of the mad demons was much stronger than that of a real master of the universe. If he could make a breakthrough, he would have the strength of a master of the universe at level 2. At that time, he would be even more terrifying. Even if the mad demons of the Invincible Zone joined forces, Wang Xian would be able to destroy them. There's a lot of information on the universe's AI. At this moment, Wang Xian noticed the information on his universe's AI and immediately opened it to take a look. When he saw the contents, his eyes lit up. There were many old freaks who contacted him, wanting to trade for the Changtai fruit. Wang Xian even received a message saying that they wanted to trade with him for the fruit. His eyes lit up. There were many people who contacted him, a total of 50 to 60 people. Furthermore, there were more people who wanted to trade. At the very least, there were a dozen of them, and at the very most, there were dozens of them. Wang Xian did not reply immediately. He opened the universe's AI to check the situation. From the looks of it, everything was related to the ingesting of the eternal fetus fruit in him. The information regarding the mad demon Golden Rock before his death caused a huge commotion in the invincible zone. Things were even crazier than what Wang Xian had imagined. The importance of ingesting the eternal fetus fruit was even greater than what he had imagined. Whoosh! At this moment, Wuxia's figure entered the interior. Dragon King, I found the location of the water demon. Wuxia reported to Wang Xian immediately. Oh? Have you found it? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. This water demon is in the long river not far away from us. It only takes about 10 minutes. Wuxia nodded her head. Let's go. Let's get rid of this water demon first before dealing with other matters. He moved his body and flew out immediately. The water demon had participated in the operation to attack him. It was an enemy that Wang Xian wanted to destroy. After destroying him, not only would he be able to obtain the corpses of experts, he would also be able to obtain a lot of resources. At this moment, he was not far from making another breakthrough. It's the Dragon King. Wuxia moved and followed closely behind. It's in that direction. The distance is very close. The two of them flew out of the inner part of the transverse void ancient divine kingdom, and Wuxia pointed in a direction. Wang Xian's energy wrapped around him and he sped up. Soon, he arrived in the sky above the long river. In less than 10 minutes, he stopped in the air while Wuxia pointed ahead. Water demon, it's right there. Dragon King. If we get any closer, we will be discovered. Wuxia warned. Make your move directly. Set up a formation at the back to prevent him from escaping. Wang Xian said. With a move of his palm, the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. He flapped his incipient saint wings and flew rapidly into the long river. As he got closer, Wang Xian immediately sensed the terrifying energy contained in the long river. Whoosh! 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 4 nether spirit avatars flew out from Wang Xian's body and sealed off 4 different directions. Water demon, come out now! Wang Xian shouted in a low voice and smashed the 5 elements millstone directly into the long river below. The terrifying energy caused the river water to flow in all directions. However, there was a lump of river water in the middle that did not move at all. What? The Dragon King actually found my location. My body has merged into the long river and it is very difficult for me to be discovered. How did he lock onto me? Could it be that the crazy gold demon told him? No, it can't be him. A wizard, it's a wizard. Only a powerful wizard can lock onto me. Could it be that the wizard beside the Dragon King is comparable to my strength? A voice came from the river. Slowly, the entire river condensed into a huge face. The face stared at Wang Xian in the sky, and his expression changed slightly. The body of the water demon was currently trying to merge with the entire long river. During this period, his main body could not leave this place. Once he did, all his efforts would be for naught. The previous thousands of years of cultivation and merging had completely failed. He had to start all over again. Therefore, after his previous attack on the Dragon King failed, he did not move. This was because the merging with the river made him extremely stealthy. Moreover, the river flowed all the time. His body was also flowing along with the flow of the water. However, the speed of the flow was a little slow. The long river was so vast and the invincible zone was so vast. The chances of finding him were very, very small. Unless it was a magus with a similar strength to him who had grasped his aura. Otherwise, it was almost impossible to lock onto him. Water demon, isn't it easy to find you? In the sky, Wuxia was behind Wang Xian. She stared at him calmly and said, It took me a month to find you. Your concealment ability is indeed very strong. It's a pity that you met me. You're an old witch. You're an old witch. Weren't you killed by the Dragon King? You submitted to him? You were the one who used the formation to ambush him the last time. You actually submitted to the Dragon King. When Water Demon saw the old witch's figure, his face was filled with shock. She was the old witch, the #1 magus in the invincible region. She wasn't killed by the Dragon King but submitted to the Dragon King? The Dragon King made me regain my senses. He made me find a way to break through. Why shouldn't I submit? The old witch said indifferently. But there was one thing she didn't say, and that was if she didn't submit, she would die. But now, she was completely convinced. She had already seen the way to break through the shackles. She had already seen the next path of cultivation. You've found a way to break through? Water Demon's face was filled with shock. His huge face flew out of the river and stared at the old witch. Hee, this has nothing to do with you. You're going to die. The old witch said faintly. Water Demon, you're going to die. Wang Xian stared at him calmly and said faintly. In the next moment, 5 divine dragons pulled the huge millstone and attacked Water Demon. I'm no match for them. With the Dragon King's speed, it'll be hard for me to escape. Also, is what the old witch said true? What crazy demon Jin Fu said is also true. Is it true that consuming the womb can help crazy demon break through? Water Demon's expression changed drastically when he saw the 5 elements millstone attacking him. He was clear about crazy demon Jin Fu's strength. Not long ago, crazy demon Jin Fu had died in front of him. He was clear about the strength of the Dragon King and the old witch. This was especially so for the Dragon King. He was extremely terrifying. He was no match for them at all. Was he going to be finished? Dragon King, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to fight for you. Don't kill me. Water Demon's mind was filled with thoughts. He made a decision in an instant and shouted loudly at Wang Xian. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard his words. This mad demon was going to submit without even fighting? This was completely out of his expectations. With a thought, the attack of the 5 elements grinding stopped. Splash! Water Demon's expression changed and condensed into the form of a waterman. The waterman was over 10,000 meters in size. He looked at Wang Xian and slowly half-knelt down. Water Demon is willing to submit to the Dragon King and fight for the Dragon King. I beg the Dragon King not to kill me. Water Demon said respectfully. This was his only way out. At the same time, it was also his best choice. With his strength, the chance of escaping from the hands of the Dragon King and the old witch was less than 1%. Although he had a life-saving treasure, the old witch was a powerful wizard and could track him. Secondly, the old witch's words just now should not be fake. The information about the crazy demon Jin Yu should not be fake either. The longevity fruit in the Dragon King's hands could allow them to achieve a breakthrough in their crazy demon. This was a fatal temptation for him. Under such circumstances, he knew how to make the right choice. So what if he became the Dragon King's subordinate? At the very least, he would have a chance to achieve a breakthrough. He would be able to live. Don't you want to try fighting me? But this is the right choice for you. Wang Xian moved his body and flew directly towards him. Whoosh! 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 The 4 nether spirit avatars around him immediately arrived around him. The 5 elements millstone was also hovering above the water demon. If he made any rash moves, he would be instantly killed. Wang Xian flew in front of him. With a move of his palm, a drop of pure divine dragon blood floated in front of him. Swallow it. Don't resist. Also, summon your universe god kingdom over. I will suppress it in the dragon palace. Wang Xian gave him an order. It's the Dragon King. Water Demon did not resist at all. Everything was done. A minute later, Water Demon summoned his god kingdom and placed it in the dragon palace. This also meant that Water Demon was completely suppressed by Wang Xian, just like the old witch. Wang Xian would not refuse a powerhouse of such level to submit to him. These are 200 fruits of the womb. After consuming 200 of them, the witch gauze has completely stabilized your mind and mind. Soon, you will be able to use your strength to break through the shackles and achieve a breakthrough. You shouldn't have too much of a problem. After everything was settled, Wang Xian took out 200 fruits of the womb and handed them to the water demon. Then he said calmly to him, "Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King." Water Demon's body trembled violently when he saw that he had obtained 200 fruits so easily. His face was filled with excitement as he bowed. He thought that the Dragon King would reward him for taking the fruits based on his future performance. Now that he had obtained them so easily, he felt a trace of gratitude in his heart. Take it. Also, give me all the useless treasures in your hands, the divine tree, divine grass, and other resources. Wang Xian instructed him. Yes, everything of the water demon belongs to you, Dragon King. The water demon replied immediately. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly. He didn't expect that he could subdue the water demon so easily. One had to know that the water demon was a crazy demon from the invincible zone. After consuming the ordinary embryo fruit, it would rise to the level of a ruler in the future. The Dragon Palace will have one more ruler. Why don't we subdue more old maniacs? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at the water demon who was quickly swallowing the fruits. As long as the old witch had enough fruits, she would definitely be able to achieve a breakthrough. The chances of producing a ruler-level powerhouse was extremely small. Subduing them would allow them to obtain a master-level powerhouse. This would be of great benefit to the Dragon Palace. Most importantly, after their breakthrough, they could not be judged by an ordinary master-level powerhouse. Their combat strength was far beyond that of a master-level powerhouse. Wang Xian took out the universe's AI and looked at the private messages on it. His eyes sparkled. There were some strong people who were willing to exchange their innate treasures with him for the serval fruits. There were also many old monsters who wanted to buy more than 10 or 20 serval fruits. Wang Xian was not sure if these were the real buyers. However, since they wanted to buy, he would naturally sell them. At this moment, the resources that he needed for his breakthrough were not many anymore. It was not very difficult for Wang Xian to obtain these resources. He also had quite a number of normal birth fruits. Taking out another 200 to 300 normal birth fruits to trade should be enough for him to improve. Let's go to the ancient god kingdom of Hengshu first, Wang Xian said to water demon Wuxia as he flew towards the ancient god kingdom of Hengshu. After he arrived at the ancient god kingdom of Hengshu, he opened the universe's artificial intelligence to check one by one. The universe's artificial intelligence would have a name, and a portion of the experts would use their natal names on the universe's artificial intelligence. Of course, there were also many who used fake names. However, some of the crazy old demons in the invincible zone used their real names on the universe's artificial intelligence. For example, Ming Shasheng, Demon Wings, and Shursen. The names on their universe's artificial intelligence were not hidden or altered. Wang Xian looked at his private messages and found out the names one by one. Ming Shasheng, Demon Wings, Shursen, Lightning Flash, and Blotting Out the Sky. These names were all well known in the invincible zone. They were all powerful and terrifying maniacs. These 5 maniacs had sent a message to Wang Xian, wanting to buy the longevity fruit in his hands. As for whether they really wanted to trade with the item or directly snatch it by force, it was hard to say. However, Wang Xian could call them over to take a look. Ming Shisheng, Demon Wings, call them over first. Wang Xian was making a plan in his heart as he replied to them with a message. He wanted to trade with them first. As for choosing to trade with them first, he had his own ideas. After sending the message, he received a reply very quickly. The 2 crazy old demons Ming Shasheng would arrive in 5 days while the demonic wings would arrive in 3 days. Wang Xian had promised them that they would carry out the trade at the ancient divine kingdom of Hengshu in 5 days. I hope they won't let me down, Wang Xian said as he waited quietly. In the invincible zone, the bunch of old monsters were still discussing the matter of consuming the eternal embryo fruit. However, they had encountered a problem now. They did not know where the Dragon King was, and they could not contact him on the universe's AI. This made many experts slightly anxious. But there was nothing they could do. After receiving Wang Xian's reply, Ming Shisheng and Demon Wings naturally would not spread the news. They quickly flew towards the ancient Hengshu divine kingdom. Voila! 3 days passed and Demon Wings, who had a pair of gigantic wings, flew over. He scanned his surroundings. The ancient Void God Nation is the lair of the Demon Breaker Circle. Right now, not a single expert from the Demon Breaker Circle has seen it. What happened? Why did crazy demon Jin Qi announce that news? And why? Is it the Dragon King's scheme, or? Demonic Wings looked around. His eyes filled with wariness. He did not approach the ancient God Nation, but waited quietly in the distance. Wang! 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 2 days passed once more, and a dark beam of light shot over. Hmm. Demonic Wings looked at the dark beam of light. His eyes focused, and terrifying demonic chi surged out of his body as he stared at it with his sharp eyes. Demonic Wings, it's you. You received a message from the Dragon King as well. Ming Shashing's figure stopped in the air as he stared at Demonic Wings. That's right, you received it as well? It seems like the Dragon King intentionally called the two of us here to make a deal. Demonic Wings said indifferently. Ming Shashing looked at him and then scanned his surroundings. Wang. At this moment, they saw a figure flying out from the ancient divine kingdom of Hengshu. His eyes were shining. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Demonic Wings stared at that figure and shouted, "Hee hee. Since the two of you are here, I naturally have to show myself and make the trade." Wang Xian looked at them and flew toward them with a smile on his face. I wonder how many ordinary embryo fruits the Dragon King has. I want to make the trade with an innate treasure. Demonic Wings stared at Wang Xian and said directly, I have many serval fruits in my hands. They are enough for you to stabilize your mind and make a breakthrough. If you want to stabilize your mind and make a breakthrough, you'll need about 200 serval fruits. The price will be the same as before. However, I have another method of trade here. Wang Xian looked at them and said with a smile, This is the lair of the Demon Breaker in the ancient divine kingdom of Hengshu. It is the base of the Demon Breaker. Why are there no traces of them? Ming Shashing suddenly asked an unrelated question. His pair of blood-red eyes stared at Wang Xian. The Demon Breaker and the Demon Breaker of the Demon Breaker tried to attack me, but I have already destroyed them. Wang Xian replied indifferently. His words made Ming Shashing's expression freeze. What's the second way of trade? With 200 fruits of the womb, can we really make a breakthrough? Demon Wings didn't care about Jin Su's crazy state. He stared at Wang Xian and spoke with a slightly rapid breathing. The probability of a breakthrough is 95%. Wang Xian said plainly, the second way of trade is for you to join the Dragon Palace. I will be the leader. I will immediately give you 200 fruits of the womb for free. I can also guarantee that you will be able to make a breakthrough soon. Join the Dragon Palace and you, the Dragon King, will be your leader? Demonic Wings stared at Wang Xian and his expression changed slightly. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. If both of you agree, I can give you the fruits first. All right. If taking the fruits can really help me achieve a breakthrough in my strength, I am willing to join the Dragon Palace and you, the Dragon King, will be my leader. Ming Shashing's expression changed slightly as he spoke to Wang Xian. Sure. If you join the Dragon Palace, I won't mistreat the two of you. As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm and 400 normal fetus fruits flew towards them. Ha! Demon Wings was stunned when he saw the normal fetus fruits flying towards him. The Dragon King gave him 200 before he agreed to it? Before Demon Wings agreed to it, he had already received 200 fruits. When Ming Shashing saw how straightforward Wang Xian was, he was slightly stunned. This time, he wasn't here to make a deal. A few hundred fruits were worth as much as a connate cardinal treasure. And he didn't have any connate cardinal treasure. The resources in his hands could not be exchanged for a large number of fruits. He was prepared to snatch them by force this time. He was blindly confident in his own strength. Although he was not a match for the Dragon King, it was no problem for him to fish in troubled waters. He believed that there would be many old monsters with such thoughts. When the time came, he would rely entirely on his strength and luck. However, he did not expect that with just a few words, he would give him the ordinary fetus fruits. He did not even make an oath. Ming Shashing sized up the ordinary fetus fruits in front of him and checked. There were no problems. He opened his mouth and crushed the ordinary fetus fruits in his hand. They quickly turned into streams of energy and entered his body. After continuously absorbing hundreds of ordinary fetus fruits, he could sense that his crazy state had disappeared. Although it wasn't completely gone, it wouldn't be a problem for at least tens of millions of years. Even if he fought with all his might, he could maintain it for a very long time. He felt that his mind was clear now, and his blurry cultivation path was much fresher. Perhaps, after absorbing all the fruits, he might really be able to break through? Ming Shashing's breathing was slightly hurried. Beside him, Demon Wings had also absorbed more than 100 normal fetus fruits. His eyes were filled with excitement. What crazy Jin Yong said was true. With the help of the normal fetus fruits, they could achieve a breakthrough. Ho-ho! Dragon King, can you sell this normal fetus fruit at a cheaper price? Demon Wings asked Wang Xian, his eyes gleaming. The price will not change. Wang Xian shook his head. Ha ha ha! Price? This Changtai fruit is already mine when it is in my hands. What price? Ha ha, thank you Dragon King for the Chang'ai fruit. We will meet again if we are fated. At this moment, Ming Shishing, who was at the side, suddenly let out an excited laugh. He moved and immediately fled into the distance. From the moment he spoke to the moment he left, he didn't stop at all. Hee, if you want to escape without paying any price, you're courting death. Wang Xian wasn't surprised at all when he saw Ming Shishing wanting to escape. He chuckled and flapped his incipient saint wings. He quickly chased after Ming Shishing. His speed was far from what Ming Shishing could compare to. Should I exchange it with an innate supreme treasure or? Demonic Wings' expression changed when he saw Wang Xian chasing after Ming Shishing. The Dragon King's behavior was a little strange. He didn't complete the transaction and gave the fruits to them directly. This was very strange. He felt that there was a conspiracy. The Dragon King's behavior was too bold. Let's go! A hint of sternness flashed in Demonic Wings' eyes. The Dragon King was very bold. They were also very bold. They would naturally accept the 200 fruits without paying any price. As for the Dragon King's revenge, would he be afraid? If he could really break through, he would be able to kill the Dragon King if he dared to take revenge. Whoosh! The monster wings flapped their wings and instantly flew in the opposite direction of Wang Xian and the rest. Whoosh! 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 Monster wings, you've also broken the rules. Either you submit or you die. Just as he was about to fly out, Wuxia and Water Demon flew out from the Hongshu ancient god nation at a terrifying speed and locked their eyes on the monster wings. At the same time, four ghost clones appeared around Yao Yi and surrounded him. Eh? What? Old witch. Water Demon. Yao Yi's expression changed when he saw Wuxia and Water Demon come out, and he stared at them. You've submitted to the Dragon King? Yes, what's wrong with submitting to the Dragon King? It won't be long before we can break through, hee. Water Demon stared at Demon Wing and said with a faint smile. Then what does the Dragon King mean by this? First, he generously gave us the fruit of servitude. What is he going to do now? Demon Wing stared at them and asked with a gloomy expression. Do what? Of course, he wants you to submit. If you dream of taking away the fruit of servitude without any trade, you will naturally have to pay the price. Wuxia said indifferently, a smile appearing on her face. Hee, this Dragon King really has principles. He actually wants to use such a method to make us submit. Demon Wing sneered and stared at them with an ice-cold expression as she mocked. Our Dragon King does have principles. If you were to trade normally, then we would trade normally. Unfortunately, if you don't want to trade normally, then you can only be suppressed and killed. Water Demon stared at the demonic wings and the water flow of his body began to spread in all directions. Humph, old witch, Water Demon, just the two of you want to keep me here? Wishful thinking. I will not submit to the Dragon King, and the eternal fruit will also belong to me. The enormous wings of the demonic wings began to flap and terrifying hurricanes gathered around him. Now you have no choice. If you don't submit, you will die. Our Dragon King has said that this is the original sin of greed. As Wuxia spoke, she waved the staff in her hand, and formations began to form rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Wang Xian's 4 Hades avatars suddenly released a terrifying aura. 4 rays of dark light shot into the sky, completely enveloping the demonic wings in darkness. This netherworld ghost avatar is so powerful. How can it be so powerful? Could it be that the Dragon King has subdued the other crazy demons of the netherworld race? No, only the crazy demons of the netherworld race have such powerful power. Seeing the terrifying power of the 4 netherworld ghost avatars, the demonic wings focused his gaze and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Water Demon, the old witch, and these 4 netherworld ghost avatars could easily kill him. Damn it, this Dragon King is really shameless. If he wants to subdue us, he can just attack us directly? And he even resorted to such a little trick. Demon Wing's expression was a little awkward. This was the first time he had seen such a principled guy. Yes, Wuxia was very principled. He didn't like to force others to submit to him forcefully. If others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't kill them for no reason. Therefore, Wuxia was prepared to use such a method. If the Demon Wings and Ming Shishing were to make a good deal, everything would follow the rules. Alright then, you guys can leave after the deal is done. However, if they were greedy, Wuxia would be able to suppress them with peace of mind. Either submit or die. Clearly, none of the mad demons in the invincible zone were kind. Damn it, how could this Dragon King's speed be so terrifying? How could his strength be so strong? At the same time, Ming Shashing, who was the first to escape, growled with an unsightly expression. Hee Ming Shashing, you have lost your chance to choose. Surrender or die. Wuxia stared at Ming Shashing and said with a smile. This time, he should be able to reap a good harvest. You want me to submit? Dream on. If it was before, I might not be your match. But now I have consumed the eternal embryo fruit. I can maintain my state of mind. You can forget about suppressing me. Dragon King, you are too arrogant. Too arrogant. Ming Shishing looked extremely embarrassed when he saw Wuxia chasing after him at such a terrifying speed. However, at this moment, Ming Shishing had confidence in his heart. Roar roar, 100 ghost life run. In the next moment, his body immediately turned into more than 200 ghost avatars. Each of them flew in one direction. Ming Shishing, I said you can't run away, so you can't run away. When Wuxia saw that he had more than 200 ghost avatars, he was also a little shocked. He sneered and flapped his incipient saint wings. Countless thunderbolts and tornadoes shot toward the more than 200 nether spirit avatars. I want to escape. No one can catch me. The nether spirit let out a low growl. A dark force surged out from the more than 200 nether spirit avatars and blocked Wuxia's attack. Crash. However, at this moment, Wuxia focused his gaze and locked onto the nether spirit's main body. In an instant, he was above his head. The strength of Ming Shishing was due to the joint attack of Wuxia and Ming Shishing's doppelganger. Now that both of them were running away, his main body was very weak. Wuxia could easily kill Ming Shishing in an instant. Boom! The dragon claw swept past. It was filled with the power of destruction as it swept across Ming Shishing's body. However, his dragon claw attack instantly passed through Ming Shishing's body. A black flame remained in the void. His original body had disappeared. You have transformed with your clone, right? Then, I want to see how many times you can use this life-saving technique. Wuxia snorted coldly. Ming Shishing's move was very powerful. He had even transferred his body to his clone. It was a powerful life-saving technique. However, in the next moment, Wuxia flapped his incorporeal holy wings and instantly locked onto one of Ming Shishing's clones and attacked him directly. The speed of Ming Shishing's avatars was only slightly faster than an ordinary level 3 master of the universe. However, Wuxia's speed was 10 times faster than his. Under such terrifying speed, unless he was given enough time, he wouldn't be able to escape in a short period of time. How is this possible? How can you tell the location of my main body? Ming Shishing's expression changed drastically when he saw Wuxia attacking his main body once again. He could switch positions in his nether spirit's clone, but this was not unlimited. Furthermore, the distance between the main body and the clone was not unlimited. Although this separation was far enough, there was still a limit. Once he could be locked onto by the Dragon King, it would be difficult for him to escape with the Dragon King's speed. I don't believe that you can lock onto me forever. Ming Shishing gritted his teeth, and more than 200 clones escaped in all directions at the fastest speed. Bam! Wuxia came to the position of his main body and swept his dragon claws once again. However, this time, Ming Shishing's main body still disappeared instantly. This ability was similar to teleportation. His clones were the medium for teleportation. Humph! Wuxia snorted softly. Through the lock-on of the Primulus Saint wings, He locked onto another netherworld ghost doppelganger and attacked him. I still have 8 more chances. The possibility of me escaping is still very high. When Ming Shishing saw Wang Xian locking onto his main body again, he thought to himself and calculated the distance between each of his netherworld ghost doppelganger. Whoosh! At this moment, his body was locked onto as a chain swept towards him. Without any hesitation, Ming Shishing used the energy conversion again, and his avatars dissipated. Buzz! Wang Xian moved his palm and the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. He flew towards the dozens of nether spirit avatars. His body moved and he flew towards Ming Shishing's main body once again. I'm locked on again. How far is his lock on? Damn it, the treasure in his hand is so terrifying. I can't teleport in that direction anymore. I have to retrieve the nether spirit avatars. Ming Shishing's expression was extremely ugly. He could feel the terrifying energy and pressure from the 5 elements millstone. This was not something that his dozens of nether spirit avatars could contend against. In order to kill his avatars, he could only retrieve them. Once he reaped the rewards, there would be one less direction for him to escape to. Voila! Ming Shishing, I've said it before. You can't escape unless you can transfer your main body without any restrictions. Wang Xian chased after his main body once again and said indifferently, "Damn it." Ming Shishing's face was gloomy. He could only teleport again. However, Wang Xian's figure locked onto him again very quickly. He teleported again. I don't think I can lock onto him, right? My 2 clones are already at the limit of their distance. Even if I fly by myself, I still need 2 minutes. Ming Shishing roared in a low voice with blood-red eyes as he teleported for the last time. This shift was 2 minutes away from his original position. This 2 minutes required him to fly at the fastest speed possible. If he could still be locked on, then he would be finished. This Dragon King is simply too abnormal. Be it speed or treasures, no wonder the old witch and water demon were subdued by him. He's too strong. He flew with all his might as he thought to himself, can I still teleport? However, after more than 10 seconds, a voice that terrified him sounded behind him. This caused his body to tremble violently, and the dark power in his body shook for a moment. It's over. Dragon King, I surrender, I surrender. Ming Shishing was on the verge of collapse as he roared. His transfer ability had been pushed to the limit. He could not continue to transfer anymore. If he was killed by the Dragon King, he would really die. He had already found a way to break through. It would not be long before he could break through. Should he let him die now? How could he be willing to do so? He had waited for billions of years to break through to the ruler realm. Should he let him die now? It was better to submit. What are you doing earlier? Wang Xian smiled faintly. With a move of his palm, a drop of blood essence landed in front of him. Consume it and summon the universe god nation over. Wang Xian ordered him. Yes, Dragon King. I have completely submitted to you. I have decided to treat you as my king in the future. Ming Shishing was helpless. He had no other choice but to say that. If I submit, so be it. Fortunately, I can make a breakthrough. Ming Shishing's submission made Wang Xian smile. Let's go. Follow me back. There's still an old crazy demon over there. Wang Xian said indifferently. He brought Ming Shishing and flew quickly toward the ancient Hungshu Divine Kingdom. When he arrived at the ancient Hungshu Divine Kingdom, the demonic wings were constantly defending against the attacks of the water demon Old Witch and Wang Xian's 4 nether spirit avatars. However, he was completely suppressed. Even if he was killed, it was only a matter of time. Hades Ghost Avatar, what a powerful Hades Ghost Avatar. Is this the Dragon King's Hades Ghost Avatar? When Wang Xian arrived with Ming Shishing looked at the 4 Hades Ghost Avatars surrounding the demonic wings with a shocked expression on his face. Hades Ghost Avatars were unique to their Hades race. It was also because of Hades Ghost Avatars that their Hades race was able to rank among the top races in the universe. However, what shocked him was that the Dragon King also possessed the Netherworld Ghost clone. The Netherworld Ghost clone was not something that only the Netherworld race could refine. There was also the possibility of experts from other races refining it. However, the probability of this happening was very small. It was less than 1 in a million. In addition, only experts with the darkness attribute could refine it. The Dragon King could actually possess it? Hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly. He looked at the demonic wings in front of him and said directly, surrender or die. Choose one. Oh no! The demonic wings had been suppressed all this while and had no ability to resist at all. Now that he saw Wang Xian flying over, his expression changed drastically. When he saw Ming Shaxing standing respectfully beside the Dragon King, his heart was filled with despair. Ming Shaxing, you actually submitted to the Dragon King. Demon Wings stared at Ming Shaxing and said with an embarrassed expression, I'm willing to take out the innate supreme treasure to trade, and I'm also willing to take out some treasures to compensate. After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Xian and continued speaking with a gloomy expression. If he knew this would happen, he would have already taken out the innate supreme treasure to trade. This Dragon King was too despicable. Demonic Wings thought indignantly. When he saw Wang Xian looking at him mockingly, his expression changed slightly. I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. Submit or die. Wang Xian stared at him and gave him his final warning. Demonic Wings, submit. You are not the disciple of a peak race. There's nothing wrong with submitting to the Dragon Palace. After all, the Dragon Palace is going to advance to a peak race in the universe. Ming Shaxing said indifferently to him. This caused Demon Wing's expression to constantly change, and he took a deep breath. I submit. He slightly lowered his head and said, there was no other way. If he didn't submit, he would be finished. Submit. Anyway, among the old crazy demons, the old witch water demon and Ming Shaxing had all submitted. It wasn't shameful for him to submit. Moreover, just as Demon Wing said, he wasn't a powerhouse of a peak race, and after breaking through, he might be recruited by other peak race powerhouses. It was not a bad idea to join the Dragon Palace now. If he didn't join, he would die. Very good. Wang Xian revealed an excited expression. Next, he would make Shi Sun consume the dragon blood and transfer the kingdom of God to the Dragon Palace. After subduing the two of them, Wang Xian was a little excited. Not only did he obtain all of their resources, but he could also have 2 powerful subordinates. It was a huge profit. Next, Shi Sun, Lei Shan, and Sky Shrouding are the 3 crazy demons. Let them come all at once. Wang Xian, who had tasted the sweetness, was prepared to do the same. He took out the universal AI and sent a message to the 3 old crazy demons. The message was received very quickly. The old crazy demons did not hesitate at all when it came to a treasure that could allow them to achieve a breakthrough. They flew over at the fastest speed possible for fear of an accident. After agreeing on a fixed time, Wang Xian began to absorb the resources of the Demon Wings and Ming Shaxing. These old demons had a lot of resources. Each of them was comparable to the resources of a powerful high-level race. Wang Xian was already close to achieving a breakthrough. According to his guess, after absorbing their resources, he should be able to achieve a breakthrough after absorbing the resources of 1 or 2 other demons. Boom! 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 While Wang Xian was absorbing the resources, figures flew over from the front of the ancient divine kingdom of Hongxiu. An earthen yellow stone man was emitting a heavy aura. He scanned his surroundings and slowly turned into an ordinary stone that was floating there. Not long after, a dark cloud flew over. There seemed to be something inside the dark cloud. When he arrived, a branch extended out and stared at the stone that was floating to his right. It was glowing. The dark cloud did not approach the stone. It was also waiting at the side. The last one to arrive was an old monster that was purple all over and in human form. However, there was a lightning symbol between his brows. He looked around and muttered, Shi Sun, Shading Tian, the 2 of you are here too. Lei Shan, did you also receive the Dragon King's message? The earthen yellow stone transformed into a native and asked Lei Shan. Lei Shan nodded. It should be time. It's time. As soon as he finished his sentence, Wang Xian walked out from the inner part of the ancient Hongxiu divine kingdom. Dragon King, do you have a large number of normal birth fruits? Lei Shan stared at Wang Xian and asked. That's right, there are enough normal birth fruits. It's enough for you to achieve a breakthrough. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. With a move of his palm, 600 fruits flew towards them. Ha! Seeing the Dragon King giving them 200 fruits each, lightning blotting out the sky and Shi Sun were slightly taken aback. He gave them the fruits just like that. They hadn't even started the trade yet. They hadn't even said what kind of items they wanted to trade with. You guys can take some to feel the effects first. Wang Xian looked at them with a smile on his face. He looked amiable. The three old crazy demons were a little unsure of Wang Xian's confidence. They only took some after a detailed inspection of the normal fetus fruits. It really works, it really works. Very soon, an excited voice came out from their mouths. The eyes of the three crazy old men were filled with passion and excitement. All right, as long as it works. The price is still the market price. However, you have a second choice. Join our Dragon Palace and become a member of our Dragon Palace. Our Dragon Palace really hopes to have 3 powerhouses join us. Wang Xian continued with a smile on his face. Join the Dragon Palace? I'm sorry, Dragon King. I, Lei Shan, am used to freedom. Consuming the common embryo fruit is very useful to me. However, I don't have enough resources now. After I make a breakthrough, we will return this favor to your Dragon Palace. When Lei Shan heard Wang Xian's words, his eyes sparkled as he spoke. Oh, you're not joining? What about the 2 of you? Wang Xian slightly raised his eyebrows. He looked at Sky Shrouding and Shursen and asked, We will remember this favor. We will return it to you in the future, Dragon King. Shursen stared at the ordinary fruit in his hand with a burning gaze and replied without raising his head. Sky Shrouding didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he had the same intention. That won't do. If you don't join us, the 3 of you will have to exchange resources. Wang Xian looked at them and shook his head. Ha ha, Dragon King, the fact that you have our favor is a huge opportunity for you and the Dragon Palace. You must seize this opportunity. Don't miss it. Let's meet again if we are fated. Lei Shan laughed and prepared to leave. Sky Shrouding and Shursan were also preparing to leave. Obviously, they were not prepared to exchange resources. Nonsense, the common fetus fruits were already in their hands. How could they be asked to exchange for a connate cardinal treasure? Was that possible? They were mad demons. Hee. When Wang Xian saw that the 3 of them were about to escape, a smile appeared on his face. He stared at them mockingly and asked, Can you guys leave? Buzz. 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 As soon as he finished his sentence, the old witch, water demon, Ming Shishang, and demon wings slowly walked out from behind Wang Xian. They looked at the 3 old crazy demons, Shursen lay shimmering and blotting out the sky. Their eyes were filled with mockery. A bunch of idiots. You still want to escape? You'd better obediently submit to our Dragon King. Monster Wings said lightly. Not long ago, he had just been suppressed. Now, seeing that these 3 old monsters of the same level as him were about to be suppressed, he was in a very good mood. Ha! What? Old witch, you're not dead? And you, water demon, Ming Shishang, and monster wings, you've submitted to the Dragon King. Lei Shan and the others, who were about to leave, saw the old witch and the others appear. Their pupils constricted slightly and their faces were filled with shock. They looked at them in disbelief. The old witch, water demon, Ming Shishang, and demon wing were the old mad demons of their invincible region. The most supreme existences. Now, they actually appeared at the same time and they even submitted to the Dragon King? This? They found it unbelievable. I really didn't expect that all of you would submit to the Dragon King. Hee. The white clouds covered the sky. Slowly, branches extended out and stared at them warily as he spoke. Whoosh. As soon as he finished his sentence, Wang Xian flapped the uninitiated holy wings on his back and instantly appeared at the place where they had to retreat. They have surrendered. It's your turn now. Surrender or die. There's no other choice. Wang Xian stared at them and said indifferently. None of the lunatics in the invincible zone were kind, so he didn't have to worry anymore. Surrender or die. Dragon King, you don't put us in your eyes. Do you think that you can stop the 3 of us with just the 3 of you? Lei Shan's expression slowly darkened as he stared at Wang Xian and said, It's easy to kill all of you. Wang Xian looked at him and said indifferently, Ha, kill us? With just the 5 of you? Arrogant. Dragon King, you're too arrogant. Shursan let out a furious roar as his body slowly grew bigger. The khaki-colored energy on his body charged towards the surroundings. Killing the 3 of you is indeed not difficult. Wuxia said slowly and the staff appeared in her hand. Shursan, lightning flash, I advise you to submit now and suffer less physical pain. Humph. Lightning Flash snorted and immediately transmitted his voice. Sky Shrouding, Shursen attacked the Dragon King and breakthrough. Crackle, crackle. As soon as he finished his sentence, a terrifying power of lightning burst out from his body instantly. Shursen raised his palm at the side and clenched it forcefully. An incomparably huge earthy yellow ball appeared in the sky above him. Whoosh! 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 Within the dark clouds, countless branches were attacking Wang Xian. The three of them launched a terrifying attack at Wang Xian at the same time. 5 elements millstone activate. Wang Xian smiled faintly when he saw them attacking him. With a move of his palm, the 5 elements millstone appeared in front of him. His palm landed on the millstone and the 5 elements power surged into it to receive their attack. At the same time, 4 nether spirit avatars appeared beside him and also met their attack. Boom! Boom! A terrifying collision sound rang out. The attacks of Shursen, Lei Shan, and Sky Shrouding landed on the attacks of the 5 elements millstone and the nether spirit avatars. The energy surged and disappeared quickly. Wang Xian managed to fend off their attacks alone. This is impossible. This strength. Seeing that the Dragon King was able to fend off their attacks alone, the expressions of Lei Shan and the other 2 changed once again. You don't know your limits. You insist on us teaching you a lesson. Ming Shashing let out a low growl. In an instant, more than 200 black shadows charged towards Shursen Lei and the rest. The water demon wings also charged straight at them. Wuxia immediately set up a formation behind them. Hee hee. I won't shed tears until I see my coffin. Wang Xian moved his palm and the 5 elements millstone smashed towards Lei Shan. The terrifying energy carried by the 5 elements grindstone caused Lei Shan's expression to change drastically. He quickly dodged to the side. Crash. However, at this moment Wang Xian moved and attacked Lei Shan in an instant. What speed? He's too fast. His speed is too fast. When he saw Wang Xian attacking him, Lei Shan's expression changed drastically again. Lightning, bloodline burst. At the spot between his brows, the lightning symbol emitted a glow and enveloped his entire body. Crackle. In an instant, he burst out with a speed that was not inferior to Wang Xian's and dodged backward. Eh? He can actually burst out with such a fast speed. The burst of lightning caused Wang Xian to reveal a stunned expression. Let me see how long you can hold on. Wang Xian's eyes were locked on him as streams of wind and lightning attacked him. This Dragon King's speed is terrifying. I can't do it. I have to escape immediately. I can only hold on for about 10 minutes. Lei Shan's expression was a little grave. He was like a real terrifying lightning bolt. With a light tap, he flew to the right. Whoosh! Wang Xian flapped his Genesis Saint wings and chased after him immediately. Bind! At the same time, a spiritual figure appeared on his shoulder. She held the water lotus staff and bound Lei Shan. What the hell is this? Lei Shan's expression changed drastically when he saw a surge of energy coming towards him. The water energy was hindering his speed. It reduced his speed by a lot. Dragon breath of life. Wang Xian opened his mouth and a torrent of energy rushed towards him. His expression changed drastically as a lightning shield appeared around him. The lightning shield rotated around him as he flew rapidly in an attempt to escape from this place. Dragon Claw. Wang Xian's eyes focused as his arm turned into a dragon claw. The light and dark divine dragon on the Taiji dragon disc immediately circled around him to strengthen him. Bang! A powerful force directly broke through the lightning shield around Lei Shan. This Dragon King is too terrifying. In just an instant, Lei Shan realized how terrifying Wang Xian was. His heart pounded violently. The dragon claw clawed at his body. The powerful force caused his body to tremble violently. He couldn't help but fall downwards. At the same time, he spat out a large amount of blood. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the 4 nether spirit avatars arrived at his surroundings. Wang Xian also continued to attack him. It's over. They are not on the same level. Lei Shan's expression changed drastically when he saw Wang Xian charging at him again. He felt that he was on a completely different level from the Dragon King. He had no way of resisting at all. Total annihilation. Dragon eye chains. Bang, bang, bang. One chain after another wrapped around Lei Shan. Wang Xian's dragon claws disappeared and turned into an ordinary fist. He kept attacking Lei Shan. Every attack carried the power of the divine dragon. Ah! A series of miserable screams kept coming out of Lei Shan's mouth. As an old crazy demon, Lei Shan was naturally very strong. However, there was a huge gap between him and Wang Xian. I'll give you 3 seconds to choose. Surrender or die. Wang Xian stretched out his palm and grabbed Lei Shan's neck. He stared at Lei Shan calmly. Cough, 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 I surrender, I surrender. Lei Shan did not hesitate at all and shouted hurriedly. He made the same choice as Ming Shixing and the rest not long ago. Swallow the dragon's blood and summon the universe god nation over. Wang Xian stared at him and ordered. Lei Shan nodded his head quickly and stared at Wang Xian with a face full of fear. He did as he was told. Wang Xian's strength made him feel a little hopeless. After dozens of seconds, after Lei Shan was suppressed by the dragon palace in the god nation, he completely surrendered. He stood respectfully in front of Wang Xian. He. Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. His body moved and he flew to the side. On the other side, Wuxia, Water Demon, Ming Shixing, and Demon Wings were surrounding Shursan and Sky Shrouding. In a 2-on-1 situation, they were no match for them. However, they could barely hold on. Cough, cough. Shursan, Sky Shrouding, surrender. The Dragon King is invincible. Lei Shan looked at Shursan and the others who were fighting against Wuxia and said directly. Shursan's expression changed drastically when he heard Lei Shan's voice. He immediately looked in their direction. You were suppressed by the Dragon King so quickly? Shursan widened his eyes and roared in disbelief. Yes, the Dragon King is not someone we can fight against. If you don't want to die, surrender. Lei Shan nodded and tried to persuade them. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. If you still resist after 10 seconds, you will die. Don't think about reviving with your life-saving treasure. Wuxia can track your divine kingdom's location. Wang Xian looked at them and warned them. He didn't make a move either. There was no need to make a move now. They should know what to do. I surrender. Shursan's expression changed drastically as he lowered his head slightly. I surrender too. Blotting out the sky was a tree with wood attributes. It had an incomparably huge body. He transformed into a human and lowered his head as he spoke. Surrender. Even if he didn't want to be a subordinate, the other party had a magus and an old witch. Even if they had a life-saving treasure, they would still be caught. At that time, they would be completely finished. Very good. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. If the 2 mad demons of heaven-shrouding stone forest submitted, he would be able to subdue the 7 mad demons. Each of the 7 mad demons could fight against 3 level 1 masters of the universe alone. They were the top-notch masters of the invincible zone. In the invincible zone, there were only about 10 mad demons. And now, the crazy demon and the crazy demon prohibition were killed by Wang Xian. The old witch Ming Shixing, Water Demon, Demon Wings, Heaven Shrouding, Shursan, and Lei Shan, the 7 crazy demons had surrendered. The strength beside Wang Xian was already very, very terrifying. After completely subduing Shursan, Wang Xian brought them back to the inner part of the ancient Hengxiu divine kingdom immediately. Consume all 200 ordinary embryo fruits. How long will it take for all of you to break through? Wang Xian stood in front of them. His gaze swept across the 7 of them as he asked with a twinkle in his eyes. Dragon King, I will take a few years or a dozen years to achieve a breakthrough. Wuxia was the first to speak. Water Demon and the rest also made a rough guess. If it was fast, it would take a few years. If it was slow, it would take more than a dozen years. Don't be in a hurry to achieve a breakthrough. Wait for a dozen years, especially in the invincible zone. Don't make a breakthrough. Wang Xian thought for a moment and said to them, experts at the first level of the Universe Dominator were prohibited from fighting here. Therefore, they could not break through for the time being. In addition, the heaven-shrouding stone, Thunderflash, bring all the divine fruits, herbs, medicinal pills, and other resources from your universe god country over. Wang Xian continued to give them orders. It's the Dragon King, who is heaven-shrouding stone thunder flash, and the rest nodded their heads and replied immediately. Very soon, a large amount of resources were piled up in front of him. Wang Xian swept his gaze over, and his gaze was a little fiery. The resources needed for a breakthrough were sufficient. After another upgrade, his strength would receive another terrifying increase. First, I'll upgrade. Then, I'll sell the longevity fruit in my hands. Finally, I'll go hunt the desolate beast space behemoth. Wang Xian thought to himself. He waved his hand at Wuxia and the rest and immediately began to devour the resources. All sorts of resources and treasures entered his stomach and quickly turned into dragon chi. The aura on his body was also constantly rising. Boom, 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 ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through to the level 8 of a universe night. Ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through to the level 8 of a universe night. You have comprehended the law aspect, the netherworld dragon's pursuit. Time passed day by day. 5 days later, an incomparably terrifying dragon's might and crisp sounds were emitted from Wang Xian's dragon body. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Waves of terrifying aura surged out from his body. The phantom image of a divine dragon was revolving around him. The Dragon King has achieved a breakthrough? What a terrifying aura. This aura is not weaker than an existence at the second level of the Universe Dominator. Around them, Wuxia, Mingxia, and the other crazy demons felt the might of Wang Xian. Their pupils contracted slightly and their faces were filled with shock. It's not weaker than a level 2 Universe Overlord. However, the Dragon King has not broken through to the Universe Overlord realm. How is this possible? How can he have broken through so many levels? Mingxia said with a face full of shock. After reaching the Universe Ruler realm, one normally didn't count combat power. Normally, as long as one could break through to the Universe Ruler realm, compared to ordinary humans in the universe, one could jump 3 levels to fight. If one could jump levels to fight, then there was no such thing as jumping levels to fight. Hence, one would be classified according to their levels. A level 1 universe ruler was a level 1. It was not the title of a level 4 universe dominator. This title was used to address those who had not broken through to the level of a universe dominator. Wang Xian's current strength was comparable to a level 2 universe dominator. If he was addressed as an expert who had not reached the level of a universe dominator, he would have the combat strength of a level 5 universe dominator. To have such combat strength but not break through to the level of a universe dominator was a little abnormal. One had to know, according to the terms used by the great beings below the ruler realm, a peak universe knight, even the disciples of a peak race, could only have the combat strength of a universe ruler at level 3. And the Dragon King was 2 levels higher than them? What kind of concept was this? This was completely abnormal. In the past, the Divine Dragon Clan also had such abnormal existences, the 5 Elements Dragon King and the Yin-Yang Dragon King, but it seems that the 5 Elements Dragon King and the Yin-Yang Dragon King only gave birth to 1 each. Could it be that our Dragon King is also at this level? Wuxia guessed. Roar. Wuxia and the other 7 crazy old demons looked ahead with shock in their eyes. The reverence in their hearts grew even more. Even before breaking through to the ruler realm, they already possessed the strength of a ruler at the second stage. What a terrifying existence this was. They were almost 100% certain that the Divine Dragon Clan would rise once again in the future. At this moment, they had the fighting spirit to follow the Dragon King in front of them and create the peak together. Phew! Another breakthrough. Wang Xian opened his eyes and smiled. Name Wang Xian. Race. Yin-Yang. Wind Thunder. 5 Elements Divine Dragon. Mandragon Unity. Level. Universe Knight Level 8. The 9th form of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Origin. 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Ability. Ruling the Water Race. Ruling the Water Race below one's level. Devouring living beings. Devouring living beings to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Technique, Dragon God Transformation. Ability, Soul Capturing, Spirit Attaching. Law Ability. Dragon Eye Lock, 5 Elements Dragon Claw, Yin-Yang Breakthrough, 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale, Holy Dragon Shadow, Heavenly Dragon 8 Tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Soaring, True Dragon Body. Law Form, 8 Dragon Pillars, 8 Dragon Clones, Towering Dragon Horns, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, God Tail Pearl, Life Dragon Breath, Shadow Dragon Clone, Nether Dragon Chasing. Control Law, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Light, Dark Wind and Thunder. God Country, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace, innate. Dragon Palace member, 7960450. Sensing his attributes, a smile appeared on his face. A Universe Knight at level 8 was comparable to a Universe Master at level 2. Invincible, the strength was simply invincible. Without a master, Wuxia could be invincible in the universe. Of course, he was equally invincible before his breakthrough. Now, he was even more terrifying. If it was said that before his breakthrough, he could fight against 4 to 5 mad demons by himself, then now he could kill 4 to 5 mad demons in an instant. In front of him, mad demons were in existence that could be killed easily. Wuxia could kill even a real level 2 master of the universe. This was his current strength. It's a pity that it will be difficult for the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate to break through again. Wuxia felt his own strength and thought to himself. Wuxia had yet to find a way to improve the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. In the past, the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate would be sufficient to absorb the innate spiritual treasure. However, the effect of absorbing the innate numinous treasure was negligible now. As for the innate numinous treasure, he could not do it now. That was because the innate numinous treasure was extremely sturdy and could not be destroyed. Moreover, the innate numinous treasure had a special characteristic. The stronger the strong one was, the stronger the power they could unleash. Currently, the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc in Wuxia's hands were only slightly stronger than ordinary innate numinous treasures. However, he could not achieve that. The strength of an innate treasure was comparable to Wuxia's own strength. We can consider the matter of the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate in the future. Now, we should continue to consume the eternal embryo fruit and sweep across the invincible region. Wuxia's eyes sparkled as he scanned his surroundings. Congratulations, Dragon King, for your breakthrough. In the future, you will definitely be able to lead the Dragon Palace to lead the Divine Dragon Clan back to their peak. Wuxia and the rest immediately bowed respectfully when they felt Wuxia's imposing gaze. Wuxia smiled and waved at them. I have a mission for all of you. The 7 of you will go to the territory of the desolate beasts and space beasts and kill them all. Collect all the corpses, their lairs, and all the treasures and place them in the Dragon Palace. Wuxia instructed them. Also, bring the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. As he spoke, the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate flew to Wuxia's side. After subduing the 7 mad demons with Wuxia and the rest's strength, together with the Tai Chi Dragon Plate and the 5 Elements Millstone, they would be able to wipe out the entire invincible region. Killing the desolate beasts and space behemoths in the invincible region would not be a problem if they worked together. It's the Dragon King. We promise to complete your mission. Wuxia and the rest said respectfully. Wuxia nodded his head faintly. He would leave this mission to them while Wuxia could continue to sell the fruits in the trading ground. He still had more than 1,000 fruits in his hands. He was ready to sell them all. Wuxia and the other 7 crazy demons left immediately after receiving the mission. Wuxia flew towards the trading ground as well. This breakthrough gave him a terrifying increase in speed. It was comparable to the speed of a level 3 universe overlord. With such speed, the powerhouses in the invincible zone could no longer see his figure. Only those at the level of mad demons could see his figure. However, how many mad demons were there in the invincible zone now? Even if they were hidden, there wouldn't be more than 5 of them. That was because on the surface of the invincible zone, there were only about 10 mad demons. 7 of them were already his subordinates. While flying in the air, Wuxia took out the universal AI and immediately posted a message. One day later, I will sell a large number of ordinary fruits in the trading ground at the same price as before. After the information was released, he continued flying. When the news of Wuxia was released, It instantly attracted a lot of attention in the invincible zone. Now, after the news of Jinsu going crazy, a large number of powerhouses immediately contacted the Dragon King and wanted to buy the fruits. However, they did not receive any reply. Now that the Dragon King was going to sell them again, the group of powerhouses revealed excited expressions and immediately rushed to the trading ground. The Dragon King has finally appeared. This time, I must buy a large number of ordinary fruit. I don't know how many ordinary fruit I can consume to achieve a breakthrough. If I need too many, I might not be able to afford them. The Dragon King really has a lot of ordinary fruit. He has sold over 1,000 of them, right? In the invincible region, the old monsters were discussing. Eh? We just found the Dragon King's location. And he left again? The trading ground. At the same time, more than a dozen angels flew over from the right side of the ancient void god kingdom, frowning slightly. Hee, it's even better to go to the trading ground. Let's go, we're going as well. All the experts in the invincible zone are looking for the Dragon King. I heard that some top-tier experts are already heading toward the trading ground. An angel said, "The third prince has sent US news. He wants us to finish it as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer." An angel in the center said, "The strength that the Dragon King has shown is too strong. Send a reply to the third prince. We don't have 100% confidence to kill him. We need to act according to the situation." An angel frowned and looked at the angel in the middle. "I know. If the old witch really died at the hands of the Dragon King, we really don't have a 100% chance of killing her." The angel nodded and replied, "I have already reported it to the third prince. The chance of killing her is only 80%. 80% chance? At the radiant god mountain of the angel clan, in a towering mountain peak, the third prince looked at the message sent by his subordinate and frowned slightly. The Dragon King had entered the invincible zone. This time, in order to kill the Dragon King in the invincible zone, the third prince had given his subordinate a powerful angel army. In the third prince's opinion, the strength of this army of angels was enough to fight against a level 2 universe dominator. Now, only 80% of them could kill the Dragon King. What a surprise! He looked at the data sent by his subordinates. With the strength of the Dragon King, it's very easy for him to kill a level 1 universe dominator. The third prince pondered for a moment and took out a divine stone of light. The divine stone of light floated in front of him. "Third prince, what's the matter?" Soon, the image of the Green River water phoenix appeared in front of him. She looked at the third prince and asked calmly, "Have your people worked together with my people to kill the Dragon King completely?" The third prince stared at the phantom of the Green River water phoenix and said, "Ha!" The Green River water phoenix looked surprised. "My men are about to make their move. My men are enough to kill the Dragon King. Let's join forces. Just in case, the Dragon King is stronger than we thought." The third prince said to her, "Originally, they thought that since they had sent someone to kill the Dragon King, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill him. They were all top-notch experts of the peak race, and their statuses were also extremely noble. Now, it seemed that things were not as easy as they thought. All right, let's let them join forces." The Green River water phoenix pondered for a moment and nodded lightly. She knew that the third prince was a proud person. To kill a small figure and still want to join forces with her, that small figure must have exceeded his imagination, and he was not 100% sure. And killing the Dragon King was also very important to her, so she agreed. "Okay." The third prince nodded. The Green River water phoenix's figure disappeared, and soon sent a message. The third prince sent the message to his subordinates in the invincible zone, and his eyes flickered slightly. "Kill the Dragon King, and it won't be a big problem to subdue the Dragon Palace," he murmured. As long as his subordinates in the invincible zone killed the Dragon King and brought his body over, the Dragon King would be dead for sure. Regardless of whether the Dragon King had any treasures or not, he could easily kill him. But he had to obtain the Dragon King's corpse or his flesh and blood. "Eh?" The third prince sent us a message. He wants us to contact someone. Fire vanishing sky. Fire Phoenix, fire vanishing sky. Soon, more than 10 angels in the invincible zone rushed to the trading center. The angel in the center received the message from the third prince, and his eyes flickered. "Phoenix Clan? Fire vanishing heaven? How did the third prince find the Phoenix clan? An angel asked in puzzlement. The matter of the third prince is not something that we can guess. Contact fire vanishing heaven immediately. I wonder how much power the third prince has found for us. As the angel in the center spoke, he immediately began to make contact. Just as the experts from the Angel clan and the Fire Phoenix clan were about to make their move, Wang Xian had already rushed to the exchange hall. This time, he didn't use his clone to come over for the sale. Instead, he came over in his true form. With his current strength, he could already act without restraint in the invincible zone. Even if there were a large number of experts surrounding him, he wasn't afraid at all. Hence, he didn't need to use his clone to sell his goods like last time. When he arrived above the continent of the trading ground, Wang Xian landed on a spot. He didn't enter the interior of the trading ground because there was a formation there. If he entered, his strength would be suppressed. Therefore, he chose a spot outside. After landing, he moved his palm and 500 fruits floated around him. He stood there and scanned his surroundings. Oh, that's the Dragon King. The Dragon King is here. The Dragon King is here. He didn't enter the inner part of the trading ground. He's outside. Let's go, let's go. The Dragon King is finally here. When the experts around the trading ground noticed Wang Xian's arrival, they moved and rushed over immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, dozens of experts arrived around Wang Xian. When they saw the 500 fruits floating in front of Wang Xian, their pupils constricted slightly and their faces were filled with shock. There are so many fruits. There are actually 500 of them. This is 500 of them. Hiss. The Dragon King actually has so many fruits. These 500 fruits, if we were to use the Dragon King's trading price, we would need at least 2 to 3 innate treasures before we can trade them away. Dozens of experts looked at the 500 fruits with burning eyes. They wanted to rush over and snatch them away. However, it was a pity that the person in front of them was the Dragon King. He was the Dragon King who had killed the mad demons and was close to sweeping the invincible region. There was a vague saying in the invincible region. One-on-one, the Dragon King was invincible. Sweeping the invincible region, the Dragon King could be considered to have done it. His terrifying strength had killed 2 mad demons in succession. His strength was extremely terrifying. When Wang Xian arrived at the trading ground, the news spread at a crazy speed. Many experts from the invincible zone flew over quickly. A few minutes after Wang Xian arrived, hundreds of old monsters from the invincible zone had gathered around him. Hundreds of old monsters stared at the 500 fruits with burning and greedy eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure carrying a bow flew over. His gaze swept across the fruits in front of Wang Xian, and a hint of passion flashed across his eyes. Dragon King, is what the mad demon said true? As long as a mad demon or a top-notch expert consumes a large amount of them, they will be able to achieve a breakthrough. The figure carrying the bow could not help but ask. He is a top-notch expert of the Elf clan. He is an Oakley archer of the Elf clan. The Elf clan seems to have a good relationship with the Dragon King. His words caused the surrounding experts to look expectant as they stared at Wang Xian. The Elf clan. Wang Xian looked at this expert of the Elf clan and sized him up before replying. The words of a dead person cannot be trusted. The words of a dead person? The moment Wang Xian finished his sentence, all the old monsters around him were stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment and shock. What did he mean? The words of a dead person. However, there is one thing that the mad demon Jin Gui was right about. A mad demon who consumed a large amount of ordinary fruit would have a 99% chance of breaking through. A top-notch expert might still be lacking. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice rang out once again. Based on Wang Xian's experience, it was 100% possible for a mad demon to achieve a breakthrough after consuming a large amount of ordinary fruits. However, it might not be so easy for a top-notch expert. The probability was less than 10%. It might even be lower. The mad demon consumed a large amount of ordinary fruits. Is the probability of a breakthrough so crazy? A 99% chance of a breakthrough? This is almost a 100% chance of a breakthrough. He's too strong. However, the Dragon King seems to have said that the crazy demon is a dead man. What does this mean? Around them, The old freaks of the invincible zone listened to Wang Xian's words in shock. The effect of consuming the ordinary fetus fruits, the probability of a crazy demon breaking through, and the effect of a top-notch powerhouse consuming it. The 99% probability of a mad demon shocking them. At the same time, Wang Xian's words also shocked them. He said that crazy demon Jin Su was a dead man. This sentence had already revealed a piece of information. Crazy demon Jin Su is dead. He is the leader of the Demon Breaker Circle. Was he killed by the Dragon King? When the Dragon King said this, he obviously meant that crazy demon Jin Su was killed by him. Oh right. Not long ago, I couldn't contact an expert from the Demon Breaker Circle at all. Indeed, the experts from the Demon Breaker Circle seem to have vanished without a trace recently. Logically speaking, the ancient Void God Kingdom isn't too far away from here, so when they received the news that the Dragon King had sold the eternal fruit, there would definitely be experts coming over. But now not a single one has come. Could it be? Could it be that even the entire Demon Breaker Circle has been destroyed by the Dragon King? At this moment, some of the old monsters thought of the Demon Breaker Circle and scanned their surroundings. They didn't find any experts from the Demon Breaker Circle and were discussing in astonishment. It can't be? The Demon Breaker Circle had been destroyed by the Dragon King? Their eyes flickered. The Demon Breaker Circle has indeed been destroyed by me. Alright, let's start selling it. Wang Xian heard the shocked discussions around him and said with a smile on his face. He had nothing to hide since he had destroyed the Demon Breaker Circle and the Demon Breaker Circle. If he killed them, so be it. Hiss, the Demon Breaker Circle has really been destroyed by the Dragon King? Oh my god, there are more than 100 experts in the Demon Breaker Circle. Among them, there are at least 2 top-notch experts. The Demon Breaker Circle and the group of experts in the Demon Breaker Circle would have no problem fighting against the 3 mad demons. They could even suppress them. However, they were actually destroyed. How powerful is the Dragon King? If the Demon Breaker Circle was also annihilated by the Dragon King, there is basically one thing that can be confirmed. The old witch can be sure that she was killed by the Dragon King. This is too terrifying. The crazy demon Seal died at the hands of the Dragon King. The crazy demon Jin Su died at the hands of the Dragon King. The old witch also died at the hands of the Dragon King. The 3 crazy demons and the Demon Breaker Circle are simply invincible. Wang Xian admitted that he had destroyed the Demon Breaker Circle. This caused a huge uproar. The old monsters around were dumbfounded. They looked at Wang Xian in awe. It had only been a few years since the Dragon King came to the Invincible Zone. In the end, he had killed 3 mad demons. This battle record was invincible. Back then, the Dragon King said that he wanted to sweep the entire Invincible Zone. I think he has done it. He is truly invincible under the dominance. He is an invincible existence. All the old monsters looked at Wang Xian in shock. Waves of emotions surged in their hearts. In the Invincible Zone, there were only about 10 known crazy demons. In the end, he easily killed 3 of them. Invincible. Dragon King, I want to buy the eternal fetus fruits. I would like to ask you, Dragon King, if I want to achieve a breakthrough, what are the conditions for me to consume the eternal fetus fruits? The elven expert who was carrying a bow and arrow on his back asked Wang Xian. The strength of a madman. 200 fruits of the womb can achieve a breakthrough of 99%. If you, the top-notch expert of the elven race, wish to purchase it, I can give you a quarter of the price. Wang Xian looked at the top-notch expert of the elven race and said, the elf clan had helped Wang Xian before. Therefore, Wang Xian had to return the favor to the experts of the elf clan. He had a large number of ordinary embryo fruits to begin with, and the price he offered was also very high. If the top-notch expert of the elf clan were to buy them, he could give them a quarter of the price. This was his small return to the elf clan. When the top-notch expert of the elf clan heard this, his body trembled and his eyes were filled with excitement. Thank you, Dragon King. Oakley, thank you, Dragon King. Oakley, the top-notch expert of the elf clan, bowed excitedly. Wang Xian shook his head nonchalantly. Dragon King, I want to buy 200 of them. Oakley said to Wang Xian. Sure, you only need to take out 50 of the items to trade. Wang Xian nodded. This Oakley expert from the elf clan has made a huge profit. Damn, he is giving him a quarter of the price. This Dragon King is too generous. It seems that the elf clan has a benefactor, Dragon King, who has helped the Dragon Palace before. That's why the Dragon King would sell it to him at such a low price. This is a huge profit. Once Oakley has the strength of a mad demon, he will almost be able to achieve a breakthrough. When the surrounding powerhouses saw this, their faces were filled with envy. After the transaction with Oakley was completed, Wang Xian nodded his head in gratitude. Around them, some powerhouses immediately went forward to carry out the transaction. Although taking the ordinary fruit would not allow them to achieve a breakthrough, they were still aware of some of the benefits of taking the ordinary fruit. If they bought it now, they could make preparations for the future. One by one, the experts took out their treasures and began to trade in an orderly manner. No one dared to cause trouble. Needless to say, after learning that the Demon Breaker Circle and the Mad Demon Golden Crow had been destroyed by the Dragon King, who else would dare to cause trouble? Even if all the experts present were to fight against the Dragon King, they might all be destroyed by the Dragon King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, in the void beside the trading ground, a dozen or so enhancers from the angel race flew over. Their gazes immediately locked onto the position below. That Dragon King isn't trading inside the trading ground, but outside. An angel raised his brows and spoke. Who cares where he is? Angel Gardecker, have you contacted the heaven-extinguishing fire phoenix? An angel asked Angel Gardecker, who was in the middle of the group. Yes, they are coming this way. Let's go. Don't let the Dragon King find us. We will meet them at the river above. Leave 2 people here to monitor the Dragon King's every move. We can't afford to make any mistakes this time. Angel Gardecker nodded and said to the 2 angels. Yes. The 2 angels nodded and flew toward the trading center. The other dozen angels flew toward the upper reaches of the river. But just as they stopped, news came one by one. After the 2 angels landed on the trading ground, they immediately received the latest news about Wang Xian. They received the news about the Demon Breaker Circle and the destruction of the crazy demon Jean Gui. When they heard the news, their faces were filled with shock. They knew a little about the strength of the Demon Breaker Circle. 1 crazy demon, 2 top-tier experts, and no less than 150 old monsters were all killed by the Dragon King. This was a terrifying thing. The 2 angels looked at each other and immediately sent the news. At the same time, more than a dozen angels flying toward the river all received the news. When they saw this news, their faces were also filled with shock. All the powerhouses in the Demon Breaker Circle have been killed by the Dragon King. The Dragon King has personally admitted it. An angel frowned and said, So, our success rate of killing the Dragon King is only 50%? An angel beside him had a serious expression. How can a powerhouse who hasn't reached the ruler realm be so terrifying? Is it because there are some powerhouses hiding by the Dragon King's side that he was able to kill the Demon Breaker Circle? As the 2 angels spoke, their gazes fell on Gardecker's angel. The Dragon King's strength had once again exceeded their expectations. Whether it was the Dragon King's own terrifying strength or the existence of experts around him, it brought them great problems in killing the Dragon King. Let's first meet up with the heaven-extinguishing fire phoenix and see the situation on their side, Gardecker said thoughtfully. Originally, they had an 80% chance of killing the Dragon King, but now it was only 50%. The strength of the Magic Breaker Circle was very terrifying. This is the only way. If the power of the fire vanishing sky is weaker, we can only ask the 3rd prince for help. Gardecker added. To kill a Dragon King, he actually wasted so much energy. Killing a real ruler isn't that troublesome. An angel couldn't help but exclaim. The surrounding angels were in agreement. They moved and continued flying forward. 10 minutes later, they came to the top of a meteorite. They scanned their surroundings and waited quietly for the situation with the fire phoenix. Time passed day by day. Wang Xian was conducting his trade in the trading ground. A large number of fruits were exchanged for resources. His harvest had reached an extremely huge level. Looks like I'll have to stay here for a little longer this time. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Every day, there would be experts rushing over to buy the fruits. In just a short month, he had sold more than 1,000 fruits. Fortunately, he had accumulated more fruits, reaching a few thousand. Although he had sold fewer fruits in the past few days, his daily harvest was still very good. Moreover, there was news on the universe's AI that a group of experts would need more than a month to rush over. More than a month was just a snap of the fingers. Wang Xian naturally had to wait for a while. After selling all the fruits, Wuxia and the rest should have eliminated the group of desolate beasts and the space behemoths. At that time, Wang Xian was ready to leave the invincible zone. Buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, a message came from Wang Xian's universal AI. When he saw this message, he raised his eyebrows slightly. There were some problems with Wuxia and the rest. The problem was not that they had encountered a strong opponent, but that a group of space beasts had fled to a powerful and dilapidated divine kingdom. With their strength, they were unable to break through the defense of this powerful divine kingdom. This made them feel helpless. When Wang Xian saw this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. The reason was that Wuxia and the rest of the 7 crazy demons, together with the Tai Chi dragon plate and the 5 elements millstone, had joined forces to hunt crazily in the territory of the space beasts. This alarmed the space beasts. The group of space behemoths fled into the powerful and dilapidated divine kingdom in fear. This left Wuxia and the rest helpless. I really didn't expect that Wuxia and the rest would join forces and force the space behemoths to such an extent. It seems that the space behemoths are quite intelligent. They also know how to dodge. Wang Xian mumbled. In the past month, Wuxia and the rest had hunted down a total of 5 space behemoths at the level of crazy demons. Space beasts usually acted alone. Under such circumstances, as long as Wuxia and the rest rushed over, they would be able to kill the space beast in less than a minute. During this process, the other space beasts felt a sense of danger and hid in a safe place. Come back first. In a few months, I will go with you guys. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and sent a message to them. To kill the space beasts hiding in a divine kingdom, he needed Enlai to take action. A group of space beasts gathered in a divine kingdom might have already formed an alliance. Therefore, Wang Xian didn't ask Enlai to go over and help them enter. If something went wrong and he lost 1 or 2 of his mad demon subordinates, he would feel sorry for them. These were the future powerhouses of the Dragon Palace. Wuxia and the rest quickly sent a message and rushed over to Wang Xian. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, beside the long river not far away from the trading venue, more than a dozen powerhouses of the Angel clan were standing on a meteorite. A terrifying aura swept over from the front of them. Fire Phoenix, Water Phoenix, and Golden Phoenix flew over in large numbers. Each of them had a terrifying aura. Amongst this group of phoenixes, there were over 100 other experts. These over 100 experts possessed a might that wasn't weaker than the group of phoenixes. In the middle of the group of experts, there was an egg. This egg somewhat resembled a phoenix egg. Terrifying flames circulated on it, and from time to time, a pair of illusory wings spread its wings. They're here. When the dozen or so angels saw the group of experts flying over, their eyes lit up. It's been a month, and they're finally here. There are over 400 experts, and 3 of them have the combat strength of top-tier experts. Are any of them at the mad demon level? Gardecker's angel stared ahead as he muttered, "Chirp, chirp." At this moment, in the middle of the group of experts ahead, a fire phoenix let out a cry as its gaze stared at the dozen or so angels. Fire vanishing heaven? We are under the orders of the 3rd prince and are waiting for you again. Gardecker looked at the fire phoenix and said, "We are here to meet you on behalf of the Green River Water Phoenix." Fire vanishing heaven stared at them and said, "What? Green River Water Phoenix? Our 3rd prince actually invited the experts of the Phoenix clan to help. Did the 3rd prince ask the experts of the Phoenix tribe for help?" More than 10 angels looked at the group of people from the Phoenix tribe and the more than 100 experts with shining eyes. They glanced over one by one and found that there were 431 of them. They didn't see any mad demon-level existences. However, they felt a majestic energy from the huge Fire Phoenix egg. Brother Fire Vanishing Heaven, you should know the latest information about the Dragon King, right? Gardecker's angel's gaze fell on the fire phoenix and said, "Our mission this time is to destroy the Dragon King. We can't afford to make any mistakes. We have to cooperate well this time." Dragon King? With our strength, we can directly kill the Dragon King. Hua Tian looked at them and said confidently, "Oh?" Brother Hua Tian didn't get the latest information about the Dragon King, right? The demon breaker circle that surrounded the Golden Crow and Crazy Demon were all killed by the Dragon King. Moreover, it's basically confirmed that the old witch died at the Dragon King's hands. With your strength, it might be a little difficult to kill the Dragon King 100%. Angel Gar-Ecker raised his eyebrows and sized up the other party's strength once again. "Oh!" Fire Vanishing Heaven raised his eyebrows slightly. "Our strength, when combined, is comparable to 5 mad demons. We should be able to destroy the Dragon King." 5 mad demons? Angel Gar-Ecker revealed a surprised expression. 5 mad demons have a very high chance of destroying the Dragon King, but it's still not 100%. But with us, it's enough. The Dragon King's strength is indeed out of our expectations. We are all here to complete our mission. Naturally, we cannot afford to have any mishaps. Gardecker's angel, how strong are you guys? Hua Tian swept his gaze over them and asked indifferently. "Our side is not as strong as yours. We should be able to deal with 4 mad demons, right?" Gardecker Angel said. A smile appeared on his face. "With such strength, we can already kill a ruler tier 2 existence. However, according to the information we received, the Dragon King's speed is very fast. We can't let them escape. In addition, we need to understand the situation on both sides first. We have a water phoenix totem. We have 50 water phoenixes. Using treasures, we can burst out with the power of a mad demon. Beside the fire vanishing heaven phoenix, a water phoenix spoke indifferently. Behind me, there is a senior who is undergoing a special nirvana. Once a battle breaks out, he will break out of his shell, and his strength will be comparable to a mad demon." Fire Vanishing Heaven looked at Gardecker Angel and continued to add, "Our side is mainly the angel army. There are about 500 level 3 battle angels that are universe overlords." Gardecker's angel replied, "All right, that's enough. In addition, we need to talk about the distribution of the normal fetus fruits in the Dragon King's hands." Hua Tian said directly, "We want 60% of the normal fetus fruits." Gardecker's angel raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard his words. "Brother Hua Tian, it's impossible for the Dragon King to bring the normal fetus fruits with him. There's a high chance that he's keeping them in his own divine kingdom. Then we'll suppress him and force him to bring out the fruits. Isn't that enough?" Fire Vanishing Heaven said indifferently, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Suppression and beheading were 2 different concepts. The former was undoubtedly much more difficult than beheading. However, Fire Vanishing Heaven's face was filled with confidence, as if it was a piece of cake. Indeed. With our strength, it's very easy to suppress the Dragon King. Not long ago, we were planning to use another method to obtain some fruits. Since that's the case, we have no objections if you guys take 60%. Gardecker Angel smiled and agreed. "All right, we have to make some preparations in advance. In order to prevent the Dragon King from escaping, we have to surround him first." Fire Vanishing Heaven said. Gardecker Angel nodded. "This is the most important problem. After the Dragon King sees our power, he will definitely think of a way to escape. Therefore, we cannot let him escape. We have to surround the surroundings. If that's the case, then let's get ready. We have to plan well. In addition, we will find dozens of people to buy the fruits to divert the Dragon King's attention." Hua Tian ordered. Gardecker nodded. The group of people moved and immediately flew towards the trading area. "Seal the surrounding space. Seal all 8 directions and then approach at the same time." The group of experts came to a spot hundreds of billions of kilometers in front of the trading ground and said, "I need a day to wake Senior Fire Eagle up. Give me a day." Fire Vanishing Heaven said to Gardecker Angel and the others. "Brother Fire Vanishing Heaven, you need to prepare in advance." Gardecker Angel frowned slightly. "Don't drag it out too long. The longer you drag it out, the more unexpected things will happen. Senior Fire Eagle doesn't have much time to maintain his rationality, so we can't prepare in advance. There won't be too many unforeseen circumstances in a day's time. If there really are any unforeseen circumstances, we will take action in advance. With our strength, there won't be any problems. Fire Vanishing Heaven said faintly. All right. Gardecker's angel nodded. At the location of the trading venue, Wang Xian didn't know that a group of experts were gradually surrounding him. He sat on a chair with a smile on his face as he carried out the transaction with ease. During this period of time, he had sold more than 1,000 serval fruits in his hands. There were less than 1,000 serval fruits in his hands now. As he sat there with ease, time passed bit by bit. Buzz. A day passed very quickly. Wang Xian suddenly felt a majestic power of flames coming from the front. This power of flames was very pure and strong. However, this power was also very far away from him. If it wasn't for his breakthrough this time, he might not have been able to sense it at all. To be able to emit such power, he must be in existence on the level of a mad demon. Could it be that he has a mad demon customer? Wang Xian thought to himself as he looked ahead with a smile. We can start now. Let's go, let's go. At this moment, Huamin Tian, who was at the front, saw the senior who had broken out of the phoenix egg. He cupped his hands and immediately spoke to Angel Gardecker and the rest. All right, let's go. Angel Gardecker nodded and immediately gestured to his companions around him. The group of Water Phoenix and the rest of the experts also started to move and flew towards 8 different directions. They wanted to completely surround the Dragon King. I can only last for 5 hours. In 5 hours, I have to destroy the Dragon King. In addition, I have to obtain enough longevity fruits. In the center, the Fire Eagle and Fire Phoenix that had broken out of its shell flapped its huge phoenix wings and said, Senior Fire Eagle, with our strength, the Dragon King can instantly suppress us. Fire Vanishing Day said with a smile. Good. Fire Eagle nodded his head lightly and stood there quietly, waiting for the news. The group of angels and experts from the Phoenix clan moved very quickly. They quickly surrounded the entire trading ground from all directions. Their bodies were emitting a powerful aura that made people's hearts palpitate. What's going on? What a powerful aura. More than 100 experts from the Phoenix clan. Are they also here to buy ordinary fruit? It should be. However, it's very rare to see more than 100 phoenixes gathered together. When they walked toward the inner area of the trading ground, some experts saw them and asked in puzzlement. However, they didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, the Dragon King was selling the fruits now, so it was normal for some experts to come and buy them. All of you move out and approach the trading area. If we approach at the same time, we will definitely attract the attention of the Dragon King. If he wants to escape, just take action and pin him down. We must not let him escape. Huamin Tian looked at the information in his hands and immediately gave an order on the universe AI. He looked at Senior Huaying beside him and nodded slightly as a sign of acknowledgement. They moved and flew quickly towards the trading ground. Their speed was very fast and they could not hide the power on their bodies. However, at this moment, there was no need to hide their power. With the Dragon King's strength, as long as they got close, he would be able to sense them immediately. Therefore, there was no need to hide. From all directions, a group of powerhouses from the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan flew over in an encirclement formation. Ha! In the trading ground, Wang Xian was sitting leisurely. Suddenly, he felt waves of energy from all directions flying over rapidly. Those who could emit such energy were definitely not weaklings. His eyes flickered slightly as he looked around. There must be a reason why so many powerhouses were flying over in such a manner. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he scanned his surroundings with a smile on his face. That Dragon King should have sensed our arrival but didn't have any reaction. Is he that confident? Gardener Angel and the rest, who were surrounding them from all directions, sensed that Wang Xian didn't move and revealed a surprised expression on their faces. Logically speaking, they should have been alerted by such a terrifying attack. However, the Dragon King did not move at all, as if he did not sense them. It was also as if he did not care about them at all. Arrogant. Gardecker's angel's eyes revealed a cold expression as he stared ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, numerous powerful figures flew over. The group of old monsters, who had not left yet, sensed the majestic energy and revealed wary expressions. What's the situation? A large number of experts are flying over. A large number of experts are flying over from all directions. What's the situation? The situation isn't right. Experts are coming from all directions. They are surrounding us. What are these guys trying to do? On the land of the trading ground, the group of old monsters looked around and frowned as they roared in a low voice. These waves of energy were extremely terrifying. It made them feel a little terrified. You're not weak at all. Wuxia sat there and swept his gaze across the surroundings. He said with a faint smile, "Boom, boom, boom." At the spot in front of him, waves of terrifying fire energy dyed the entire void red. Two gigantic fire phoenixes flapped their wings and flew towards him. Chirp, chirp. From behind him, a phoenix cry sounded. A large number of water phoenixes flapped their wings and flew towards him. Behind the dozens of water phoenixes, a gigantic water phoenix totem rose. This water phoenix totem was really incomparable. It flapped its wings and contained a terrifying aura. From the left, right, and other directions, the experts from the angel race and other races flew towards him. As they approached, all the powerhouses locked onto Wuxia's position on the trading ground. Eh? What's going on? The powerhouses from the Phoenix race of the angel race, what are they doing? They are coming for the Dragon King. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they are buying the everlasting fruit. They have completely sealed off the surrounding space. They are prepared. When the experts on the trading ground saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at Wuxia. Some of the experts were afraid of being affected and flew out. The experts from the Phoenix and Angel clans did not stop them. They are here to deal with the Dragon King. Could it be that they are here to take the eternal fruit? Some of the experts who flew out looked over and said in astonishment. Wuxia swept his gaze across them and slightly adjusted his brows. Why are there so many phoenixes? What are the powerhouses of the Phoenix tribe doing? They are using so many powerhouses. What is this? He mumbled and continued to sit there casually, waiting for them to come closer. This Dragon King is really confident. Gareker Angel, the Fire Vanishing Heaven Phoenix, and the rest of the powerhouses flew over. It was completely different from what they had expected the Dragon King to escape directly. The Dragon King was still sitting there calmly. He did not seem to care about them at all. Hee. This is even better. Gareker Angel sneered. They exchanged a glance and flew directly toward the trading site. They surrounded Wuxia in a formation. The Dragon King is really strong-willed. The fiery eagle phoenix flew to the front and flapped its wings. It stared at Wuxia and said calmly, "If someone is here to give me resources, I will naturally welcome them." Wuxia's gaze landed on the fire eagle phoenix as he said with a smile. This was in existence on the level of a Madan. "Haha, Dragon King, we will take all of your fruits." The fire eagle phoenix laughed out loud and said to Wuxia calmly, "If you want them, give me the resources in exchange." Wuxia said calmly, "I still prefer the Dragon King to give me the longevity fruit." The fire eagle said with a smile, "I don't give the longevity fruit to beggars." Wuxia shook his head slowly and said mockingly, "Give it to you? Hee. This is really interesting. You're looking for trouble. You're here to target the Dragon King on purpose. Are you here to give me the longevity fruit?" "I think so. The Phoenix clan doesn't seem to have any conflict with the Dragon King. Look over there are experts from the Angel clan. The Angel clan has a grudge with the Dragon Palace." The old monsters around them looked at this scene in astonishment. The experts from the Phoenix clan were here to take the eternal fruit. The amount of power they had used was a little too much. Were they going to threaten the Dragon King? Hee. Dragon King, why don't you take out all the normal birth fruits? Gareker's angel stared at Wuxia. When he saw how calm and composed he was, a mocking expression appeared on his face. The Dragon King must not know how powerful they were. Looks like you guys want to snatch them by force. With just you bunch of trash. Wuxia glanced at them and said nonchalantly, "Dragon King, you are really arrogant." The fire eagle phoenix stared at Wuxia and his aura slowly became violent. He flapped his wings slightly and waves of heat waves surged towards the surroundings. Hiss this. This is really to snatch the ordinary fruit. It must be because the Dragon King has taken out too many ordinary fruit that they are coveting it. That's why they have banded together and closed their eyes. Will they be a match for the Dragon King? It seems like the Dragon King doesn't care about them at all. The Dragon King killed the crazy demon, the old witch, and the crazy demon restriction. He might not be afraid of them. That fire phoenix is a crazy demon, and the totems behind the 40 to 50 water phoenixes are no weaker than the crazy demon. Around the trading area, the group of old monsters from the invincible zone had a clear view of the situation before them. It was obvious that they wanted to intimidate the Dragon King. They wanted to obtain the longevity fruit. I wonder if they can succeed. If they fight, they should be able to understand just how strong the Dragon King is. The group of old monsters thought to themselves. With just us. Gardecker's eyes turned cold when he saw Wang Xian's mocking expression. He stared at Wang Xian and waved his arm. A powerful army of angels appeared behind him. There were more than 10,000 battle angels in the entire army of angels. At the front of the army stood more than 100 battle angels with level 3 combat strength. The masters of the universe. They held a huge sword in one hand and a shield in the other. They were like terrifying machines. Hee, Dragon King, you dare to offend our angel race. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Today, we will exterminate you. Not long after, we will exterminate your dragon palace. We will let you know the consequences of offending our angel race. At the side, an angel spoke with a cold expression. He waved his arm and a powerful angel army appeared behind him. At the front, more than 30 battle angels with level 3 combat strength, masters of the universe, locked their eyes on Wang Xian with a cold expression. Dragon King, welcome the judgment of our angel race. At the surrounding area, more than 10 other angels waved their arms, and a powerful army of angels appeared. The battle angels, who were emitting a terrifying aura, lined up neatly. As long as they gave an order, they would be able to unleash the most terrifying attack. In the entire angel army, there were 400 to 500 universe masters with level 3 combat power. Hiss. When the angel army appeared one by one, the old monsters of the invincible region around them were all looking at this scene in shock. Angel army, what a terrifying angel army. There are actually 400 to 500 battle angels with level 3 combat power as universe masters. They have long planned this. There must be a strong warrior of the angel race involved. Otherwise, how could there be such a terrifying angel army? How terrifying. The strength of this angel army can easily tear apart a crazy demon. Such a powerful angel army, coupled with the strength of the Phoenix race. This Dragon King is finished. This power is too strong. How can 400 to 500 level 3 universe masters and over 400 experts of the Phoenix clan resist? The Dragon King is in trouble. The army of angels is here to take revenge. All the old monsters of the invincible zone were shocked. They quickly flew back to avoid the explosion of the battle. This force was more than enough to destroy a level 2 Overlord Realm powerhouse, let alone the Dragon King. Such a powerful angel army and the Phoenix tribe's powerhouse. You guys really think highly of me. Wang Xian looked at this powerful angel army and his eyes lit up. He said calmly. His gaze swept across the Phoenix tribe's powerhouses. His eyes flickered as he continued. Phoenix tribe. There shouldn't be any fish in my dragon palace that you guys have enmity with. Why are you guys involved in this? Do we need to tell you, Dragon King, that our Phoenix clan is doing things? Hee, you are not worthy. Huamin Tian stared at Wang Xian and said with disdain. When Wang Xian heard their words, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression was filled with hostility. It seems that your Phoenix clan is also an enemy of our dragon palace. Wang Xian clenched his fists slightly. He recalled the words that the leader of the ancestral dragon had once passed to the experts in his clan. Be careful of the Phoenix. At that time, the experts from the ancestral dragon clan were extremely puzzled. Why should they be careful of the Phoenix? From the looks of it now, Wang Xian knew that something was definitely involved. Otherwise, why would so many phoenixes and angels gang up on him just to take the eternal fruit? This was clearly a little unreasonable. Dragon King, you think too highly of your dragon palace. You want to make an enemy out of our Phoenix clan. You don't have the qualifications to do so. A small dragon palace is something that our Phoenix clan can destroy easily. Hua Ying stared at Wang Xian and said with disdain. He didn't think much of the Dragon King at all. Dragon King, if you don't take out the ordinary birth fruit, we will attack you directly. I want to see how many seconds you can last against us. Angel Garecker said with a smile on his face. Now, their victory was already in their hands. Haha, the angel race and the phoenix race are working together to deal with me. They are really giving me face. Wang Xian laughed out loud and stood up slowly. His gaze swept across his surroundings. Then, Dragon King, you can die in peace. Huamin Tian flapped his phoenix wings and said in a sinister tone, boom, boom, boom. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure was emitted from his body. In the surrounding area, the Fire Eagle and Water Phoenix totems, as well as the experts of the Phoenix clan, erupted with a terrifying and vast power at the same time. Judgment! Angel Gardecker roared loudly, and an angel sword appeared in his hand. Clang! 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 Judgment! All the battle angels erupted in an instant. The power of light soared into the sky. Judgment! It locked onto Wang Xian. The aura is too strong, too terrifying. The Dragon King is about to be besieged. It's impossible to fight him alone. In the surrounding area, a group of old monsters from the invincible region trembled under the pressure. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. They retreated in fear. The change in the aura caused them to tremble. If they were in the middle of the aura, they would be crushed to death. Very good. 800 to 900 experts. Wang Xian looked at them with a smile on his face. He could stretch his muscles. The inoriginator Holy Wings appeared behind him. However, just as he was about to attack, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked in the direction of the long river. Wang Xian was about to make his move when he suddenly stopped. The group of experts from the Angel Clan and Phoenix Clan who were surrounding Wang Xian also stopped at this moment. They could sense that there was a terrifying expert flying towards them from the other side of the long river. There's more than one expert. Fire Eagle Phoenix was the first to sense it. He looked towards the other side with his eyes shining brightly. Ha! Gardecker Angel, Huamin Tian, and the rest of the powerhouses also sensed it. They looked over. Whoosh! 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 In their line of sight, 7 figures were flying towards them at a terrifying speed. They did not deliberately release their aura. However, all the powerhouses could sense a palpitating danger from their bodies. The change in Wang Xian and the rest had also attracted the attention of the old monsters of the Invincible Zone who were watching the scene. They too looked towards the direction of the long river. This is? All of a sudden an exclamation was heard. An expert of the Invincible Zone stared at the 7 figures with a face full of shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It's the crazy demons. It's the crazy demon wings, the crazy demon stone forest, the crazy demon water demon, and the crazy demon ghost, the crazy demon old witch. The crazy demons cover the sky. The crazy demon lightning flash. It's them. What's going on? Why are all 7 of them together? Also, wasn't the old witch killed by the Dragon King? Didn't she die? Wasn't she killed by the Dragon King? The shocked voice made everyone's eyes widen. Crazy demons and 7 crazy demons flew over at the same time. This force was even stronger than the experts of the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan. After all, they were the most powerful and invincible existences in the Invincible Zone. Now that they had gathered together and flew over, everyone was shocked. 7 mad demons? When Huamin Tian, Gardecker, and Fire Eagle saw the 7 mad demons flying over, their eyes were filled with a solemn expression. With 7 mad demons gathered together, no one in the Invincible Zone dared to look down on them. Why are the 7 mad demons gathered together? The old witch isn't dead yet. Could it be that they are here to deal with the Dragon King? An old monster guessed and said, "It's really possible." His words received the approval of the surrounding experts. Wasn't it to deal with the Dragon King? Then what was it for? It was almost 100% to find the Dragon King. As for why, it was self-evident. Oh, to deal with the Dragon King. Gardecker's angel heard the exclamations around him and slightly raised his eyebrows. He also thought that this was the case. The Old Witch had a feud with the Dragon King. This was something that all the experts in the Invincible Zone knew. Now, the Old Witch had joined forces with the other crazy demons and gathered 6 other crazy demons to look for the Dragon King under the pretext of consuming the ordinary fetus fruit. This was also possible. If the 7 crazy demons make a move, although they can definitely kill the Dragon King, there is a possibility of conflict because of consuming the ordinary fetus fruit. Crazy demons are not so easy to deal with. Huamin Tian looked at the 7 mad demons who were getting closer and closer and frowned slightly. Boom! 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 At this moment, Wuxia and the other 3 arrived in front of the trading ground. They stopped in the air and looked around with shining eyes. Old Witch, this Dragon King belongs to us. I hope you don't interfere. Gardecker's angel stared at Wuxia and the others and said, This Dragon King has a grudge with our angel clan. He must be killed by us. As Angel Gardecker spoke, the gazes of all the experts in the surroundings also focused on him. This was a conversation between 2 powerful factions. It was a conversation about splitting up the Dragon King. From the looks of it now, the Dragon King was going to die completely today. He was going to die completely in the Invincible Zone. Hee. When Wuxia heard Angel Gardecker's words, he smiled coldly and looked at Wang Xian. He bowed slightly and said, Dragon King, we are here. Dragon King, there are some reckless people who want to deal with you. We will help you kill them. Water Demon spat out his cold words. The water flow on his body changed and formed a huge face. There are actually people who dare to deal with our Dragon King. They are really courting death. Dragon King, leave these guys to us. Ming Shaxing also smiled coldly. His body flickered and numerous ghost avatars flew out from his body. His body was filled with violent killing intent. Haha. My body isn't moving within the domain of the space behemoth. Perfect timing. You actually dare to deal with our Dragon King. Haha. Shirsen also laughed wildly. His body rapidly expanded, forming a huge stone giant. The 7 mad demons all moved. A murderous aura that was like blood and hell spread out in all directions. The entire void seemed to have frozen in an instant. At this moment, everyone seemed to have really been frozen. They stared blankly at the Old Witch Water Demon and the 7 mad demons, and listened to their words in a daze. Their pupils slowly began to dilate. What's going on? After a full 5 seconds of silence, an expert cried out involuntarily. What's going on? The Old Witch Water Demon, Ming Shisheng, and the 7 mad demons actually cupped their hands and addressed the Dragon King directly. They actually bowed to the Dragon King and respected him? They were actually so respectful to the Dragon King. These were 7 mad demons. What the hell was going on? The 7 mad demons had submitted to the Dragon King? Hiss. The sound of gasping could be heard continuously. All the experts stared at this scene. What? How is this possible? When Gardecker Angel heard the words of the Old Witch and the other mad demons, his body trembled violently and he roared in disbelief. How was this possible? The Old Witch and the others had actually submitted to the Dragon King? This was impossible. They were crazy demons. How could they be so easily subdued? They were extremely crazy when they fought. They weren't even afraid of death. How could they be subdued? Even if the Dragon King had the common embryo fruit, the possibility of subduing the crazy demons was very small. The expressions of the fire-vanishing Sky-Fire Eagle and the rest of the Phoenix Angels changed drastically at this moment. Their hearts pounded violently as they had a bad premonition in their hearts. You guys came at the right time. From now on, none of the powerhouses from the Phoenix and Angel clans can escape. Wang Xian spoke and instructed them indifferently. It's the Dragon King. Wuxia, Mingsha, and the other crazy demons immediately replied respectfully. This scene once again caused all the experts of the Invincible Zone to be filled with shock. The 7 crazy demons had submitted to the Dragon King. This was simply terrifying. Such a Dragon King could easily sweep through the entire Invincible Zone. Oh no! Not good. At this moment, Gardecker's angel, Huamin Tian, and the other experts' expressions changed drastically. They are in trouble. The powerhouses like the fiery vanishing sky, Gardecker Angel, and the rest felt their scalps go numb. They felt their hearts beating violently. These 7 mad demons were actually the subordinates of the Dragon King. How were they supposed to destroy the Dragon King? Not to mention suppressing him. With the 7 mad demons and the Dragon King's strength, they were no longer a match for him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, Wuxia and the rest started to move. The 7 mad demons immediately surrounded them to prevent them from escaping. Wang Xian stood there with a faint smile on his face. The group of powerhouses from the angel race, along with the group of powerhouses from the phoenix race, there were more than 800 level 3 battle power masters who were masters of the universe. This was a huge boost to the Dragon Palace. If they were all eliminated, the Dragon Palace would definitely receive a huge boost. Of course, in his heart, Wang Xian already regarded them as the resources of the Dragon Palace. This is unbelievable. 7 mad demons and 7 mad demons were all subdued by the Dragon King. All of them actually submitted to the Dragon King. This is unbelievable. The mad demons of the Invincible Zone actually submitted to the Dragon King, and there were 7 of them. How did the Dragon King subdue them? With the 7 mad demons submitting to the Dragon King, together with the mad restriction and the mad demons killed by the Dragon King, wouldn't 90% of the mad demons of the Invincible Zone be suppressed by the Dragon King? At this moment, all the old monsters of the Invincible Zone who were watching the battle from afar were completely shocked. This was a huge earthquake for them and the entire Invincible Zone. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had made the entire Invincible Zone submit to him alone. And the experts of the Angel race and the Phoenix race wanted to kill the Dragon King. It was impossible. What they needed to consider now was to run. Run for their lives. We can't kill the Dragon King anymore. Gardecker's Angel looked at the fire-vanishing sky fire eagle and the others and secretly transmitted his voice. Retreat. They didn't hesitate at all. If they couldn't kill the Dragon King, then there was no need to make a move. They only needed to report this matter to their 3rd prince and Xinjiang Phoenix. This was already not a mission they could complete. With 7 crazy demon subordinates, the Dragon King was invincible in the invincible region. Unless their strength could be doubled, it would be difficult to destroy the Dragon King. Go! The fire eagle Phoenix growled and ordered all the experts. Chirp, chirp, chirp. He flapped his phoenix wings and prepared to escape. Since you're already here, just stay here. The demonic wings sneered when he saw that they were trying to escape. He flapped his huge wings and arrived at their escape route. Lei Shan also relied on his terrifying speed to block their escape route in an instant. Your phoenix tribe was very arrogant just now. Therefore, I shall slaughter a fire phoenix first. Wang Xian looked at them trying to escape with a cold expression on his face. His gaze locked onto the fire eagle phoenix, and the incipient holy wings appeared behind him. Whoosh! The incipient holy wings were flapped, and Wang Xian's figure disappeared instantly. The next moment he arrived above the fire eagle phoenix. The distance between them was only about 1,000 meters. With such a terrifying speed, the fire eagle phoenix didn't even have the time to react. You said that I don't even have the right to be your enemy. You said that you can destroy me easily. Wang Xian stared at the fire hawk phoenix below and said calmly. Wang Xian suddenly disappeared and his voice entered the fire hawk phoenix's ears. It happened in an instant. All the old monsters and powerhouses present didn't manage to react in time. When the fire hawk heard the voice that was close to his ears and sensed Wang Xian's figure, his pupils dilated rapidly. He immediately raised his head. His gaze met with a pair of teasing eyes. This made the heart of the fire eagle and phoenix tighten. His eyes were filled with fear and shock. How is this possible? He couldn't help but roar. How is this possible? Why did the Dragon King suddenly appear in the sky above him? I can easily destroy a phoenix like you. Wang Xian stared at the fire eagle and phoenix as he continued to speak indifferently. He moved his palm and a gray long saber slashed towards his neck. The speed of the long saber was very fast, and they were very close to each other. It was so close that the fire eagle phoenix couldn't react at all. No! He could let out a wild roar. There was a hint of trembling in his voice, along with a strong sense of fear. However, before he could finish his sentence, the long saber had already landed on his neck and chopped off his phoenix head. Ah! The falling head was not a serious injury to a powerhouse of this level. However, the intense pain and fear in his heart caused the phoenix to let out an intense scream. With your strength, you still dare to tell me that I can kill you easily? Wuxia stared at him. His face was filled with mockery and disdain. With his current strength, he could easily kill a crazy demon. And this fellow still dared to be impudent in front of him? No, 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 don't kill me. The fire eagle and phoenix roared with despair. Their heads and bodies frantically fled into the distance. Naive, you still want to escape? Wuxia flapped his divine wings. His figure instantly arrived at the head of the fire eagle and phoenix. He stretched out his arm and transformed it into a dragon claw. He grabbed it directly and the destructive force surged towards its head. Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 The body that had lost its head flapped its huge wings violently. Waves of terrifying phoenix flames spread out in all directions. Wuxia's eyes turned cold when he saw this. He moved his body and waved his dragon claw. A huge grayish dragon claw grabbed onto the phoenix's headless body. The huge dragon claw clenched hard. The phoenix flames on his body started to extinguish at a terrifying speed. The extinguishing of the fire phoenix's life flames meant that he was completely annihilated. However, Wuxia did not kill him completely. Instead, he threw it casually and a huge net enveloped it. Wuxia wanted to make it summon its divine kingdom before exterminating it. Hiss! What kind of strength is this? At the same time, Wuxia flipped his hand and suppressed a fire phoenix that was on the level of a mad demon. This caused the bodies of all the experts around to tremble violently. Even Gardener's angel and the fire-vanishing heaven phoenix trembled as they felt darkness before their eyes. The fire eagle phoenix was an existence that was comparable to a mad demon. Such a terrifying expert was suppressed just like that. He didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. He was like a toy. Fear spread. Despair filled their hearts. Shock. He destroyed a mad demon-level existence with a flip of his hand. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were filled with astonishment. What kind of strength was this? Was this the Dragon King's strength? How is this possible? Fire Eagle is a mad demon-level existence. Such a powerful existence couldn't even put up a fight in front of Wuxia. Huamin Tian's face was filled with fear as he growled in a low voice. Such an expert was easily suppressed by the Dragon King. What about them? Hiss, is this the true strength of the Dragon King? With such strength, how can an expert from the invincible zone resist? That fire phoenix is an existence on the level of a mad demon. It was easily killed by the Dragon King like a toy. Such strength is enough to make one despair. The Dragon King is so powerful. The mad demon easily suppressed it. No wonder the old witch and the others would submit to the Dragon King. No wonder. With such terrifying strength, even if the old witch, water demon, and the other experts didn't come over, even if the Dragon King fought against the experts of the Angel and Phoenix clans alone, he wouldn't be afraid at all, right? This strength is too strong. In the surrounding area, all the old monsters were so shocked that they couldn't control themselves. With such terrifying strength, they felt that the Dragon King alone was able to fight against the powerhouses from the Angel and Phoenix clans. Damn it! Is he the real ruler? Gardener's angel stared at Wuxia and his forehead was filled with cold sweat. The angels around him were also filled with fear. Break through. Run. Huamin Tian let out a low roar and let out a crazy roar. Run. The crazy demon-level experts on their side were easily suppressed. The strength displayed by the Dragon King caused them to be filled with despair. At this moment, they could only run. Run for their lives. Otherwise, they would be completely finished. Run. Run. The dozen or so angels of the angel race also let out a low roar. They waved their arms and a powerful army of angels protected their surroundings. Immediately, they broke through in the direction of the outer perimeter of the invincible region. Attack! Don't be entangled by these crazy demons. Gareker Angel looked at the lightning flash demon wings and the others who were blocking their path and roared crazily. At this moment, they began to fight with their lives on the line. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The 40 to 50 water phoenixes looked at each other in fear. They immediately controlled the phoenix totem behind them and flew forward. The gigantic water phoenix totem flapped its wings. The flow of water energy made it look exceptionally beautiful. Waves of water mist spread out in the surroundings. They wanted to escape immediately. Buzz. Wuxia stood in the air and looked at the group of powerhouses from the angel race and phoenix race who were desperately trying to escape. A cold smile appeared on his face. He waved his arm. Buzz. 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 The 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc on the old witch immediately flew towards him. The Tai Chi dragon disc was circling around him, while the 5 elements millstone was suspended above his head. Wuxia raised his arm and a vast force of the 5 elements surged into the interior of the 5 elements millstone. He waved his arm and aimed at the water phoenix totem. Boom! At the next moment, the 5 elements millstone brought along a terrifying force and directly attacked the water phoenix totem. With the support of Wuxia, the Tai Chi dragon disc had a destructive force that was comparable to a level 2 master of the universe. This is bad. This is bad. The dragon palace has locked onto us. Save us. 40 to 50 water phoenixes looked terrified when they saw the terrifying Tai Chi dragon disc attacking them. They quickly turned around and controlled the huge phoenix totem. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The water phoenix totem let out a cry. It opened its mouth and waves of water energy that were like flames attacked the Tai Chi dragon disc. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, a violent collision sound was heard. Waves of water attribute flames landed in front of the 5 elements millstone and were quickly extinguished by the energy. The 5 elements millstone carried a powerful might as it continued to attack the water phoenix totem. We can't defend against it. The Dragon King's strength is not something we can contend against. We can't defend against this terrifying treasure. A water phoenix roared with a face full of panic. There are no experts who can support us. Continue to attack Phoenix Waterflower. Their eyes were slightly red as they roared. The water phoenix totem emitted a blue light. An ice phoenix seemed to have formed as it once again attacked the 5 elements millstone. Ka ka ka. However, the moment they collided, it quickly collapsed. Honk! The 5 elements millstone carried an invincible might as it directly arrived in front of the water phoenix totem. A terrifying destructive power surged towards the phoenix totem. Wung 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 wung. The water phoenix totem quickly collapsed under the attack of the 5 elements millstone. Finally, a scroll was left in the sky. A scroll of the water phoenix. PFF. PFFF. PFF. Below them, the water phoenixes who were suffering from the energy backlash spat out a huge mouthful of blood. They were severely injured. One strike and another effortless strike. It directly destroyed the water phoenix totem, which was comparable to the level of a mad demon. Wuxia looked at this scene and revealed a faint smile on his face. He controlled the attack of the 5 elements grinding mill. It was even stronger than the full-force attack of an ordinary Master Level 2 expert. It was also very easy to destroy the Water Phoenix totem. Ha ha ha, the Dragon King is mighty. You should just obediently accept your death. It's your stupidest decision to kill our Dragon King. Lei Shan roared and moved, directly attacking the army of angels in front of him. So what if it's the angel race or the phoenix race? Die, Lotus of Death, bloom. The old witch held her staff in her hand, and a massive lotus of death formation condensed, directly blasting towards the group of Phoenix Clan experts in front. Ming Shishang, Shirsin, Demonic Wings, Water Demon, and the others also charged towards them at the same time. The baleful aura and terrifying power emitted from their bodies caused the Angel Clan and Phoenix Clan experts to tremble violently. The Water Phoenix totem was easily defeated by the Dragon King. The Dragon King is too powerful. He's too powerful. There's no way to defend against him. We're finished. If the Dragon King continues to attack, none of us will be able to escape. At this moment, they discovered something that made them despair. The Dragon Palace had made two moves. One was to easily suppress the Fire Eagle Phoenix, and the other was to directly destroy the Water Phoenix totem. After making two moves, they were short of two powerful combat powers. The Dragon King's strength was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. If he continued to make moves, how would they win? They even knew that the Dragon King would not let them leave. He would not let them go. At the thought of this, they almost lost their fighting spirit. "You're next." Wang Xian stood in the air and shifted his gaze to Gardecker's angel. This was the leader of the Angel clan and the one who arrogantly said that he wanted to destroy them. Kill, 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 escape. The location of the exchange venue had become a battlefield. The powerhouses from the Angel race and the Phoenix race were roaring crazily. They were flying desperately towards the periphery of the invincible zone. Wang Xian's two attacks had caused them to completely collapse. Now, they were not dying in silence. They were exploding in silence. There was no time for hesitation. Run, run now. Run for your lives. The dozen angels of the Angel race used the battle angels as their sharp blades, trying to fight their way out. At this moment, they completely disregarded the loss of the battle angels. As long as they could get out of here alive, they would be lucky. Wang Xian's gaze locked onto Gardecker's angel. A smile appeared on his face as he flapped his Genesis Saint wings and flew towards him. "Gardener's angel, right? I thought you mentioned earlier that you wanted to destroy him." Wang Xian's flying speed was very slow. It was almost the same as an ordinary level 3 master of the universe. He looked very relaxed. It was as though he was not in a battlefield but taking a stroll in his own backyard. As he spoke leisurely, his voice entered Gardener's ears. His tone was as though he was talking to an old friend. However, when Gardecker heard Wang Xian's words, his body trembled violently. He turned his head and looked at Wang Xian, who was flying towards him. His eyes were filled with despair. "Dragon King, if you dare to kill us, our angel tribe will not let you off. Our third prince will not let you off." Gardecker's angel shouted in a threatening manner. "Won't let me off? Third prince? Hee hee." Wang Xian's eyes sparkled and were filled with a cold expression. "Your angel tribe tried every means to kill me and destroy my dragon palace. Aren't all your lackeys dead now? Do you think I won't dare to kill you just because you used the name of the angel tribe and the name of the third prince?" As Wang Xian spoke, he flew over. "Kill, kill, kill." Gardecker's expression changed drastically when he saw Wang Xian approaching. He ordered the angel army around him. More than 100 battle angels with level 3 combat strength, the masters of the universe, charged at Wang Xian rapidly. Wang Xian looked over and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Waves of destructive energy circulated around his body as the battle angels charged at him. The moment they got close to him, their bodies stiffened and their vitality quickly disappeared. It couldn't get close to Wang Xian at all. At this moment, the battle between an ordinary level 3 universe master and Wang Xian was already too huge. This was like the difference between an ordinary peak universe knight and a level 2 universe master. How could an ordinary peak universe knight fight against a level 2 universe master? Even if they had a large number, it would still be difficult for them to break through Wang Xian's defense. As for Wang Xian, all he needed to do was to release waves of destructive energy. If they were to get close to him, they would be able to kill him instantly. Wang Xian flew towards Gardener's angel without any obstruction. "No, no, no." Gardener's angel trembled violently when he saw Wang Xian approaching him continuously. He retreated as despair lingered in his heart. "Do you think you can escape today?" Wang Xian stared at him and said with disdain. "No, don't kill me." Gardecker Angel was on the verge of breaking down as he roared. When he saw that Wang Xian had already flown to their side, he raised the huge sword in his hand and slashed at Wang Xian. Wang Xian raised his palm and easily caught the huge sword. He stared at Gardecker Angel indifferently. He exerted force with his palm and snatched the huge sword over. He stared at Gardecker Angel calmly. His arm turned into a dragon claw and grabbed Gardecker Angel in his hand. Faced with Wang Xian's irresistible force, Gardecker Angel's body trembled non-stop. "Soul Catcher." Wang Xian stared at him and his mind stirred. Gardecker Angel, who had completely collapsed, started to lose focus. His expression quickly turned sluggish. Gardecker Angel, send a message to your third prince immediately. Tell him that sooner or later, I will kill you and rip off your bird wings. Wang Xian spoke to Angel Gardecker calmly. The soul-possessed Angel Gardecker took out his universe artificial brain mechanically and sent a message to the third prince. Hee. When Wang Xian saw him sending the message, a smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his arm, Gardecker's body was directly thrown beside the fire eagle phoenix. After he was done, his gaze swept across the entire battlefield once again. His gaze landed on the fire eagle phoenix. That fire phoenix, should I go over and kill you, or do you have to come over obediently? Wang Xian's voice rang out and reached the ears of fire vanishing heaven. At the same time, it also reached the entire battlefield. When Fire Vanishing Heaven heard this sentence, he looked over and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. There were even quite a number of experts who stopped their escape and looked in Wang Xian's direction. Gardecker Angel was being suppressed by Wang Xian. Many experts could feel it. This could no longer be called suppression. It should be called crushing to death. And the Dragon King's words were also a form of judgment for the Fire Vanishing Heaven Phoenix. A form of judgment that followed the law. The angel race was judging the Dragon King? This was the Dragon King judging the angel race and the Phoenix race. Cough, 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 cough. Huamin Tian let out a strange sound when he saw Wang Xian staring at him. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian was also looking at him in the same way. He was just looking at him calmly. This is not a battle of the same level. Just the Dragon King alone can easily suppress all their powerhouses. Invincible posture, invincible posture. The Dragon King stood there as if he was not standing on the battlefield, but standing high above in his own divine kingdom, judging some reckless people. The Dragon King is simply invincible. Even when the battle broke out, the Dragon King did not take them seriously. He casually attacked and easily killed many experts. The gap is too big. Around the exchange venue, a group of old monsters from the Invincible region who were watched this scene in astonishment. At this moment, the battlefield was like a chessboard, and the Dragon King was a chess player. Whoever wanted to die would die. He stood there invincible as though he was not affected by the war. The experts from the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan were like ants at this moment. Dragon King, can you spare my life? Huamin Tian looked at Wang Xian in despair and suddenly begged. What do you think? Hee. Wang Xian laughed mockingly and flew towards him slowly. He was still as calm as ever. It was as if he was taking a stroll and arrived in front of Huamin Tian. At this moment, Huamin Tian didn't even have the courage to resist. He slowly closed his eyes. He was ready to receive Wang Xian's judgment. Buzz. Wang Xian stretched out his dragon claw and grabbed him. At the same time, he used the soul-capturing technique. Waves of information entered Wang Xian's mind. Clear River Water Phoenix. A few seconds later, Wang Xian spat out 5 words softly. The Phoenix clan had indeed joined in. When dealing with the Dragon King and him, the peak race would not be so bored as to join in just because of the third prince's invitation. The peak race also did not need to offend the current divine dragon lineage, because even if the current divine dragon lineage had declined, it was still an incomparably powerful peak race after all. Currently, it was highly possible for the Dragon Palace to reach the peak race. Therefore, there must be a special reason for the Phoenix clan to be involved. Wang Xian checked the information in his mind and his eyes sparkled. Let's destroy them as soon as possible. Huamin Tian was casually suppressed by him. After receiving some information, his eyes sparkled as he ordered the old hag and the rest around him. It's the Dragon King. The old witch and the other 7 crazy demons immediately responded and unleashed their full strength. Now that they had solved the problem of losing their rationality, they were even more powerful in battle. Especially after the Fire Eagle Crazy Demon, Water Phoenix Totem, and Gardecker Angel Huamin Tian were suppressed by Wang Xian. Their strength had been greatly weakened. Under such circumstances, Wuxia and the rest had completely gained the upper hand. Wang Xian stood there. The powerhouses from the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan didn't dare to approach him even when they were faced with a group of crazed demons. He scanned his surroundings and locked onto the powerhouses from the Angel clan as well as the top-notch powerhouses from the Phoenix clan. Wang Xian moved his palm and the 5 elements millstone flew towards an expert from the angel clan. This angel was surrounded by a large number of level 3 masters who were masters of the universe. He had a powerful treasure in his hand and was desperately trying to escape. However, when he sensed that Wang Xian's 5 elements millstone was attacking him, his body trembled and his face was filled with despair. Bang! The 5 elements millstone came to the sky above him and destroyed the battle angels around him effortlessly. Then it easily suppressed them. Ah! Kill, kill, kill. When another angel was suppressed by Wang Xian, the surrounding angels and experts of the Phoenix tribe who noticed it instantly went crazy. They had to go all out, even if they had to suffer heavy injuries or even if they were on their last breaths. At this moment, they had to go all out, because if they didn't go all out, they would die completely. There was no chance at all. Hee hee. When Wang Xian saw this, he smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the 5 elements grinding mill attacked the top-notch expert of the Phoenix clan. An invincible force landed directly in the sky above him. When the top-notch expert of the Phoenix clan saw this, he laughed miserably. Ha ha ha! The Dragon King is invincible. The demonic wings flattered and roared loudly. He spread his wings, and the wings rapidly expanded, covering the entire void. He flapped his huge wings, and countless golden quicksand and terrifying hurricanes formed, attacking the battle angels in front of him. Rustle! 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 The terrifying attacks directly pierced through the bodies of the battle angels, causing them to quickly collapse. Ah! A miserable cry sounded out. In the surrounding area, Ming Shishing, Shursen, Lei Shan, and a few other crazy demons also took out their own trump cards. The terrifying meteor directly descended, smashing towards the group of experts from the Phoenix clan. The ghostly Ming ghost clone ignored the attacks of material resources, shuttling through the battlefield like a shadow. The lightning-like lightning bolts caused explosions to appear in the void. Every explosion caused the experts of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan to die. The terrifying array formation and the heavy water. When the mad demons used their trump cards, it was a nightmare for the experts of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan. Every mad demon had killed their way out of the invincible region. They used the blood of many powerhouses to build their reputation. Now that the 7 of them were working together, one could imagine how terrifying it was. However, the one who made everyone feel even more terrified was the Dragon King. Wang Xian stood there and casually killed any powerhouse. None of the powerhouses could withstand his attack. It's over. This time, none of the powerhouses of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan can escape. There's no way to escape. Look at the Dragon King. He just stood there and didn't make any moves. With the Dragon King's terrifying speed just now, none of them could escape. I really didn't expect such an outcome. In the surrounding area, all the old monsters of the invincible zone were already somewhat numb. They looked at that figure, their eyes filled with deep reverence. Since the birth of the invincible zone, an invincible existence had been born. He was the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The following battle was a little too easy. Wang Xian didn't even need to make a move himself. He stood there and watched quietly. All the battle angels were killed. As for the other experts, they were all severely injured. Wang Xian took them into custody. Dragon King, all of them are taken care of. The battle only lasted for about 10 minutes. 7 crazy demons flew over and said with smiles on their faces, "All right." Wang Xian nodded his head. With a wave of his arm, he brought them into the distance immediately. After flying for 5 minutes, Wang Xian stopped. His eyes were sparkling. "All of you, wait here for 5 minutes." Wang Xian instructed them. With a wave of his arm, he released all the suppressed experts and immediately cast the soul-capturing spell. Waves of information were transmitted into his mind. At the same time, Wang Xian ordered them to summon all the divine kingdoms. After obtaining all the divine kingdoms, Wang Xian waved his arm and killed them completely. Standing in the air, Wang Xian checked all the information in his mind. Soon, he opened his eyes and swept his gaze to the side. Next, in the invincible zone, I will look for the experts from the Angel race and Phoenix race and kill them. Ha! Wuxia and the rest were slightly shocked when they heard Wang Xian's words. However, they nodded immediately. It's the Dragon King. Let's go, let's go. As Wang Xian spoke, the energy of the incipient holy wings enveloped them. Search for the news of the angel race and the phoenix race on the AI brain of the universe or somewhere else. Then we will rush over. It's the Dragon King. The 7 mad demons immediately took action. At this moment, Wang Xian's eyes were filled with a hint of cold killing intent. The angel race had already fought to the death with Wang Xian. They had tried to destroy him time and time again. In that case, he did not have to worry about his identity as a peak race of the angel race. As for the phoenix race, Wang Xian had obtained some clues from the memories of the phoenix race. This was related to the matters of the Divine Dragon Island. The Divine Dragon Island was once the lair of the Divine Dragon clan. It was the origin of the Divine Dragon clan and also the foundation of the Divine Dragon clan. Currently, the paradise on the Divine Dragon Island had been occupied by the space beasts in the mountains and seas. However, he learned from the memories of a phoenix expert that the Green River Water Phoenix often went to the Divine Dragon Island. The space beasts in the mountains and seas have occupied the Divine Dragon Island, and the Green River Water Phoenix has entered the Divine Dragon Island. Is there any connection between them? The space beasts are different from other peak races. They live more like beasts. They hunt, grow, and hibernate. After the Divine Dragon clan was destroyed, the other peak races didn't occupy the nest of the Divine Dragon clan? How did the space beasts occupy it? Is it because the space beasts are strong? If they are strong, how did the Green River Water Phoenix manage to enter? Wang Xian flew rapidly in the void, his eyes shining brightly, thinking about the situation on the Divine Dragon Island. Wang Xian's mind was filled with thoughts. The leader of the ancestral dragon clan seemed to have been to the Divine Dragon Island before. After he was killed by the leader of the Holy Dragon clan, he sent the words, "Be careful of the phoenix." There must be an important reason behind this. No matter what, the angel tribe and phoenix tribe will have to pay the price for besieging me this time. I can't attack the disciples of the angel tribe and phoenix tribe outside. However, there are no such rules in the invincible zone. Wang Xian's eyes shone with a sharp glint. He wanted to exterminate all the powerhouses of the angel tribe and phoenix tribe in the invincible zone. Not a single one of them was left alive. He wanted to let the 2 peak races know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Of course, perhaps the peak races did not take the disciples in the invincible zone seriously either. But that was not important. What was important was that Wang Xian wanted to kill them. However, just as Wang Xian was flying in the air, what happened in the trading ground was spreading at a terrifying speed in the invincible zone. With the combined efforts of the experts from the angel race and the phoenix race, there were more than 800 level 3 universe masters attacking the Dragon King. In the end, 7 mad demons suddenly appeared. With the Dragon King as their leader, they killed all the experts from the angel race and the phoenix race under the order of the Dragon King. This matter was extremely sensational. The entire invincible zone trembled violently. This actually happened when we were leaving. This is simply unbelievable. Holy shit, the Phoenix race and the Angel race are allied? Over 800 universe masters with level 3 combat strength besieging the Dragon King. The 7 mad demons took the Dragon King as their king and were subdued by the Dragon King? Every piece of news can cause the invincible region to boil. The 7 mad demons of the invincible zone have submitted to the Dragon King. They annihilated all the experts of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan under the order of the Dragon King? Hiss, this. Didn't you see that the Dragon King's strength is the most terrifying? He could easily annihilate a mad demon. An existence at the level of a mad demon wouldn't even have the chance to resist in front of him. Why did the Phoenix clan's experts ally with the Angel clan in order to take the eternal fruit? To be completely destroyed by the Dragon King, it's too tragic. The Dragon King is an unwearable existence in the invincible zone. On the universe's AI, the invincible zone was completely boiling. This news was too shocking. Whether it was the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan ganging up on the Dragon King, or the 7 mad demons submitting to the Dragon King, or the strength that the Dragon King displayed, it caused the entire invincible region to shake. In this world, there really was an invincible enemy. For a time, the Dragon King became the true king of the invincible region. An invincible king. Humph! At the same time, I was at a place in the holy mountain of light. The third prince of the angel race, the angel of light, stood in front of the throne in the palace. Looking at the information on the universe AI, his face was filled with coldness. On his universal AI, there was a message from Gardecker's angel. The message was, "Sooner or later, I will kill you and rip off your bird wings." When he saw this message, his eyes were filled with violent killing intent. He naturally knew that this message was not sent by Gardecker's angel. He also naturally knew that this was sent by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. A puny Dragon King dares to provoke me. He's courting death. His expression was extremely cold and his expression was somewhat ugly, especially when he learned of the situation in the invincible region. He had given so many battle angels to his subordinates, and he had even taken out so many resources, and even joined forces with the Clear River Water Phoenix. In the end, he was still easily killed by the Dragon King. This made him furious, but at the same time, he had a new understanding of the Dragon King's strength. After subduing 7 mad demons, it's already impossible to destroy them in the invincible zone, and this Dragon King's combat strength is definitely not weaker than a true Tier 2 ruler. He might be in existence at the level of the 5 elements divine dragon. The third prince's expression kept changing. He waved his arm, and a phoenix image appeared in front of him. Ripples appeared, and a few seconds later a figure was formed. "Have you received the situation in the invincible zone?" The third prince said to the image of the Clear River Water Phoenix. "I've received it. Unless a master of the universe makes a move, it's very difficult to kill it." The Clear River Water Phoenix also frowned slightly. This time, it was completely out of their expectations that they didn't succeed. With the strength that the Dragon King had displayed, it was already very difficult to kill it. Do we really have to wait for the Dragon King to break through to the master level? Do we really have to wait for the Dragon Palace to reach the peak race? The third prince said, "There's another way. Forget it. The possibility is too small. We can only wait for the Dragon Palace to reach the peak of the race." The Clear River Water Phoenix hesitated for a moment and said, The third prince raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "What's the method you're talking about?" "The land of mountains and seas, but the method is not acceptable. Forget it." The Clear River Water Phoenix shook her head. The third prince heard it and thought for a moment, but then he shook his head too. "There was no other way. We have to wait. I don't know how long we will have to wait," the third prince said with some unwillingness. This wait would take at least thousands of years, at most tens of thousands of years, or even more. The Clear River Water Phoenix shook its head. In the current situation, they were completely helpless. The Dragon King was already in power. Unless they broke the rules and made a move, they wouldn't be able to destroy him. Once they broke the rules and destroyed him, with the relationship between the Dragon Palace and the elves, they would definitely be punished. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Dragon King, there are experts from the Angel of Darkness gathered at a blessed land. In the no-land zone, Wuxia brought Wuxia and the rest and flew quickly to the outer area. Soon, Wuxia and the rest received a piece of information and reported it to Wuxia. In the no-land zone, there were still quite a number of old monsters from the angel race. After all, there were only a dozen or so experts from the angel race who took action this time. In the invincible zone, there were at least 200 to 300 experts from the angel race, especially the Angel of Darkness. "Let's go." When Wuxia heard Wuxia and the rest's report, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. As long as he could find the powerhouses from the angel race and the phoenix race in the invincible zone, he would not leave a single one alive. Dragon King, there are many powerhouses from the various peak races in that direction and the invincible zone. The number of powerhouses from each peak race would not be less than 300. There are at least 300 powerhouses from the angel race. Wuxia introduced to Wuxia. Wuxia nodded his head and flew over quickly. The area of the invincible zone was still very huge. However, after Wuxia's strength had broken through, his speed had once again reached a terrifying level. Now, it would only take him more than 10 days to fly from one side to the other. This speed was undoubtedly terrifying in the invincible zone. Of course, Wang Xian's current speed was comparable to that of a master at the 3rd level. No matter how big the invincible zone was, it was still a territory that was destroyed on a battlefield. Compared to the real universe and the heaven-splitting primordial land, it was still a drop in the bucket. I really didn't expect that the Dragon King would have such terrifying strength. This time, more than a dozen angels of light and their powerful army were easily killed by the Dragon King. The Dragon King's strength is indeed quite abnormal. His talent should be top-notch even when he was at the peak of the Divine Dragon Clan. It seems that the 3rd prince has always wanted to destroy that Dragon King with the angels of light, right? Now that he has failed 3 or 4 times, he has really lost the face of our angel clan. It's enough for us to say these words here. We absolutely can't say it outside. Otherwise, if we offend our superiors, we won't even know how we died. The 3rd prince tried so hard to kill a Dragon King. Now, the entire universe knows that our angel race has tried to kill the Dragon King time and time again, but failed in the end. The main reason is that the Dragon King is too monstrous. At the body of the 9 netherworld fire in the invincible zone, a group of dark angels gathered together and discussed. The body of the netherworld fire was the corpse of an enormous space beast. The enormous corpse formed an area known as the body of the netherworld fire. This was a paradise that was very suitable for dark attribute experts to cultivate. And this place was also occupied by a group of dark angels. Dozens of dark angels gathered together and discussed the most shocking matter in the invincible zone. And this matter also involved their angel race. Now, it's rumored that the mad demons can break through as long as they consume a large number of normal birth fruits. I don't know if it's true or not. I think it's very likely to be true. It's also possible that the 7 mad demons submitted to the Dragon King because of this reason. The 2 dark angels continued to talk. Unfortunately, the Dragon King is too powerful. It's very difficult to obtain a large number of normal birth fruits from him unless it's a trade. And the price that the Dragon King sells for is very high. One of the dark angels spoke and shook his head slightly. The rest of the dark angels nodded silently. If the Dragon King was not so powerful, they would definitely snatch it directly. Dragon King, it's ahead. While they were discussing, what the dark angels did not know was that the Dragon King that they were discussing had already arrived in front of them. Wuxia pointed at the area in front of them and said to Wang Xian, "The corpse of this space beast is really huge." Wang Xian looked at the huge corpse and revealed an astonished expression. Some experts have guessed that this corpse is at least the corpse of a space beast above level 4, the ruler of the universe. Lei Shan replied. Wang Xian nodded his head. His dragon eyes scanned the area in front of him, and he flew straight ahead. He didn't conceal his figure at all and didn't restrain his aura at all. He flew straight into the area. Someone has broken in. At the same time, the group of dark angels inside the body of the netherworld fire sensed something when Wang Xian entered the area. This was their lair. Naturally, they had set up a perimeter around the area. Whoever dares to trespass into our territory is courting death. In the middle, a dark angel's blood-red eyes stared outside. A pair of wings flapped slightly, and his body was filled with a tyrannical aura. Their bodies moved, and dozens of dark angels immediately flew out. When they had just flown out, they saw 8 figures flying towards them. The leader of the group was in the form of a human. He also had a pair of wings. And around him, when the group of darkness angels saw the group of figures around him, their bodies stiffened slightly. Their pupils constricted and their faces were filled with shock. That's the wings of the mad demon. That's the mad demon Shursen. The mad demon lightning flash. The demon wings Shursen lightning flash, and the rest were immediately recognized. In the next moment, all their gazes were focused on Wang Xian. Their eyes were filled with reverence. It went without saying. This was the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Greetings, Dragon King. May I know what business you have with us? The group of darkness angels was shocked. Looking at the Dragon King in front of them, their hearts felt numb. However, at this moment, they also knew that it was impossible to escape from the hands of the Dragon King. They braced themselves and cupped their hands together as they asked, "Why are you asking when you already know the answer?" Of course. We are here to kill you, angels. Ming Shashing stared at them and asked with a grim expression, "Kill us? Dragon King, what the radiant angels did has nothing to do with us. The darkness angels." The expression of one of the darkness angels changed drastically as he shouted hurriedly, "All of you are of the same race. I don't care if you are the darkness angels or the radiant angels." Wang Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Although the angel race was divided into light and darkness, they were as one. If the angel race wanted to kill him, would Wang Xian care if the other party was the angel of darkness or the angel of light? They would all die. Crash! After he finished speaking, the uninitiated holy wings flapped violently and arrived in front of the dozens of angels of darkness at a terrifying speed. At the same time, a wave of energy caught them completely. "No, no, no, don't." When they saw Wang Xian arriving in front of them in an instant, the angels of darkness shouted in horror and despair. Buzz. However, at the next moment, a wave of energy enveloped them. Soon, they summoned the divine kingdoms one by one. With a wave of his arm, Wang Xian killed a total of 48 angels of darkness. "Let's go, let's continue." Wang Xian kept the bodies and said to them calmly, "It's the Dragon King, and another place. It's the gathering place for many powerhouses. There are definitely powerhouses from the angel race there, and possibly the phoenix race." Wuxia continued to speak. Invincible City is rumored to be the final location of the war in the Invincible region. There are a total of 5 to 6 space beasts corpses there, and there are also 7 to 8 Cosmos God Nation ruins. The energy there is chaotic, but to experts, it is a treasure ground for cultivation. Many experts from the Invincible region gather there. Invincible City was a place where treasures were gathered in the Invincible region. There were 7 to 8 ruins of the Divine Kingdom and 5 to 6 corpses of space behemoths. The energy was extremely majestic. There were quite a number of experts gathered there, but some of them came from various races. Wuxia wasn't sure how many angels and phoenix race experts there were. However, there were definitely some there. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. With a move of his body, he flew rapidly towards Invincible City. His speed was very fast. In the land of the 9 Netherworld fire, no powerhouse knew that more than 40 dark angels were killed. A day later, Wang Xian arrived in front of Invincible City. It was more like a place where corpses and broken divine kingdoms gathered. The good thing was that it wasn't too messy. Wang Xian was at the front and could sense that there were quite a number of experts gathered in Invincible City. There were at least 700 to 800 of them. There were even 2 experts engaged in a life-and-death battle at one of them. Surround the entire Invincible City. I'll enter. Wang Xian looked at Wuxia and the rest and gave an order. It's the Dragon King. Wuxia and the rest nodded their heads. The 7 mad demons exchanged a glance and flew straight into the surroundings. They wanted to surround the entire Invincible City. Meanwhile, Wang Xian flew straight into the city and scanned the surroundings. The peak races all had the unique aura of the peak races, the light and darkness powers of the angel race, the phoenix powers of the phoenix race. With just a little sensing, he could lock onto the angels and the phoenixes. This is the Dragon King. Yes, he is the Dragon King. What is the Dragon King doing here? Wang Xian entered and swept his gaze across the surroundings unscrupulously. When some of the experts saw him, their faces were filled with reverence as they asked in astonishment. A few days ago, Wang Xian was truly invincible in the Invincible Zone. Now that all the old freaks had met the Dragon King, none of them were disrespectful. Greetings, Dragon King. When some of the old monsters saw Wang Xian, they even bowed respectfully. Wang Xian took a glance and continued to observe his surroundings. Brother Black Open Air, look over there. Is that the Dragon King? On a high platform located in Invincible City, waves of energy surged from below. Above them, more than 10 old monsters were sitting cross-legged. In front of them, there was a chessboard. Suddenly, an old monster noticed Wang Xian in the distance and exclaimed in surprise. More than 10 old monsters looked over and their eyes were sparkling. Among them, there was an angel of darkness, an angel of light, and the rest were old monsters from other races. They looked at Wang Xian, and Wang Xian had already sensed them. When Wang Xian saw that there were two powerhouses from the angel race among them, a faint smile appeared on his face. He flew over immediately. Then the Dragon King is here. The Dragon King's strength is unrivaled. We have to be more respectful. More than 10 powerhouses sent a voice transmission when they saw Wang Xian flying over. Greetings, Dragon King. They immediately bowed respectfully when they saw Wang Xian flying over. The current Wang Xian was more than capable of receiving their great greetings. Wang Xian nodded his head lightly. With a wave of his arm, two chains instantly shot towards the Angel of Light and the Angel of Darkness. What? When the two angels saw Wang Xian suddenly attacking them, their expressions changed drastically. Dragon King, why are you attacking us? They wanted to dodge, but Wang Xian was too fast. They couldn't react in time. You too, the Angel of Darkness shouted with an extremely embarrassed and furious expression. It's because you are disciples of the Angel clan. You deserve to die. Wang Xian heard his words and said calmly. A surge of energy from the chains surged into their bodies. Ah! The two angels let out miserable screams. Their bodies trembled violently. In the next moment, Wang Xian pulled them into the Dragon Palace and suppressed them. It was only because they were disciples of the angel race. This was a race war. After suppressing the two angels, Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and continued flying forward. Hiss! At the side, more than 10 other experts were trembling. The moment Wang Xian made his move, they felt death. When they saw Wang Xian leaving, they took a deep breath. Is this the Dragon King's strength? Black open sky and the rest don't even have the strength to resist. The Dragon King is actually killing the powerhouses of the angel race. Is he here to clean up the powerhouses of the angel race? Killing the powerhouses of the angel race without any restraint. Only the Dragon King can do that, right? The dozen or so powerhouses looked at this scene in shock. There was a hint of cold sweat on their foreheads as they spoke. Over there, I can sense the aura of the Phoenix tribe's powerhouses. Wang Xian looked to the right and immediately flew over. His gaze was fixed on a building. His eyes flickered slightly as he swung his arm. A grayish dragon claw clawed directly at that building. Who is it? A voice rang out from within the building. Following that, a golden phoenix flew out from within. It was emitting a golden glow. I, the Dragon King, am here to kill you. Wang Xian looked at the golden phoenix and spoke indifferently. The dragon claw clawed at him once again. Dragon King? I didn't offend you. Why did you attack me? Why did you kill me? The golden phoenix clearly didn't know what was happening in the trading ground. He roared with a face full of shock and anger. He flapped his golden wings and streams of terrifying golden light shot towards the dragon claw. However, his attacks didn't affect the dragon claw at all. It continued to claw towards him at a terrifying speed. It's because of you phoenixes. You deserve to die. Wang Xian heard his words and spoke calmly. The dragon claw grabbed his body directly. A surge of energy surged into his body and obliterated his life force. What? A battle has broken out over there. It's the Dragon King. The Dragon King is killing the powerhouses of the Phoenix tribe. The commotion over here had attracted the attention of many old freaks in the surroundings. They looked over and saw a golden phoenix being suppressed by Wang Xian. Upon hearing his words, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Because of you phoenixes, you deserve to die. The Dragon King is killing the experts of the Phoenix clan. The Dragon King is taking revenge. He is taking revenge for the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan who besieged him. This is too unbridled, too powerful. Directly killing the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan's experts. They looked over, their faces filled with shock. One had to know that behind the other party was a peak race. Bang! After suppressing another golden phoenix, Wang Xian moved his body and continued to scan the surroundings. Wang Xian's attack caused the entire invincible city to be completely shaken. The news of the Dragon King killing the experts from the Angel and Phoenix races in the Invincible City was also spreading rapidly. There are dozens of powerhouses from the Angel clan here. Wang Xian ignored the powerhouses around him. He moved his body and sensed dozens of angels in front of him. He flew over immediately. What happened next was as simple as before. When Wuxia flew over, the dozens of angels could not put up any resistance at all. Under the indignant, angry, and terrified expressions, they were all suppressed by Wuxia. What awaited them would be death. Wuxia had already listed the angel race as the strongest, and they were enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. The continuous attacks of the angel race made Wuxia decide that if he wanted to have sufficient strength, he would definitely make the angel race pay a heavy price. Oh no, the Dragon King is killing the experts of our angel race crazily in Invincible City. Run. We didn't provoke the Dragon King. Why is he killing us? Could it be that they are blaming our angel clan for the encirclement at the trade site? A prince of our angel clan has always wanted to destroy the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace. That prince should be the one who made the move at the trade site. Now, the Dragon King is looking for the experts of our angel clan. Once he finds them, he will suppress and kill them. Let's run. There were still quite a number of experts of the angel clan in Invincible City. This time, the Phoenix clan had sent out more than 90% of the Phoenixes in the Invincible Zone to attack Wuxia. As for the angel clan, they did not send out many of them. The third prince had even ordered more than a dozen angels to lead the angel army to besiege the Dragon King. Therefore, there were still a large number of old monsters of the angel clan in the Invincible Zone. The experts of the angel race in the Invincible City felt extremely aggrieved when they heard the news. They didn't dare to hesitate at all and hurriedly fled outside. However, before they could escape, they saw many mad demons floating in the void around the Invincible City, staring at them coldly. Oh no, it's the mad demons subdued by the Dragon King. It's over, it's over. Spread out and run. Damn it, the prince of the Light Clan provoked the Dragon King. Why did he implicate us? Damn it. The group of angels looked around in horror. One of the dark angels roared with an abnormally ugly expression. You guys from the angel clan still want to escape? Lei Shan showed his terrifying strength when he saw them. He instantly arrived in front of dozens of angels with a cold expression in his eyes. The angels of light were good at fighting in legions. They all had their own legions of angels. However, the angels of darkness were different. They usually relied on their own strength and did not have an army of angels. However, when the dozens of angels saw Lei Shan attacking them, their expressions changed drastically. Attack him! The dozens of angels gritted their teeth and roared loudly. Ha ha ha, with just you, I'll play with you today. Old witch, demonic wings. Don't make a move. Lei Shan laughed and roared loudly. This was the first time he had fought so freely after regaining his consciousness. It was perfect to fight dozens of angels one-on-one. Hee hee. Wuxia and the others laughed coldly in the surrounding area. They looked around but did not intervene. Boom. 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 That's... The Dragon King's subordinates, the Mad Demons, are fighting with the experts of the angel race. The entire Invincible City is now surrounded by 7 mad demons. Moreover, that mad demon is just playing around. Only the Thunder Flash mad demon is attacking. This? How can the experts of the Phoenix race and the angel race in the Invincible City escape? They are dead meat. The battle here attracted the attention of many powerhouses in Invincible City. They looked over and their eyes sparkled as they discussed among themselves. Following that, all the powerhouses in Invincible City watched in awe as Wuxia cleaned up the powerhouses from the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan one by one. No one dared to stop him, nor did any powerhouse dare to say anything. Even those powerhouses who had a good relationship with the Angel and Phoenix Clan were just watching from the side. At this moment, no one dared to offend the Dragon King. No one dared to provoke the Dragon King either. Everyone in the Invincible region knew the Dragon King's current strength. After more than an hour, Wuxia had cleaned up the entire Invincible City. 83 powerhouses from the Angel Clan and 5 powerhouses from the Phoenix Clan were all suppressed by him. Let's go! After cleaning up, Wuxia flew out from Invincible City and spoke to Wuxia and the rest. It's the Dragon King. Wuxia and the rest followed behind and disappeared into the void quickly. The 7 mad demons have completely submitted to the Dragon King. It seems that the Dragon Palace will be able to advance to the peak of the race soon. The Dragon Palace will be able to advance to the peak of the race. This is almost 100% certain. After all, the Divine Dragon Clan is the Divine Dragon Clan. Their bloodline is too strong. In Invincible City, a group of experts muttered as they watched them leave. In the following period of time, Wang Xian led the 7 crazy demons to hunt down the experts from the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan in the Invincible region once again. This matter quickly spread throughout the Invincible region. Damn it! The Angel of Light has completely angered the Dragon King. Let's escape from the Invincible Zone. Let's escape. As long as the Dragon King is around, we will be in great danger. Since the Dragon King is so arrogant in hunting down the powerhouses from our Angel Clan, the Angel Clan will pay 1,000 times the price sooner or later. Half a month later, almost all the powerhouses in the Invincible Zone knew about this. The experts of the Angel and Phoenix clans also flew out of the Invincible Zone in fear. Now, the Dragon King was unstoppable in the Invincible Zone. If they didn't leave, they would die if they were met. This made the old monsters of the Angel and Phoenix clans extremely aggrieved. But they could only run away. In the Invincible Zone, the experts of the Angel and Phoenix clans couldn't be seen in a short period of time. It has been 5 to 6 days since we have found the powerhouses from the Angel clan. A month later, Wang Xian frowned slightly and said, "Dragon King, the news of you hunting the powerhouses from the Angel and Phoenix clans has spread completely. The powerhouses from the 2 peak races should have escaped." Wuxia said, "That's right, Dragon King. You single-handedly allowed the powerhouses from the 2 peak races to escape the Invincible Zone. This is the first time in more than 10 billion years that you have achieved such a feat." Ming Shaoxing echoed from the side. "Hehe, let's go. Let's go to the territory of the space beasts." Wang Xian heard their words and smiled faintly. In the Invincible territory, the old monsters of the 2 peak races were completely terrified. They were either hiding in extremely secret places or escaping back to their races. It was already extremely difficult to find them. Wang Xian did not plan to continue searching. He headed towards the territory of the space beasts and killed the group of space beasts. After killing the group of space beasts, Wang Xian's trip to the Invincible Zone this time could be considered to be very successful. "It's the Dragon King." Wuxia and the rest replied and followed Wang Xian towards the territory of the space beasts. Just as Wang Xian was heading towards the territory of the space beasts and was about to start a massacre, news from the outside suddenly caused an uproar within the heaven-splitting chaotic land. This news came from within the Invincible Zone. It also came from the declaration of an expert from the top race, the Angel race's Dark Angels. When Wang Xian launched a massacre in the Invincible Zone against the experts from the Angel race and the Phoenix race, he completely infuriated the old monsters from the 2 top races, especially the Dark Angels. All along, it was the Angels of Light who attacked the Dragon King. In the end, they were met with an undeserved calamity. They had been attacked by the Dragon King. Hundreds of Dark Angels had even died at the hands of the Dragon King. This filled the Dark Angels who had escaped from the Invincible Zone with anger. The Dark Angels who had escaped had found their elders and come to complain. Although it was the angels who had been besieging the Dragon King, there was still some difference between the Angels of Light and the Angels of Darkness. The Angel of Darkness had also suffered the consequences of the incident with the Angel of Light, which made a ruler-level powerhouse of the Angel of Darkness very unhappy. This Dragon King is simply too arrogant. The Angel of Light attacked him, but he actually killed our disciple. He's simply courting death. The eyes of a ruler-level powerhouse of darkness were filled with coldness. He naturally couldn't blame the Angel of Light for this matter. The Angel of Light and the Angel of Darkness were 2 different races, but they were also one race. They both had the same Emperor of Angels. "Dragon King, you killed our Angel of Darkness wantonly in the Invincible region. Your Dragon Palace, just you wait. One day I will kill you all." The ruler-level Dark Angel declared on the universe's AI. Because of a ruler-level powerhouse's declaration on the universe's AI, it had attracted the attention of many powerhouses. In particular, some things in the Invincible region had become very big. The powerhouses and disciples of other peak races had also received the news. This caused them to join in as well, and they were all discussing amongst themselves within the Invincible region. I heard from a senior within the race that the Dragon King had swept through the invincible region and captured 7 mad demons, killing 2 or 3 mad demon-level experts. In addition, the Angel race and the Phoenix race had over 800 universe overlords with level 3 combat strength surrounding him, and all of them were killed. This Dragon King is a little abnormal. He is definitely not an ordinary mutated divine dragon. Even mad demon-level existences in the invincible territory could be killed instantly. It's simply terrifying. Under the Dominators, he is absolutely invincible. Invincible, truly invincible under the Dominators. It seems that the Dragon Palace will soon rise to the pinnacle of the race. On the Universe AI, the disciples of the pinnacle races were discussing in shock. The disciples of the top races were discussing, and the experts of the high-level races in the heaven-opening primal continent could naturally see it. They looked at the news one by one, and their faces were full of shock. No way. The Dragon King is really invincible in the invincible zone. Hiss, is this true? Even the experts and disciples of the top races said that the Dragon King is invincible below the Overlord level. The Dragon King actually killed 2 experts of the top races and made them escape from the invincible zone. He even subdued 7 of the strongest existences in the invincible zone. This is simply unbelievable. How strong is the Dragon King now? How could he make one overlord of the angel race so angry? More than 800 universe overlords with level 3 combat strength besieged the Dragon King. But all of them were killed by the Dragon King? Even a real universe ruler at level 1 or level 2 wouldn't be this strong, right? When the powerhouses of all the races in the heaven-opening primal continent received this information, their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. How long had the Dragon King been in the invincible zone? Just a few years? However, a few years had actually caused the entire invincible zone to tremble. It had caused the experts of the 2 pinnacle races to escape from the invincible region. And they were truly invincible. This battle record was unprecedented for anyone below the universe ruler. The experts of the pinnacle races all said that the Dragon Palace will soon become a pinnacle race. It seems that the Dragon Palace is really going to rise. I really can't believe that the Dragon Palace is actually going to reach the pinnacle race in such a short period of time. The Dragon King is too strong. This is simply reproducing the glory of the Dragon God lineage. The Dragon King is about to do what the leader of the ancestral dragon failed to do. The experts of the high-level races were discussing on the universal AI. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue and the experts of the Dragon Palace looked at the information on the universal AI with pride. This was their Dragon King, their invincible Dragon King. This time, the Dragon King has brought too many resources. The Dragon Palace will definitely be able to achieve a terrifying improvement. Prime Minister Gue stood in the Dragon Transformation Pool and looked ahead with a smile. This time, Wuxia had killed more than 1,000 level 3 universe masters in the invincible zone. Among them, the corpses of many experts were more than twice, or even 3 to 4 times stronger than the level 3 universe dominators. Other than these, there were also the corpses of the space beasts and about 5,000 floating wooden-winged birds. These floating wooden-winged birds were the level 2 universe dominators' desolate beasts. 5,000 of them, a total of 5,000 of them. It was enough to increase the Dragon Palace's strength by 500 universe ruler level 3 experts. Other than that, there was also a large number of god kingdoms and connate numinous treasures. In short, the Dragon Palace's increase this time was unprecedented. The Dragon Palace experts would also reach an extremely terrifying level. Not to mention being comparable to peak races, at least in terms of foundation, the Dragon Palace had obtained a huge increase this time. However, the outside world did not know all of this. When the Dragon Palace showed its strength again, even the peak race would be surprised. Dragon King, it's right ahead. Just as the outside world was in a state of shock, Wuxia and the rest, who were in the territory of the space behemoths in the invincible zone, pointed to the front and spoke to Wuxia. In the front, there was an incomparably huge nest in their line of sight. This was a nest that was like a beehive. It contained a terrifying energy. This energy made Wuxia and the rest's hearts palpitate. They didn't dare to enter recklessly. What is this? Do you guys know? Wuxia stared at them and raised his eyebrows slightly. The horrendous building that was like a beehive in front of them was very strange. It contained a very powerful aura. Even Wang Xian felt that this aura was a little terrifying. To be able to make him feel terrifying, one could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary thing. I don't know. Wuxia shook her head. It is indeed a little strange. This place is already at the deepest part of the invincible zone. In the past, there were powerful space beasts running amok here. Even with our strength, we wouldn't be able to come here. Ming Shishing said from the side. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. I remember a senior once said that he went to the deepest part of the invincible zone and saw an unusable treasure. It should be this treasure. Unusable treasure? Wang Xian was puzzled when he heard his words. Yes, I don't understand why that senior said that either. However, he should be referring to the nest in front. This nest doesn't look like a dilapidated divine kingdom. Ming Shishing nodded and said, Indeed, it doesn't look like it. Lei Shan looked ahead and nodded faintly. However, this building is still here. It wasn't taken away by the powerhouses of the peak races. There must be a special reason. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. A bunch of space beasts are hiding in here? Not here. Wuxia nodded her head. Dragon King, according to my array formation, they are hiding in there. Look, beside this strange building. There is a dilapidated divine kingdom. Wang Xian looked over and indeed, beside this beehive, there was a dilapidated divine kingdom of the void. More than half of the void kingdom had entered the beehive. Let's go. Wang Xian looked at the dilapidated divine kingdom that had entered the beehive and flew over. At the same time, he sent a message to Enlai. When he was near the beehive building, Wang Xian suddenly sensed a familiar aura from it. He raised his gaze and set up a demonic altar in front of him. Greetings, Dragon King. The next moment, Enlai's figure appeared in front of Wang Xian and greeted him. Eh? Wuxia and the rest were astonished when they saw Enlai's sudden appearance. He directly ignored space and the void barrier of the invincible zone. This ability was a little strange. Eh? Dragon King. This strange building gives me a very familiar feeling. A feeling of space. Enlai, who had just appeared, looked at the beehive building and said with a puzzled expression, Is that so? Wang Xian saw that his eyes were sparkling. Space was Enlai's way of addressing his ability. Be it teleportation or teleportation, Enlai's ability involved space. And in the universe, there was no space attribute. Of the 9 great attributes of the universe origin, the origin attribute combined and evolved into other special attributes, but there was no space attribute. And there was no so-called time attribute, but dark lie controlled space, which was very strange. This was related to the devil spirit altar and the monsters that he had met before. This beehive building had a space that dark lie was familiar with. Enlai, enter the dilapidated divine kingdom next to it first. Be careful when you enter. There are some powerful cosmic scavs inside. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. The Tai Chi dragon disc was attached to Enlai's body as he spoke to him. All right, Dragon King. Enlai shifted his gaze and landed in the dilapidated divine kingdom beside him. The next moment, his figure disappeared. Dragon King, what is this? Lei Shan and the rest saw Enlai disappear in an extremely strange manner. They were astonished. They could sense that Enlai did not seem to be very strong. However, his ability to appear and disappear without a trace astonished them. Wang Xian did not answer them. He stood there quietly. Buzz. Very soon, Enlai's figure appeared beside Wang Xian and nodded at him. Let's go. Don't resist. Wang Xian ordered Wuxia and the rest. Enlai's energy enveloped them, and they disappeared in an instant. After they entered, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. This was the interior of a normal, dilapidated divine kingdom. He didn't see any signs of the space behemoth. The aura of the space behemoth is still here, but it seems to have left. Wuxia sensed her surroundings and held a compass in her hand. She frowned slightly. The space behemoth's intelligence is not low. They might have already left. Shirsen said. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and stared at the spot in front of him. He moved and flew over immediately. As he flew forward, Wang Xian realized that the space in front of him seemed to be separated. and a part of this divine kingdom had merged into another space. Could it be inside? Water Demon flew over and made a guess. Wuxia held the wizard compass and frowned. She couldn't figure out anything. Unlie? Can you sense anything? Wang Xian stared ahead and asked. Dragon King. This energy that separates the void is similar to the energy in my body. Enlai's eyes sparkled as he said. The birth of Enlai was very coincidental and strange. Could not be replicated. And Enlai's upgrade was also very strange. He needed to absorb the energy of the Devil Spirit Altar. In his mind, there was an icon of the Devil Spirit Altar, densely packed with countless icons. He could teleport directly, but the place where he teleported was very strange, very strange. That place didn't seem to be the interior of the heaven-opening primordial land. There were also strange creatures there. With Wang Xian's current horizons, he still didn't understand what that place was. In short, everything seemed very strange. He was also very curious about this beehive building that was similar to the dark intense energy. Go in and take a look. You must be careful. Wang Xian spoke to him. Dragon King, I don't think I need to teleport. As Enlai spoke, he walked to the energy that divided the void and extended his hand to touch it. His palm easily passed through it. Ha! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. He also walked over and extended his palm. However, his palm was blocked outside. The power of the 5 elements was condensed, but it had no effect on this energy. With Wang Xian's current strength, which was even stronger than the level 2 realm of the Universe Dominator, he was able to stop the void barrier from moving at all. On the other hand, Enlai was able to extend his hand and send it over. It was obvious that this energy was similar to the energy in Enlai's body. Enter, Wang Xian said to Enlai. Enlai nodded his head. With a move of his body, his figure disappeared immediately. Wuxia and the rest reached out to touch the spot beside him. They wanted to enter, but there was nothing they could do. Dragon King. The next moment, Enlai's figure appeared. He looked at Wang Xian with a hint of shock in his eyes. What's wrong? Wang Xian looked at him. Dragon King, there are dozens of corpses inside. Take a look. As he spoke, Wang Xian felt the surrounding scenery change. It was as if he had entered a special space. This space had no attributes and he could not feel any energy. Dragon King. I can feel that the energy in my divine kingdom has been isolated. Shirsan suddenly exclaimed. The energy had been isolated. This meant that they could not absorb the energy from the divine kingdom. There was no energy in this place. Over time, their physical bodies would die here. That was the true death. There is no energy around and the divine kingdom is isolated. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked ahead. At this moment, they seemed to have entered the interior of the beehive. It was an oval-shaped space. In front of the space, there were corpses. There were the corpses of human experts and a few corpses of space beasts. The corpses of space behemoths were obviously killed while the corpses of humans were entrenched there. It was as if they died because there was no energy to absorb. Dragon King, look at that corpse. It has golden skin, golden hair, and golden bones. This is a golden man. It's a golden man. Suddenly an exclamation was heard. Wang Xian looked over and his gaze landed on the golden corpse. The golden men were also known as the golden god of war. They were once the peak race before the last calamity. It's really the golden men. Didn't the golden men race perish in the last calamity? Why are there still their corpses here? Wuxia asked with a face full of astonishment. Wang Xian's gaze flickered slightly. The golden men were the powerhouses of the peak race before the last calamity. They were in existence with a terrifying physical body. Wang Xian walked over and touched his bones with his hands. He could still feel an indestructible feeling. Just the bones left behind are definitely not weaker than a level 6 overlord when they were alive, or even higher, Wang Xian mumbled. He did not expect to encounter such a miraculous thing this time. To be able to encounter a race at the peak before the cataclysm. Wang Xian did not know much about the cataclysm. In fact, it seemed that all the peak races would keep the matter of the cataclysm a secret. Dragon King. There are treasures here. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice came from Lei Shan beside him. Wang Xian looked over. There was a sword not far from the golden man's corpse. It was a golden sword. The sword had already been sheathed, but even so, one could still tell that this sword was extraordinary. Lei Shan stretched out his hand and took out the golden sword. He drew it out directly. A sharp aura was emitted. However, it seemed that the special ability had disappeared because he had not absorbed energy for a long time. This is definitely an innate treasure, a powerful innate treasure. Lei Shan opened his mouth and said. Wang Xian nodded and walked over immediately. He held the golden sword in his hand and moved his palm. Buzz. A wave of metallic energy was injected into the sword. A golden figure could be vaguely seen around the longsword. A sharp light swept across the surroundings. It was a very powerful golden sword. Wang Xian was slightly surprised. Dragon King, there are still treasures here. I don't know if there is one, but there are a total of 6 innate treasures. At this moment, the voices of Wuxia and the rest could be heard from the side. Wang Xian flew over and immediately saw the treasures placed around the corpses. Even though there was no energy, he could still tell that they were innate supreme treasures that could snatch the fortunes of the world. There was a book, a seal, a chessboard, a dagger, a black paintbrush, and a painting. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and waved his arm. One treasure after another floated around him. Buzz. The 6 innate treasures were floating around him. All of a sudden, there were some changes to the painting. The painting suddenly moved and a shadow slowly appeared. The face of the shadow could not be seen clearly. It was in the form of a human and was wearing a windbreaker. Juniors, I don't know if you were from the Void Universe or the Nine Origin Universe. Just treat it as if you are the disciples of the Nine Origin Universe. It is fate that you are able to enter this place. At this moment, the phantom suddenly spoke. It was obvious that the remaining energy had been activated. Wang Xian looked over and revealed a curious expression. Void Universe? Nine Origin Universe? The corpses that you see are none other than us. We are all survivors of the previous calamity. The location that you are at is the enemy of our Nine Origin Universe. The Void Pagoda of the Void Universe, the Void Pagoda, and the war treasure of the Void race of the Void Universe. This treasure was left behind by the war god of the Golden Man, a peak race, during the previous calamity. We tried to crack it but failed. It was later snatched away by the Void beasts of the Void Universe. Buzz. Wang Xian and the rest listened quietly as the phantom spoke. Suddenly, the phantom trembled and slowly disappeared. What the fuck? He disappeared without finishing his sentence. What's going on? Demon Wings couldn't help but shout loudly when he saw the scene. The words of this phantom had really left them too confused and shocked. Nine Origin Universe, Void Universe, Starry Universe, what did all of these mean? What about the apocalypse? They could confirm that the Nine Origin Universe was their universe, but what about the Void Universe? Enemies of the Nine Origin Universe? And what was the meaning of the space behemoths in the Starry Universe? Weren't the space behemoths in their universe? When Wang Xian heard the words of the phantom, his face was filled with curiosity. Void Universe, Void Tower. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at Enlai, who was beside him. Enlai had previously teleported to the coordinates in his mind and said that that world was very strange. Furthermore, when Wang Xian received the Genesis Wings, he had inherited an image. The owner of the Genesis Wings was fighting against a powerful existence that could teleport. Does this have anything to do with the apocalypse? According to the time, there are still billions of years before the apocalypse arrives. Wang Xian mumbled as he scanned his surroundings. Apart from these corpses, there was nothing else in the oval-shaped space. This space was only a few thousand kilometers in size. It was not very big. Obviously, this was only a small part of the Void Pagoda. What a pity. The energy consumption of this phantom is too much. There are some things that he didn't finish. This should be related to the cataclysm. Wuxia and the rest scanned their surroundings and frowned slightly. The words of that phantom were related to the big secret of the entire universe. However, it was a pity that he didn't finish his sentence. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and could only make a slight guess. He checked his surroundings bit by bit. The results were pretty good. Enlai, let's go to the deepest part of the Void Pagoda. Since he didn't find anything else, Wang Xian instructed Enlai. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded and followed Wang Xian to the barrier. Wang Xian looked at Enlai. He nodded and stretched out his hand. No, Dragon King. This is not an energy barrier. I need to teleport over. Enlai could not extend his arm and spoke. Wang Xian nodded his head. Buzz. The next moment, Enlai's figure disappeared. Very soon he returned. Dragon King. This is a space that is exactly the same as this. Enlai returned and spoke to him. Bring us there, Wang Xian said. Instantly, they arrived at another space. This space was the same as the previous space. The difference was that there was nothing in it. Continue. Wang Xian continued to instruct. Enlai continued to teleport and check out some situations. This time, Enlai teleported over without checking out a single space. After dozens of seconds, Enlai returned to him. How is it? Wang Xian asked him. Dragon King, many places are the same as here. However, I found the location of a hall. Enlai replied. Let's go. Wang Xian's eyes lit up as he spoke. Buzz. The next moment, they came to a strange hall. The entire hall was very strange. There were chairs on the walls around them, and each chair was 5 meters in size. A blank ball was floating above the chair in the center of the hall. This chair was even more majestic. It was about 10 meters long, and strange patterns were carved on it. The entire hall was extremely solemn. There were patterns carved on the ground. These patterns were all creatures that looked like demon beasts. They prostrated on the ground as if they were worshipping the surrounding chairs. There are more than 10,000 chairs. This chair is very strange, and the material is also very strange. Wuxia flew in front of a chair and looked at it curiously. The Magus lineage was the most knowledgeable lineage in the universe. The material that Wuxia had never seen before was already very rare. Is this something from the void world? It feels a little strange here. Ming Shaxing scanned his surroundings and looked around with a face full of curiosity as well. Enlai, can you sense anything? Wang Xian asked Enlai. Dragon King, that transparent sphere is very strange. It gives me a strong feeling of energy. Enlai pointed at the sphere and said. Wang Xian flew over and sized up the sphere. He sensed it, but nothing happened. Enlai stretched out his hand and placed his palm on the sphere. He hesitated for a moment before injecting some energy into it. Buzz. At this moment, when Enlai's energy was integrated into the sphere, the entire sphere emitted a special energy. This energy felt a little hollow and a little strange. The sphere lit up slowly and a ray of light shone downwards. When the energy landed there, the entire space seemed to have undergone a change. An incomparably huge space seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The appearance of the space caused Wang Xian and the rest to be slightly stunned. This was an exceptionally huge space. In the middle of the space, there was an incomparably huge statue. The statue looked completely like a human. However, the difference was that the eyes of this statue had white pupils. It had completely empty white eyes. The clothes on its body seemed to be woven from scales. Around this gigantic statue, there were a large number of corpses. A large number of corpses that looked like demonic beasts. There were so many corpses that one could not see the end of it. What a huge space. This void pagoda actually contains such a huge space. Wuxia and the other 7 mad demons revealed shocked expressions on their faces. It was as though there was a planet hidden in this hall. Wang Xian looked over and flew over immediately. He sized up the gigantic statue and sensed that there were no energy fluctuations. After that, he flew around to take a look. There were no living creatures in the entire space. His gaze landed on the building below the statue, and he flew over immediately. The entire statue was about 1,000,000 kilometers in size. Around the statue was a gigantic white building. He entered the white building and scanned the area. This building was a little more normal, but many of the patterns on the building looked very strange. The huge patterns seemed to be telling the history of the development of a race. Wang Xian kept walking forward and realized that at the end was the foot of the statue. However, there was an entrance at the foot of the statue. It was as if the entire statue was hollow. When Wang Xian entered, he immediately sensed a special energy. This energy was the same as the one on Enlai's body. Dragon King, this energy contains the power of space. This energy is very strange. I feel like I can absorb it. At this moment, and Lai, who was at the side, said in astonishment. Is that so? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up. There was a seat at the top. The seat was located in the statue. It looked very strange no matter how one looked at it. He flew over immediately and came to the side of the seat. There were 2 balls and a few strange items on the seat. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and sat on it. He didn't feel anything strange or odd. Lai, sit on it and try. This seat contains the power of space, Wang Xian said to Lai. Lai nodded his head and sat on the chair. Energy surged into it. Buzz. In the next moment, Lai's figure seemed to merge with the entire chair. Wang Xian could feel a strong pressure coming from Lai's body. What is this? A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Dragon King, this statue is not an ordinary statue. It's a void armor. Through this void armor I can see the entire space. In addition, I have obtained some information. As Lai spoke, his eyes shone. I am now able to control the entire void pagoda. In addition, I have also obtained some information. Information? What information? Wang Xian immediately asked Lai. Dragon King, this void pagoda is a war treasure belonging to the Void Royal Army. The previous owner has the strength of the Prince of the Void. As for the exact level of the Prince of the Void, I am not sure. There are a few treasures here that are very precious. Lai said. Treasure? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he heard his words. His gaze landed on a few items at the side. Other than the 2 balls that were connected to the seat, there were 3 other treasures. One was a scroll, one was a dagger, and one was a box. There should be something in the box. Yes, Dragon King. These are all rare treasures. As Lai spoke, he picked up the scroll and said, Dragon King, this is an escape scroll. You can use this scroll to instantly escape from any terrain or domain. You can use it 3 times. This dagger belongs to the previous owner of the Void Pagoda. You have to possess spatial ability to use it. And inside this box is a treasure of the Void Universe, an extremely precious treasure. As Lai spoke, he opened the last box. Inside was a ball of white liquid. This is called Void Fusion. It allows an item that is compatible with oneself to fuse perfectly into one's body. This is especially so when it comes to fusing with one's bloodline. This is the most precious of the 3 treasures. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at the liquid that had fused with the void. This was indeed a rare treasure. A scroll that could ignore all restrictions was a treasure that could save one's life. And this void fusion was interesting. At the same time, it was extremely useful. Such an item was even more of a treasure to a magus. It can perfectly fuse something that fits one's body into one's own body. Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled. He moved his body and the Genesis wings appeared behind his back. Speaking of which, the Genesis wings could be considered as a part of Wang Xian's body, but it had yet to achieve a perfect fusion. The power of wind and thunder was only circulating on the Genesis wings. On the Genesis wings was Wang Xian's clone dragon soul. This fusion was not perfect yet. At present, Wang Xian's corpse was very strange. The 5 elements were fused, the light and darkness were fused, and the wind and thunder were attached. The 5 elements were completely fused with the body. The light and darkness were only at the heart. They were not completely fused with the 5 elements. On the other hand, the wind and thunder were not even at the stage of fusing. They were merely attached. Why don't I use this void fusion on the inceptive sage wings and my body, allowing it to reach the stage of the heart of light and darkness? Wang Xian mumbled to himself. He felt that he could give it a try. After further fusion, Wang Xian felt that his strength should be able to increase with the convenience of speed and attack. He calculated in his heart and kept the void fusion and scroll. As for that dagger, only Lai could use it himself. Is there anything else besides these in this void pagoda? Wang Xian asked Lai. That's all, Dragon King. Now, I can simply control this void pagoda. Do you want to take it away? Lai asked. What's the use of this void pagoda? Wang Xian asked him. The void pagoda has a powerful offensive ability. Currently, I can't use it by myself. Furthermore, the Void Pagoda is equivalent to a temporary training ground for the Void Royals in other universes. Our 9-origin universe has the energy of the Void, but it will take a very long time to absorb it. The defense of the Void Pagoda is also very terrifying. This kind of Void Pagoda is also a treasure to the Void Royals. And Lai replied, in order to not attract attention, the Void Pagoda can be placed here. And Lai, it's easy for you to come over. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said, it's the Dragon King. And Lai nodded. After looking around once more, and Lai opened the prohibition of the Void Pagoda. Wang Xian could come to any place in the Void Pagoda. After taking a look around and failing to find any treasures, Wang Xian was ready to return. Let's return to the Dragon Palace. The group of space beasts have escaped and the matters in the Invincible Zone have been settled. Wang Xian said to Enlai, yes. Enlai replied immediately. Wuxia and the other crazy demons naturally followed Wang Xian back to the Dragon Palace. With Enlai around, they returned to the Dragon Palace in an instant. Greetings, Dragon King. As soon as Wang Xian returned, Prime Minister Gue, who sensed something, immediately rushed over and greeted him respectfully. All right, go and arrange a place for Wuxia and the rest to stay. Also, don't disturb me. He instructed Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately and left with Wuxia and the other 7 crazy demons. Wang Xian moved his palm and the Void Fusion appeared in his hand. According to the method that Enlai had mentioned, Wang Xian fused his own energy and blood into the Void Fusion. Very soon, Wang Xian sensed that the Void Fusion seemed to have become a part of him. It had formed a perfect fusion with him. With a thought, Wang Xian controlled the Void Fusion to land on the top of the uninitiated Holy Wings and gradually surrounded them. When the uninitiated Holy Wings were wrapped, he could clearly feel that his connection with the uninitiated Holy Wings had deepened. There was even a feeling of being connected by blood. One had to know that the uninitiated Holy Wings were the wings of a powerful demonic beast. That demonic beast had the ability to search for enemies in the void. Even though it had been a long time since Wang Xian obtained it, external objects were still external objects after all. Due to the dragon soul of his clone, he could be considered to be half-fused with Wang Xian. And now, Wang Xian could clearly sense the complete fusion of the incipient saint wings with his body. Ding! The incipient saint wings have perfectly fused with the host. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the law aspect, the transformation of the netherworld dragon and the birth of the wind and thunder dragon. Ding! The fusion of the incipient saint wings is complete. The host's yin-yang wind and thunder 5 elements divine dragon has transformed into a 9-origin divine dragon. Just when the incipient holy wings had completely fused, the system's voice suddenly rang out. This caused Wang Xian to immediately open his eyes and let out a dazzling luster. Name Wang Xian. Race: 9-elemental divine dragon. Mandragon unity. Level: Universe Knight level 8. Divine dragon transformation. 9th transformation. Origin: 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Supernatural ability: ruling the water tribe below one's level. Devour living beings. Devour living beings to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine dragon transformation. Ability: soul absorbing, spirit attaching. Laws and abilities: Dragon Eye Lock, 5 elements Dragon Claw, Yin-Yang Realm Breaking, 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale, Sacred Dragon Shadow, Heavenly Dragon, 8 Tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Rising, True Dragon Body. Laws and abilities: 8 Dragon Pillars, 8 Dragon Avatars, Towering Dragon Horns, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, God's Tail Playing with Beads, Dragon Breath of Life, Shadow Dragon Avatars, Netherworld Dragon Chasing, Netherworld Dragon Transformation, Wind and Thunder Dragon Birth. Control laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind and thunder. Kingdom of God, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. Innate. Members of Dragon Palace. 7960450. He actually became a 9-origin divine dragon? Wang Xian stood in the Dragon King's hall. The 9 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind and thunder surrounded him. The power of the 5 elements was hidden in his body. The power of light and darkness was located on the surface of his body while the power of wind and thunder surrounded him. All kinds of strange phenomena made Wang Xian look as if he contained a world. I seem to have become stronger. Wang Xian felt his body and looked at the flickering energy around him. His eyes were filled with excitement. The 9-origin divine dragon had 9 attributes. The 5 elements, light and darkness, and wind and thunder were perfectly integrated into his body. The number of laws has increased by 2 at once. I feel that my speed has also increased and my attack power has become stronger. Although I won't be able to fight against someone of a higher level, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for me to fight against another person of the same level. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. At the thought of this, he suddenly had an idea. My current 9 attributes are divided into 3 small groups. 5 elements fusion, light and darkness fusion, wind and thunder fusion. The rest are not fusion. If I can completely fuse the 9 attributes together, what would it be like? Wang Xian felt that the possibility of this was very high. The entire universe was dominated by 9 attributes. In other words, the energy of the 9 attributes were fused together to support this universe. As for the other frost and fog, they were all evolutions of the 9 attributes. If Wang Xian could completely fuse the 9 attributes, then he could also create a world. I don't think so. The universe also involves space and time. He shook his head and mumbled. No matter what, my gains this time are too great. A satisfied smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. After a trip to the invincible zone, his strength had improved. He had also evolved into a 9-origin divine dragon. His current strength, along with the 4 nether spirit avatars and his spirit, was extremely heaven-defying. A master of the universe at the 2nd level was easily killed. Prime Minister Gui. Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. I'm here. Prime Minister Gui immediately came to the Dragon King's hall and bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Tell me about the progress of the members of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian spoke to Prime Minister Gui. All the resources that he had obtained in the Invincible Zone had been placed in the Dragon Palace in advance. The progress of the members of the Dragon Palace should be over by now. Dragon King, currently the number of powerhouses in the Dragon Palace who have the combat strength of a level 3 Universe Overlord has reached 1,500. Meanwhile, the number of members in the Dragon Palace who have the combat strength of a Universe Overlord or above has reached 4,000. The overall strength has increased by more than 7 times compared to before. Prime Minister Gui reported respectfully. This time, Wang Xian had gained a lot. The corpses of the powerhouses from the Angel race and the Phoenix race, as well as other things such as the Demon Breaker Circle and the corpses of desolate beasts, had given the Dragon Palace a huge improvement. Now, among the high-level races in the universe, having a level 3 Universe Dominator was already an extremely powerful high-level race. For example, the Light Giant race and the God Herder race, who were enemies with the Dragon Palace back then, were already very terrifying existences in the universe. However, their strength was only 20 to 30 level 3 Universe Dominators. The current Dragon Palace had 1,500 level 3 Universe Masters. In addition, the Dragon Palace had a Frost Dragon and 2 Bone Dragons. Apart from that, there were 7 Mad Demons. The current 7 Mad Demons all had strength that surpassed the mutated Divine Dragon. Furthermore, they were very close to breaking through. If Wang Xian allowed them to break through quickly, they might be able to complete the breakthrough within 10 years. This power was absolutely invincible among the high-level races. As for the other disciples of the Dragon Palace, they had also received a huge improvement due to Wang Xian's huge resources. There were nearly 8 million disciples, and none of them were lower than the level of a Universe Knight. Dragon King, with our strength, it won't be long before we can advance to the peak race. Prime Minister Gui said with some excitement. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. There's no rush for now. It would be best if we can get the Dragon Palace to produce dozens of masters in the ruler realm before we announce that we have upgraded to the peak. He had always remembered the reminder from the elves. Furthermore, Wang Xian had completely offended the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan in the Invincible Zone this time. He had to be careful. Once the Dragon Palace was elevated to the peak of the race, the other peak races would have sufficient reason to attack the Dragon Palace. However, although we will not announce that we are the peak race for now, we can still establish the prestige of the Dragon Palace. Pass down the order immediately. From today onwards, all races in the universe are prohibited from hunting the Asian dragons with the divine dragon bloodline. Any cultivator of the wizard lineage is prohibited from transferring the Asian dragon's bodies. There are also no forces that have the divine dragon bloodline in advance. Those who are not of the divine dragon bloodline agree. They are not allowed to be used as mounts. Those who sell the divine dragon bloodline are prohibited from doing so. Those who disobey will be exterminated. Wang Xian gave an order to Prime Minister Gui with a dignified expression. He wanted to re-establish the prestige of the divine dragon clan and the prestige of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace had been upgraded step by step. From the outer regions of the universe to the surroundings of the heaven-splitting primordial land and to the present stage, they had seen many things. This was especially so when many inferior dragons were reduced to mounts, causing some of the others to become so-called dragon knights. There were even many wizards who transferred the bloodline of the divine dragon and hunted inferior dragons. Wang Xian was going to be completely exterminated for such a matter. He wanted to let all the forces in the universe know that the lineage of the divine dragon had risen once again, and the might of the divine dragon had been re-established. If there were any forces and powerful disciples who still wanted to be dragon knights, they would just have to wait for the extermination of their entire race. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui replied immediately. His eyes were sparkling. Wang Xian nodded his head lightly. Send the other divine dragons to our other dragon palaces. After the news is released, if this situation doesn't end within a year, the entire clan will be exterminated. Dragon King, is this the rule of the external world of the heaven-splitting primordial lands? We are now a faction within the heaven-splitting primordial lands. We are forbidden to attack ordinary factions outside the universe. Prime Minister Gui hesitated for a moment before replying. It's all right. We will issue an order in advance. The peak races will not interfere because of such a trivial matter. Wang Xian said indifferently. Rules were set by the strong to restrain the weak. The current Dragon Palace could already be considered as the peak race of the future. Under the circumstance of issuing an order in advance, some rules could be completely disregarded. No one would find trouble with the Dragon Palace over such a trivial matter. Even if they did, they would at most trigger the experts of the Dragon Palace. This was completely unnecessary for the peak races. Yes, Prime Minister Gui nodded and left immediately. Soon, the hundreds of divine dragons in the Dragon Palace arrived at the other Dragon Palaces through the teleportation array of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace had been upgraded along the way, leaving behind many other Dragon Palaces in other places. Some of these Dragon Palaces were located at the periphery of the heaven-splitting primordial lands, while others were located at the surrounding starry skies. They flew over naturally to convey Wang Xian's will. In the interior of the heaven-splitting primordial lands, a piece of news quickly spread out. Dragon King's order, Dragon Palace's order. From today onwards, no disciple of any race or faction in the universe is allowed to hunt and sell the Dragon God's bloodline. Without the consent of the Dragon God's bloodline, they are forbidden to be used as mounts, and they are forbidden to enslave the Dragon God's bloodline. It is forbidden to transfer the body of the Dragon God's bloodline, and it is forbidden to extract the Dragon God's bloodline. Once discovered, the entire race will be exterminated. Very soon, this news spread at a terrifying speed on the universal AI and within the heaven-splitting primordial land. Furthermore, the divine dragon that carried the will of Wang Xian came to the periphery of the surrounding starry skies and heaven-splitting primordial land. He also released this news on the universal AI. The moment this news was released, it caused a huge sensation. This Dragon King is making such a domineering announcement. This is simply the prestige of the re-established Divine Dragon clan. Is the Dragon King preparing to elevate the Dragon Palace to the peak of the race in the future? Hiss, this announcement is extremely powerful. Ever since the fall of the Divine Dragon clan, many experts from the races in the universe, especially wizards, coveted the bloodline of the divine dragon, and transferred the body of the divine dragon bloodline to themselves. Now that this news is out, it is completely the prestige of the re-established divine dragon. Some races are probably going to be in trouble. After the destruction of the divine dragon clan, many magi coveted the bloodline of the divine dragon. Many experts took pride in having a dragon steed. Now that the dragon palace has risen, the prestige of the divine dragon has returned. This time, many races will suffer. If they still dare to deal with the dragon steed, they will probably be destroyed by the dragon palace. I don't know how strong the dragon palace is now, but the strength of the dragon king alone can sweep through the entire invincible region. The strength of the dragon king now is no weaker than a true ruler of the universe. Within the heaven-opening primal continent, the powerful disciples of the various races were discussing. This news from the Dragon Palace also shocked them. This could be a sign that the Dragon Palace had advanced to a peak race. The glory and magnificence of the divine dragon clan had gradually been revealed. Within the heaven-opening primal continent, the various powers attached great importance to this announcement and order from the Dragon Palace. Some forces that hunted and even kept the Yalong immediately let them go. Some disciples with Yalong mounts also immediately let their mounts go. They all knew that the Dragon Palace's order wasn't a simple announcement. With the current might of the Dragon Palace, if they were discovered, their entire clan might be exterminated. If the Dragon Palace wanted to become a peak race in the future, they had to make an example out of the others. They had to show the power of the divine dragon. To provoke the Dragon Palace at this time was courting death. Besides, in the current universe, besides the peak race, which other force could compete with the Dragon Palace? No, not a single one. Didn't you see that the Dragon King dared to kill the Phoenix and the Angel in the Invincible Zone? He even killed a Phoenix and an Angel to escape the Invincible Zone. If the Dragon King dared to do that, then it was needless to say that he would kill them. All the high-level races in the heaven-opening primal continent were like that, not to mention the outer area of the heaven-opening primal continent. As soon as the Dragon Palace stepped into the heaven-opening primal continent, they had carved out a bloody path in the outer area. Now that they had received this news, they only needed to look up the information of the Dragon Palace on the universal AI to know how terrifying the Dragon Palace was. The outer races naturally didn't dare to touch the prestige of the Dragon Palace. HM, a powerhouse of the Divine Dragon Clan, has issued a statement on our side, forbidding the hunting and selling of the inferior dragons. Furthermore, this is an order from the Dragon Palace, an order from the Dragon King. Dragon Palace? Didn't they enter the heaven-opening primal continent over 1,000 years ago? Why did they suddenly issue such a statement on our side? I don't know. Back then, the Dragon Palace was invincible in our side, especially during the landing battle. It was a heaven-defying move. The Dragon Palace should be very powerful now. However, aren't the forces of the heaven-opening desolate continent forbidden from interfering in our affairs? Quickly search for the current situation of the Dragon Palace. My God, the Dragon Palace is almost invincible in the heaven-opening desolate continent. They are known as invincible beings below the peak races. Really? How is this possible? The Dragon Palace has only been in the heaven-opening desolate continent for more than 1,000 years. The universe outside the heaven-opening desolate continent was completely different from the continent. If they didn't search for some information, they wouldn't know the information on the heaven-opening desolate continent. The interior of the heaven-opening desolate continent and the surrounding starry sky were completely different worlds. They were slightly surprised when they saw the experts of the Dragon Palace release the information in their area. Some experts searched the information of the Dragon Palace and were immediately shocked. However, although they were shocked, many disciples of the experts only discussed it and didn't take it to heart. It was because the Emperor was far away. Secondly, there was a rule in the universe that the powerful ones in the heaven-opening desolate continent couldn't slaughter the races and powerful ones on their side for no reason. Let's ignore this news from the Dragon Palace for the time being. The Dragon Palace hasn't reached the peak of the race yet. Their claws can't reach us. We've even nurtured thousands of mounts with the bloodline of the divine dragon. This is the most precious treasure of our imperial dragon. On a planet in the starry sky, the clan leader of a force said with a twinkle in his eyes, "Clan leader is right. Although the dragon palace is strong, it can't reach us yet. However, I've checked that the dragon palace is likely to advance to the peak of the race." Clan leader, we still need to make some arrangements. An elder replied, "Yes, we need to make some preparations. How troublesome. I didn't expect the divine dragon clan to rise so quickly. Damn it." The clan leader in the center frowned and cursed. The news from the dragon palace touched the interests of many clans and even touched the foundation of some clans. Dragon knights were very well known no matter where they were. The news from the dragon palace made the term dragon knight disappear completely. However, it was still the same. The sky was high, the emperor was far away, and there were some rules. The forces surrounding Lu Shinkong completely ignored the rules of the dragon palace. Although some forces ignored the order of the dragon palace, there was one thing that all the sub-dragons and those with the bloodline of the divine dragon were extremely excited when they heard the news. "Thank you, Dragon King. We finally have another powerful leader. If the dragon palace can reach the peak of the race, then no one in the universe would dare to enslave us, the Yalong, and worship the Dragon King." Some of the people with the dragon god bloodline looked in the direction of the heaven-splitting chaotic land and knelt down, worshipping excitedly. The orders of the dragon palace and the dragon king had been issued, and time passed day by day. Wang Xian had finally entered a carefree life. He played with Guan Shuqin and the other girls every day and wandered around the interior of the mainland. It was a very carefree life. A year passed very quickly. Wang Xian sat on the dragon chair and looked at the information handed over by Prime Minister Gue. "Dragon King, according to the investigations of the members of our dragon palace, there are basically no forces that dare to enslave and hunt people with the bloodline of the divine dragon in the inner and outer regions of the heaven-opening desolation continent. However, outside of the heaven-opening desolation continent, many forces are ignoring our orders. They all think that our dragon palace can't interfere so far." Prime Minister Gue stood at the bottom and reported respectfully. "Yes." When Wang Xian heard that, he nodded his head lightly. "Get the leader of the water dragon and the rest here. Also, get them to bring all the subordinates of the Master of the Universe with level 3 combat strength. Also, get the Heaven Array and Wuxia here as well. It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. "Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King." Soon, Shui Linglong's father, the leader of the water dragon, and the other leaders of the other 8 attributes led their subordinates here. In the current dragon palace, there were more than 2,000 purebred divine dragons. Among them, there were more than 300 level 3 masters of the universe. More than 2,000 purebred divine dragons belonged to the true dragon battle team of the Dragon Palace. And these 300-odd purebred divine dragons were the top experts of the true dragon battle team. They were the foundation of the future Dragon Palace. The foundation of the current Dragon Palace was already strong enough. Sky Formation Wizard Veil. How is the production of the dragon-seeking compass coming along? Wang Xian looked at Sky Formation Wizard Veil and the rest and asked, "Dragon King, the production has been completed. 300 dragon-seeking compasses can cover an area of 100 billion kilometers. Anyone with the bloodline of the divine dragon will be able to sense it immediately." Wuxia replied. The current Wuxia was much stronger than Sky Formation in her attainments in witchcraft. Currently, Heaven's Formation and Dragon Sorcery were learning sorcery from Wuxia. Wuxia had not evolved into a dragon sorcery. Currently, the quota for dragon sorcery had reached the upper limit. In the future, the Dragon Palace would not be able to give birth to a dragon sorcery. Furthermore, the lineage of wizards was not weaker than the dragon sorcery. They were also the cultivation method of the peak races. Among the peak races, there was no weak one. "All right." Wang Xian nodded his head. A smile appeared on his face. "Leader of the water dragons, take a dragon-hunting compass and patrol the heaven-splitting chaotic land and the surrounding starry skies. Once you find any forces or powerhouses that enslave the bloodline of the divine dragons, kill them immediately. It's the Dragon King." The 300 divine dragons immediately responded loudly. These 300 divine dragons all possessed the combat strength of a level 3 universe dominator. This power was not weak even among the pinnacle races. Roar! 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 Soon, 240 godly dragons around the dragon palace let out roars. They swayed their huge dragon bodies and emitted huge dragon power as they flew forward. 240 powerful godly dragons flew in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Star City, a city that was relatively close to the river of heavenly stars. The city leader of this city was a universe overlord level 1 warrior. Star City was a neutral city, and the entire city was bustling. However, all of a sudden waves of majestic dragon might were transmitted over, causing the bodies of all the warrior disciples and residents in the city to tremble slightly, and their faces were filled with fear. What a majestic aura! What's going on? The aura is obvious, but there's no pressure. Over there, there are powerful experts flying over. Hiss, look, that's a divine dragon. A powerful divine dragon. Oh my God. There are so many divine dragons. It's the powerful experts of the Dragon Palace, but there are so many divine dragons. In the city, all the powerful disciples and residents looked towards the direction of the Milky Way. They saw 240 dragons flying in the sky. The huge dragons that were hundreds of thousands of meters tall gave off a powerful aura. They flew over together and shocked all the residents of Heavenly Star City. 240 true dragons flying. It's been a long time since such a grand scene appeared. The city lord of Heavenly Star City flew into the sky and looked at the 240 dragons while mumbling in shock. Welcome, lords of the Dragon Palace. When the 240 divine dragons flew over, the city lord of Heavenly Star City could feel the invincible power from the divine dragons, and he bowed respectfully. One of the divine dragons responded and flew directly towards the teleportation formation. At the teleportation formation of Heavenly Star City, all the powerful disciples moved aside and looked at them in awe. The 240 dragons immediately left through the teleportation array. What terrifying power! Any one of these dragons could destroy the entire Heavenly Star City. The Dragon Palace is stronger than we thought. 240 dragons. There are so many true dragons in the Dragon Palace. They should be universe dominators with level 3 combat power. There are 240 universe dominators with level 3 combat power. There must be a lot of true dragons in the Dragon Palace. The glory of the Dragon Clan is about to be reappeared. All the disciples of the great beings in Star City were discussing. At the same time, 60 divine dragons flew out from the ocean of a planet. They swayed their huge bodies and flew in all directions. All the creatures around trembled when they saw this terrifying power. Within the heaven-opening primal continent, 240 divine dragons were quickly sent to all the cities through teleportation arrays. With the dragon-seeking compass, they could quickly find those with the divine dragon bloodline. The dragon-seeking compass was made with the dragon blood of the dragon transformation pool and the powerful array formation of the witch gauze. Even those with the divine dragon bloodline hidden in the divine kingdom could be found, unless the other party's divine kingdom was very powerful. But under normal circumstances, they could not avoid detection. 240 divine dragons were searching around the cities and races one by one. The efficiency was very high. At the edge of one of the races, Lei Ming noticed the hint on the dragon hunting compass. His eyes flickered slightly as he stared at the race in front of him with his dragon eyes. The god-hunting race was a high-level race that was not weak at all. Lei Ming flew into the territory of the god-hunting race. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, powerful figures flew toward Lei Ming from the god-hunting race. They looked at the terrifying energy contained in Lei Ming's body with some reverence in their eyes. May I know why this lord from the Dragon Palace has come to our God Hunter tribe? An old man from the God Hunter tribe asked respectfully. I can sense the aura of the Ilong in your tribe. Bring that Ilong over. Lei Ming stared at them and said directly. The aura of the Yalong. Sir from the Dragon Palace. There are no Yalong in our clan. A few experts from the God Hunter clan were slightly shocked when they heard Lei Ming's words and immediately replied, "Eh? What happened? It's a true dragon from the Dragon Palace. He said that we have Yalong here. Do we have Yalong in our clan?" The Dragon Palace released the news a year ago. They said that they have enslaved Ilong and forbade the killing of Ilong. Some of the strong disciples of the God Hunter clan looked over in surprise. In the central hall of the God Hunter clan, a young man saw the huge divine dragon in front of him. His pupils constricted and his eyes showed panic. "Bring that Asian dragon here in 10 seconds. If that Asian dragon is not enslaved by you and is willing, then you will be safe. If you enslave someone with the bloodline of the divine dragon, then you will be destroyed." Lei Ming stared at them and said with a dignified face, "The divine dragon must not be offended. Now that the Dragon Palace had risen, no force could offend the Dragon Palace. And no force could offend someone with the bloodline of the divine dragon. Once they were discovered, they would be destroyed." "What? The Dragon Palace is so powerful." "The Dragon Palace made a statement a year ago. I didn't expect it to come here directly. Do we have a quasi-dragon in the God-hunting clan?" "Oh no!" All the powerful disciples of the God-hunting clan heard Lei Ming's words, and their faces changed slightly. They looked a little panicked. Whoosh! At this moment, an old man flew out from the center of the God-hunting clan. He cupped his hands toward Lei Ming and said, "Lord of the Dragon Palace, there is indeed no Asian dragon in our God-hunting clan. If this Lord Dragon God doesn't believe us, you can come in and look for him." Roar! 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 Hearing his words, Lei Ming's body moved, and his huge dragon body flew directly toward the center of the God-hunting clan. He stretched out his dragon claw and clawed downwards. "Sir, from the Dragon Palace, we are already willing to let you search for him personally. We have proven our innocence. Please do not attack us." When the old man saw Lei Ming forcefully break through their building, his heart pounded violently, and he could not help but say this. Lei Ming ignored him, and his dragon claw grabbed downwards. The defense of the Hunting God clan's estate world was opened. However, the defense of the Hunting God clan's estate world was only able to withstand a level 2 universe ruler's attack. It was broken through by Lei Ming. Not good. A young man standing around the Hunting God clan's main hall saw the location of Lei Ming's attack. His heart was beating fast, and his eyes were filled with fear. Pooh! A god country was directly grabbed by Lei Ming, and the energy rebounded on that young man's body, causing him to spit out fresh blood. Pong! The god country shattered. Lei Ming stared inside and locked onto a dragon lady with dragon horns. This dragon lady's eyes were somewhat dull. When she saw Lei Ming, her body trembled violently. "I am a true dragon of the Dragon Palace. I have ordered the Dragon King to patrol the universe god-dragon bloodline. If you are imprisoned or enslaved, I will make the decision for you." Lei Ming stared at this dragon lady and asked. A powerful dragon aura surrounded her. Lord True Dragon, save me." That dragon lady immediately knelt down and begged. "All right." Lei Ming heard her words and moved his dragon claw. A bolt of lightning wrapped around her, causing her to quickly fly up into the sky. "Those who offend the dragon god race will die," Lei Ming growled, and an extremely vast power of lightning erupted from his body towards his surroundings. The surrounding areas were instantly covered by lightning. Not good. Our young patriarch's divine kingdom actually has an inferior dragon. Oh no! Some of the God Hunter clan's powerful disciples saw this scene and revealed terrified expressions. Their young patriarch had enslaved an inferior dragon. He had hidden the Yalong in his own divine kingdom. The Thunder Dragon destroys the world. The divine dragon is not to be offended. Lei Ming growled and countless bolts of lightning fell down. The destructive power made all the God Hunters, experts, look terrified and desperate. It's over. The young clan leader's matter has been discovered. No. At this moment, all the God Hunter's disciples felt the space around them change drastically. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the entire God Hunter tribe was covered in lightning. Roar, roar, roar. Lei Ming released a powerful dragon's might. The dragon's might swept across and the dragon's breath descended. No, that's the Yalong that the young tribe leader enslaved. What does that have to do with us? No, no. Damn young tribe leader. The world was destroyed and the lightning dragons wreaked havoc. Lei Ming released all of his strength. All the buildings of the God Hunter tribe quickly collapsed and disappeared. With their strength, even escaping was extremely difficult. In the sky, the imprisoned Yalongnu couldn't help but cry when she saw this scene. In less than a few minutes, the entire god-hunting clan was destroyed. You can go find your family. Without a family, you can live in a neutral city, or you can go to the Dragon Palace of the Eternal Sky River. If you can pass through the Dragon Gate, you can become a disciple of the Dragon Palace. If you can't, you can live in the surroundings. Lei Ming killed the God Hunter tribe and said to the Dragon Lady. He waved his arm and some divine stones landed beside him. He swayed his huge body and left immediately. The God Hunter tribe's lair had completely turned into ruins. Thank you, Lord Dragon God. Thank you, Lord Dragon God of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Lady floated in the air and immediately knelt down as she said gratefully. Her eyes were filled with excitement, as well as the pride from her bloodline and heart. In the future, no one would dare to bully her. Such a scene didn't only happen in the God-hunting clan, but also in other races. The Dragon Palace's order had been issued a year ago, and the experts of the other races in the heaven-opening primal continent also paid great attention to it. But even if they were paying close attention to it, as long as I hid the Yalong in my own divine kingdom, wouldn't everything be fine? How could the Dragon Palace know that they were enslaving the Yalong in the Grotto Heaven-blessed land? This wasn't a fluke, but their naive belief. But this time they were wrong. There was a huge gap between the peak races and the advanced races. The current Dragon Palace could already be said to have stepped into the threshold of the peak races. Wuxia's strength was comparable to a rank 1 magus. The dragon-searching compass she created could already be said to be a treasure created by a peak race expert. It naturally had an effect that these high-ranked races couldn't imagine. This caused this group of lucky experts and races to suffer a disaster. When the experts and races were destroyed by the Dragon Palace's divine dragon, this news spread at a terrifying speed. The action of the Dragon Palace, the strength of the Dragon Palace, caused a great uproar. Damn, a year ago, the Dragon Palace said that killing and enslaving of the dragons was forbidden, and those who violated it would be exterminated. Who would have thought that the Dragon Palace would actually do that? At least 5 or 6 high-level races were exterminated by the Dragon Palace. This time, the Dragon Palace sent out over 200 divine dragons. You guys didn't see the 200 over-jumping divine dragons flying in the sky at the same time. It was simply too shocking. Over 200 true dragons, all with the strength of a universe overlord level 3. The Dragon Palace's strength is much stronger than we expected. Over 200 pure-blooded dragons, the strength of a universe overlord level 3. This is only what the Dragon Palace has displayed. There should be many more pure-blooded dragons that the Dragon Palace hasn't displayed. Too strong, the Dragon Palace's strength is too strong now. Directly eliminating over 200 universe overlord level 3 true dragons to sweep across the universe. This strength is invincible to any high-level race in the universe. Along with the Dragon Palace's attack, one race after another was exterminated. The heaven-opening primal continent was in an uproar. The strength of the Dragon Palace, the tyranny of the Dragon Palace. Along with the strength of over 200 purebred dragons, all the strong disciples of the races were filled with shock, especially those over 200 universe ruler level 3 purebred dragons. What kind of concept was that? In the past, 20 to 30 universe ruler level 3 combat strength experts were already considered top-tier existences among the high-level races. And the Dragon Palace had sent over 200 purebred dragons with universe ruler level 3 combat strength this time. These were only purebred dragons. The various races in the universe also knew that the Dragon Palace had mutated frost dragons, powerful wizards, and terrifying thorned dragon species. There was also an invincible Dragon King. In addition, the Dragon King had subdued 7 mad demons in the invincible zone. Each mad demon had the strength of a level 1 master of the universe. The bloodline of the Dragon Palace is too noble. High-level races can only fight 2 levels above them, and only mutated ones can fight 3 levels above them. And the experts and disciples of the Dragon Palace can easily fight 3 levels above them, which has made the Dragon Palace terrifying. This is the power of the peak race. The Divine Dragon Clan has risen again. The Divine Dragon Clan cannot be offended. Some of the top experts of the high-level races exclaimed in their hearts. The Dragon Palace had already broken away from the ranks of the high-level races. It was too easy for the Dragon Palace to destroy a high-level race. Pass down the order. All the disciples of the Green Sky Authentic sect are forbidden to enslave anyone who attacks the Divine Dragon bloodline. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Pass down the order. All members of the Ing Mei clan are forbidden to hurt anyone with the Dragon God bloodline. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. The Dense Forest clan announces that all disciples are forbidden to enslave anyone who attacks the Dragon God bloodline. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. In addition, I wish the Dragon Palace to advance to the peak of the clan. Not long after, the clan leaders, and city lords of the powerful high-level clans in the heaven-opening primal continent issued orders one after another. Some even directly announced on the universe AI that it was forbidden to enslave anyone who attacked the Divine Dragon bloodline. Anyone who violated this rule would be killed without mercy. Some even wished the Dragon Palace to advance to the peak of the race. With the first race's announcement, more and more races followed suit. The Dragon Palace's momentum had been established, and the invincible talent had been condensed. Now that they were above the high-level races knew how to curry favor with them. I didn't expect the Dragon Palace to have reached such a level, and the Dragon King has already grown to such a level. At the same time, in the spiritual demon race, the spiritual demon king looked at the information on the universal AI and was shocked. That Dragon King is indeed not simple. He must have received the inheritance of the powerful Dragon King of the Divine Dragon Clan. It's very likely that he received the inheritance of a few top-tier Dragon Kings. Moreover, it's the inheritance of a few top-tier Dragon Kings. His strength is much stronger than a ruler at the first stage. Beside him, Spirit Demon King's father-in-law, Black Vulture King, was sitting on the skeleton throne. His eyes were shining. Perhaps his current strength is not much weaker than mine. Oh? Father-in-law, it can't be. After all, the Dragon King has not broken through to the ruler of the universe. How can he compare with you, father-in-law? Spirit Demon King was slightly surprised and said, I know a little about the power of the mad demons in the Invincible Zone. They all have the power to kill a level 1 universe dominator, and the Dragon King can kill a mad demon in an instant. His combat power is no weaker than an ordinary level 2 universe dominator. The flames in the Black Vulture King's eyes jumped as he said, The Dragon King is already so strong? Spirit Demon King's face was filled with shock. The Dragon King is very strong. Our Redbone is also very strong. The inheritance that Redbone obtained is very terrifying. Black Vulture King smiled and looked ahead. There, the spirit Redbone floated in the air. Waves of blood-red energy burned with flames, completely enveloping it. It made it seem as if it was undergoing a nirvana. The spirit Redbone was indeed going through a nirvana. In less than 1,000 years, he would be able to break through to the universe ruler realm. The most important thing was the inheritance of the spirit Redbone. Her inheritance, even Black Vulture Emperor felt extremely terrifying. Even though Black Vulture Emperor's strength wasn't at the peak amongst the universe rulers, but he still had the vision. To be able to make him feel terrifying inheritance, to be able to make the peak race skeleton race's experts feel terrifying inheritance, one could imagine. Just as the high-level races of the heaven-opening primal continent were trying to curry favor with the Dragon Palace on the universe AI. On the side of the surrounding Lu Xingkong, some of the races knew deep down that they were courting death. In the surrounding Lu Xingkong, a level 5 or 6 universe knight was already considered a top-tier battle. And this time, they had to face a pure-blooded dragon with the combat strength of a level 3 universe master. No, we are a race that encircles the starry sky. Your Dragon Palace is a race from the heaven-opening primal continent. You can't kill us, or you'll be punished. A starry sky domain that surrounded the starry sky. More than 10 planets gathered together. But at this moment all the great disciples on the planets were lying on the ground, their eyes filled with fear and despair. The divine dragon cannot be offended. The dragon's might cannot be touched. Die. A fire god dragon stared at them coldly, slowly raising its dragon claws. Under his dragon's might, all the powerful disciples on the planet could not move at all. The powerful dragon's might could even crush them to death. Boom, boom, boom. The fire god dragon raised its dragon claws, directly grabbing towards the planets. In an instant, the sound of explosions rang out. The planets were like balloons as their claws were crushed. A race that had wantonly nurtured and enslaved the Asian dragons had been destroyed. Have the experts of the Dragon Palace gone mad? The divine dragons are destroying the races in our galaxy without any hesitation. It's too terrifying. The divine dragon destroyed the entire planet with a wave of its claw. The fundamental planet of the Tianyi sect has been under their control for hundreds of millions of years. They spent a lot of money to build and set up countless defensive and attacking planets, but they disappeared with a breath of dragon breath. The experts of the Dragon Palace are too terrifying. Isn't it the rule of the top races in the Land of Desolation that the experts of the Land of Desolation are not allowed to attack the forces around us? How dare the Dragon Palace go against their rules? Is the Dragon Palace courting death? The Dragon Palace is too ruthless. As long as any race enslave the dragon bloodline, they will all be destroyed. The terrifying dragon power alone can destroy a force. It's simply overwhelming. They can destroy a race with one breath. It's too terrifying. More than a dozen forces of different races have been destroyed by the divine dragons. The Dragon Palace announced a year ago, and now it's completely done. Those forces that were lucky have completely collapsed this time. It's a battle on a completely different level. Why didn't the experts of the peak races of the heaven-splitting chaotic continent show up? When the 60 divine dragons flew over from the Dragon Palace, the doomsday for some races had already begun. Many races thought that because of the rules, the experts of the Dragon Palace wouldn't attack them. But now it seemed that they were completely wrong. Not only did the Dragon Palace attack, but they also destroyed the races as they had said a year ago. In a short time, more than 10 races were destroyed by the divine dragons. 1 dragon breath, 1 dragon claw, and 1 dragon tail. They were all easily destroyed. At this moment, all the powerful forces in the surrounding starry sky knew how terrifying the Dragon Palace was and how terrifying the Dragon God was. Those who were lucky, those who still enslaved the Dragon God's bloodline, had extremely pale faces. Some of them quickly let go of the Yalong. Some of them wantonly posted information on the universe's AI. The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace broke the rules and requested the powerhouses of the peak races to destroy them. They requested the peak races to protect the weak. One by one, information flashed on the universe's AI. However, very quickly, a few more explosive messages appeared in the surrounding starry skies. The Dragon Palace released a statement a year ago. You bunch of reckless brats still didn't listen. At that time, you should have already searched the Dragon Palace's situation and were still lucky. You deserve to be destroyed. Why don't you take a look at the current situation of the heaven-opening primal continent? Now, all the high-level races in the heaven-opening desolate continent have been defeated by the Dragon Palace. They wish that the Dragon Palace will rise to the peak. It won't be long before the Dragon Palace will rise to the peak. Do you think the other peak races will offend the Dragon Palace for you? Besides, the Dragon Palace used to be the descendant of the Divine Dragon Clan. When the Divine Dragon Clan was at the peak, who dared to enslave the Yalong? Now that the Divine Dragon Clan is at its peak, its prestige naturally has to be restored. Just wait for your death. No one will help you. Now that the powerhouses of the inner forces of the heaven-opening desolate continent think that the Dragon Palace is about to advance to the peak race, the prestige of the future peak race is naturally not something that you can provoke. In the surrounding starry sky, some powerhouses' disciples released information that attracted a lot of attention. Soon after, the powerful disciples began to search for information about the inner parts of the heaven-opening primal continent and the Dragon Palace. When they saw the 240 level 3 universe dominator true dragons of the Dragon Palace destroying the races one by one in the heaven-opening primal continent, they were extremely shocked. Then there was silence. The Dragon Palace was invincible in the inner parts of the heaven-opening primal continent, so what was their little surrounding starry sky? With the Dragon Palace's terrifying strength and potential, the so-called rules could no longer restrain the Dragon Palace. This was because the Dragon Palace of the Divine Dragon Clan was about to step into the peak again. Therefore, the Dragon Palace's announcements and some of its prestige could not be violated by other weak races. Otherwise, where would the prestige of the peak race be? In the past, when the Divine Dragon Clan was at the peak, who dared to enslave the inferior dragons and call themselves Dragon Knights? They were simply courting death. Now it was just a return to the past. Even the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan, who had a grudge against the Dragon Palace and Wuxia, did not say anything. This was because although the Dragon Palace had broken the rules this time, according to the rules, the punishment would only be to kill the Divine Dragon who made a move. As a peak clan, it was completely unnecessary to cause the Dragon Palace to harm some experts in such a way. Even the Third Prince and the others looked down on them. They also had their own pride. If they wanted to attack, they would either completely destroy the Dragon Palace or not. The Angel race and the Phoenix race didn't say anything, and the other peak races wouldn't offend the Dragon Palace. They wouldn't offend a force that was almost 99% capable of reaching the peak race for no reason. In the end, just as the experts from the factions surrounding Lu Xingkong had expected, the factions that enslaved the people with the Divine Dragon bloodline were annihilated one by one. In the end, no experts from the peak of the race came out to make a decision for them. This allowed all the factions surrounding Lu Xingkong to witness the might of the Dragon Palace once again. The Divine Dragon lineage and the Dragon Palace had truly risen. In the following period of time, the factions surrounding Lu Xingkong issued statements one by one and began to lick the Dragon Palace. Wuxia didn't pay too much attention to this matter. The only thing that made him a little wary was the reaction of the Angel and Phoenix clans. However, he heaved a sigh of relief when the other party didn't respond. I should be able to calm down for a period of time and go to the land of blood plasma. Wuxia mumbled. In the land of blood plasma, the ancestral tree could condense the fruit of blood refinement, increasing the number of purebred divine dragons in the Dragon Palace. At its peak, the Dragon Palace had 1 million purebred divine dragons. Now, because of the existence of the dragon transformation pool, the Dragon Palace was able to produce a large number of peak races. Although the number of purebred divine dragons didn't need to reach 1 million, it needed to reach at least hundreds of thousands. That was because the mutation of a purebred divine dragon was the true strength. Currently, my strength has increased, the level of the Dragon Palace has increased, and the ancestral tree has also increased. The speed of condensing blood-refining fruits should be able to increase a lot. As he spoke, he gave some instructions and flew directly toward the blood plasma land. In the past, he could condense 2 blood-refining fruits in a year. Now, the number should be able to double. 400,000 purebred divine dragons. This is more or less enough. He thought to himself. The Dragon Palace was probably going to face a peak race next. It was the enemy of the apocalypse, so he had to be prepared. And the speed of the ancestral tree in condensing the blood refinement fruit has indeed increased by a lot. The speed has at least doubled. In the blood plasma land, Wuxia stood at the bottom. The roots of the ancestral tree were rooted there. Wuxia sensed the speed of condensing the blood refinement fruit and a smile appeared on his face. He could condense 4 blood refinement fruits in a year. If he wanted to condense 4 million blood refinement fruits, he would probably need 10,000 years. 10,000 years was neither too long nor too short. The stronger I am, the more I feel that the ancestral tree is abnormal. I am starting to suspect that the Divine Dragon Clan and the Insect Clan died together because they were fighting for this blood refinement fruit. Wuxia mumbled as a smile appeared on his face. The ancestral tree was abnormal. It was so abnormal that it was terrifying. Even if an ordinary powerhouse had the ancestral tree, as long as he didn't die, he would be able to establish a peak race. This was an existence at the heavenly Yuan creation level. Time passed quickly. After 300 divine dragons inspected the various races, the power of the Dragon Palace spread throughout the universe. In the universe, many people with the divine dragon bloodline were freed. No force dared to kill someone with the divine dragon bloodline for no reason. The divine dragon bloodline also rose up completely. The heaven-opening desolate continent also regained its peace. The blood-refining fruits condensed one after another, giving birth to many purebred divine dragons in the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, we are about a breakthrough. 8 years later, just as Wuxia was bored and was deducing the means of attack, a message was suddenly sent to him. This was a message from Wuxia. When he saw this message, he was slightly stunned. His body moved and he returned to the Dragon Palace directly. Is he going to break through? In the dragon field of the Dragon Palace, Wuxia, Water Demon, Demon Wing, Shirsan, Ming Shashang, Thunderflash, and Sky Shrouding stood in the center. Prime Minister Turtle and all the disciples with the combat power of Universe Masters of the Dragon Palace arrived. For the great beings of the pinnacle races, breaking through from a Universe Knight to a Universe Master was a transformation. It was also a calamity. For the core disciples of the peak races, they could cultivate to the peak level of a Universe Knight without any restrictions. However, it was very difficult to break through from the peak level of a Universe Knight to a Universe Master. Many powerhouses of the peak races could not break through in their entire lives. Wuxia and Mingsha were all powerhouses of the peak races. They all had the inheritance of the peak races. Before they met Wuxia, they had no chance of breaking through either. For the powerhouses from the peak races, it was a qualitative improvement for a supremacy to advance to a ruler. Similarly, this improvement would be a disaster for all the powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace in the future. Using resources would not be able to create a ruler of the universe. The powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace also needed to comprehend and cultivate on their own. The breakthrough of Wuxia and the rest this time was quite an experience for the powerful ones of the Dragon Palace to achieve breakthroughs in the future. Greetings, Dragon King. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace immediately greeted respectfully when they saw Wuxia. Wuxia, you guys have a breakthrough first. Wuxia waved his hand and said to them with a smile. It's the Dragon King. Wuxia and the rest nodded their heads. Their faces were filled with excitement. The 7 of them looked at each other. Let's break through together. Haha. I've been waiting for more than 10 billion years this time. More than 10 billion years. Haha. I've been waiting for more than 5 billion years too. The excited voice came from the mouth of the Dark Killer Wuxia and the others. They had been trapped in the Pinnacle Universe Night Realm for too long. Boom. 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 As they spoke, waves of power soared into the sky. This majestic and terrifying aura caused the expressions of the surrounding disciples of the Dragon Palace to change slightly. Even Bei Shuang could only withstand it because of the circulation of the surrounding frost. Their breakthrough is a forceful breakthrough with great power. This method is not representative. You guys just need to comprehend it. Don't use it as a reference for the future. Wuxia looked at the group of 5 kills who had achieved a breakthrough and reminded the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Wuxia and the rest of the 7 people's breakthrough method was to use force to achieve a breakthrough. They had to build up their strength to complete the breakthrough. This method was not advisable. In the entire universe, there was no one who could achieve such combat strength at the level of a Universe Knight other than the Mad Demon from the Invincible Zone. The group of disciples nodded their heads and looked at Wuxia and the rest in the dragon field. Boom! 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 At this moment, waves of terrifying and vast energy were transmitted from Wuxia and the rest. The vast energy carried a trace of the aura of the universe and belonged to their respective attributes. It surged into their bodies like mad demons. Their bodies began to undergo qualitative changes. Wuxia looked over and his eyes were filled with curiosity. All kinds of attributes seemed to have come to life. They surged into their bodies and underwent transformation and strengthening from the inside out. It was fortunate that the Dragon Palace's current level was relatively high and could completely block the power of their breakthrough. Otherwise, with the commotion of their breakthrough, it would cause a huge change in the world. It was likely that everyone within a radius of a few 100 billion kilometers would be able to sense it. Even so, the vast scene of their breakthrough shocked all the experts of the Dragon Palace. The energy entered the body and slowly turned into a sphere. It seemed to be a world inside the sphere. The energy and shape of the world evolved as if a universe had been formed. Each person's sphere had a different scene. Inside Wuxia's sphere, there was darkness and a blurry figure flashing. Inside the demonic wing sphere, a huge demonic beast was born. Gradually, it spread its wings that covered the sky. Inside the lightning-like sphere, it was like a world of thunder. A light spot was shuttling back and forth continuously. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace stared at the various strange phenomena. These strange phenomena could give them great inspiration. Wang Xian watched quietly. The energy in the sphere had completed its evolution. Finally, the figures of Wuxia and the rest appeared. At this moment, the aura on their bodies had clearly undergone a change. They seemed to be more compatible with the entire universe. The aura on their bodies was also more elegant. There was no pressure on their bodies, but there was a sense of majesty. This majesty even made some weak people afraid to look at them directly. This was a leap in the level of life. Not bad. Wang Xian looked at them. He smiled and nodded his head. Dragon King, we have made a breakthrough. Wuxia and the rest said excitedly to Wang Xian. Yes, that's fine. All of you should stabilize your strength in the Dragon Palace first. Don't leave the Dragon Palace for the time being. Wang Xian smiled and instructed them. Wuxia and the rest had made a breakthrough. This meant that the Dragon Palace could be promoted to a peak race. However, Wang Xian was not planning to announce it at the moment, nor was he planning to promote to a peak race. He wanted to announce the ascension of the Dragon Palace when there were at least dozens of masters of the universe in the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. Wuxia and the rest replied respectfully when they heard Wang Xian's words. They immediately flew towards their own residence. Dragon King, our Dragon Palace has already given birth to a true ruler. We can now advance to the peak race and regain the glory of the Divine Dragon Clan. Prime Minister Gui walked over excitedly and said, It's no problem for us to advance to the peak race. However, we are still lacking to regain the glory of the Divine Dragon Clan. The news of Wuxia and the rest breaking through has been hidden for the time being. Wang Xian said with a smile. Prime Minister Gui nodded from the side. You should have seen Wuxia and the rest breaking through just now. I hope that more and more disciples in our Dragon Palace can break through to the ruler realm. He glanced around and said, All of you will work hard to cultivate and strive to break through the shackles. The disciples of the Dragon Palace who had reached the peak of the supremacy realm bowed and said. Wang Xian nodded. Currently, there were more than 1,500 powerhouses in the Dragon Palace who had reached the third level of the ruler realm. As for those who had reached the peak of the supremacy realm, there were more of them. After all, the devouring dragon could only fight 2 levels higher. However, there were no shackles for the devouring dragon to break through. Similarly, it was also very troublesome for them to advance. Although there were no shackles, they needed to devour the divine kingdom of a master-level powerhouse. Or it could be a supreme treasure of this level. In total, there were about 1,500 powerhouses. These 1,500 had already reached the peak. As for how many of them could break through and how long it would take for them to break through, Wang Xian had no idea. A universe night at the peak would take different times to complete the breakthrough. Some could take tens of thousands of years, while others could take hundreds of millions of billions of years. Of course, the 1,500 disciples of the Dragon Palace at the peak of the supremacy could also break through within a few years. In short, it was uncertain. However, the Dragon Palace had a dragon field. In the dragon field, it could greatly improve the comprehension ability of all the members of the Dragon Palace. The effect of the dragon field of the Divine Dragon Clan in the past was not as powerful as the effect of the Dragon Palace like Wang Xian. Logically speaking, the chances of the improvement of the experts of the Dragon Palace were much higher when they were cultivating in the dragon field. After Wuxia and the rest had improved, they did not disrupt Wang Xian's plan. He continued to return to the land of Devil Bone's blood plasma and began to condense the blood refinement fruit. Time passed quickly. The number of purebred divine dragons in the Dragon Palace had increased from 2,000 to more than 5,000. However, as the Dragon Palace did not obtain a large amount of resources, it did not receive much improvement. One day, 1,000 years later, Wang Xian suddenly received an invitation. The invitation was sent to him by the spirit demon king. He was invited to participate in the celebration of his daughter, Ling Honggu. Yes, Ling Honggu had a breakthrough. She had achieved a breakthrough more than 10 years ago and became in existence at the level of a universe overlord. The spiritual demon clan had also joined the skeleton clan completely. With the presence of the spiritual Redbone's grandfather, the Black Vulture King, they naturally joined the Black Vulture King's camp. Now, the Black Vulture King was going to hold a celebration for the spiritual Redbone. Wang Xian immediately replied. He was in the land of the demon bones and was very close to the spiritual demon clan from here. He wasn't in a hurry even though the distance was very close. Buzz, buzz. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace where the Dragon Queens lived, Lan Qingyue, who was cultivating, suddenly sensed a majestic energy surging toward her. Her expression changed slightly, and she immediately opened her eyes. In her eyes, the small house and Little Blue's huge bodies appeared. The Little Blue house in her eyes emitted a vast and terrifying aura. They seemed to be floating in the ocean and the energy around them was rolling. It was a shocking scene. The gray energy slowly surrounded them like a nirvana egg. In the Dragon Palace, Lan Qingyue's figure was also slowly covered by the gray energy. The huge commotion on his side immediately attracted the attention of a group of girls. Guan Shuqing and the other girls flew over. When they saw Lan Qingyue covered in energy, they were shocked. This situation seems like the scene when Wuxia and the rest broke through. Could it be that Qingyue is about to break through? It should be that Xiaolan's small house broke through. Qingyue received the energy feedback and also broke through. Guan Shuqing, Feng Luan, and the rest immediately spoke up. They passed the news to Wang Xian immediately. Dragon Queens, what happened? Prime Minister Gue sensed the commotion and flew over immediately. Prime Minister Gue, call Wuxia and the others over to see if Qingyu is making a breakthrough. Feng Luan immediately instructed Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon Queen. Prime Minister Gue did not dare to be negligent. He moved his body and immediately called Wuxia and the others over. Currently, the 7 of them were the strongest in the Dragon Palace. Greetings, Dragon Queens. Wuxia and the others flew over and immediately bowed. Wuxia, take a look. Is Qingyue making a breakthrough? Guan Shuqing quickly said. In this situation, she should be making a breakthrough. Wuxia and the others looked over and revealed surprised expressions. The Blue Dragon Queen is making a breakthrough. This is unbelievable. Water Demon and the rest were a little surprised. This Dragon Queen of theirs had made a breakthrough just like that? Eh? Shuqing, what happened to Qingyu? Did she make a breakthrough? At this moment, Wang Xian, who had just received the message, immediately returned. Sensing the terrifying energy here, he immediately teleported over. His gaze landed on Lan Qingyue as his eyes sparkled. Xiaoxian, we don't know either. We were cultivating when a surge of majestic energy suddenly came from Qingyue's side. Moreover, her current situation is very similar to when Wuxia and the rest broke through. Guan Shuqing and the other girls spoke up. Don't worry. They are breaking through. Wang Xian looked over and felt that Lan Qingyue's body was undergoing a qualitative change. His eyes sparkled. I really didn't expect that Xiaolan's little house and the rest had achieved a breakthrough. Wang Xian spoke. When they arrived at the inner part of the heaven-splitting primordial land, Xiaolan's little house and the rest had entered the mountains and ceased to train. It had only been 1,000 years and they had already achieved a breakthrough. This speed was really terrifying. The breakthrough of Xiaolan's little house was fed back to Qingyu. This ancient god-feeding Kuan master is really terrifying. No wonder he was once surrounded and destroyed. Wang Xian stared at Lan Qingyue. Qingyu is really going to break through? So fast. The group of girls looked on in astonishment. Under the huge amount of resources, the group of girls had already accumulated to the peak of universe knights. Furthermore, they had all turned into purebred divine dragons. However, they felt that it would still take some time and opportunities for them to break through. They did not expect Qingyu to break through so quickly. Qingyu is making a breakthrough. With Xiaolan and Xiao House, the true ruler of the universe in the Dragon Palace has reached the top 10. Wang Xian watched with a smile. With the addition of Fan Qing Lan, Xiaoyu, and Bei Shuang, there were already 13 people in the Dragon Palace who were comparable to a level 1 universe dominator. Moreover, the 7 mad demons weren't ordinary level 1 universe dominators. They had already reached the peak of level 1 universe dominator. To reach level 2 from level 1, the bottleneck was slightly lower than a supremacy breaking through to become a master. With the Dragon Palace's dragon field, it would not be a problem for them to level up. It might not be long before they could complete the breakthrough. Buzz. In front of them, Lan Qingyue's level up was slowly completed. She opened her eyes and looked at Wang Xian and the rest with a smile. Xiao Xian. Lan Qingyue walked over and shouted with a smile on her face. Congratulations. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. It seems that Xiao Lan and the rest have achieved a breakthrough. Lan Qingyue nodded. Xiao Lan and the rest have achieved a breakthrough in the mountains and seas. Now, they can enter deeper into the mountains and seas. Alright, tell them to pay attention to their safety. The mountains and seas are fraught with danger. Wang Xian nodded his head. Congratulations, Qingyue. Sister Qingyue. Isn't your breakthrough too fast? A few girls surrounded them from the side and said enviously. You guys will achieve a breakthrough soon. I'm just lucky. Lan Qingyue said humbly. She was the ancient god-feeding Kuan master. Her improvement speed depended on the improvement speed of the Kuan she raised. The improvement speed of the little blue house depended on Lan Qingyue's improvement. Lan Qingyue's improvement had no shackles at all. It was not unreasonable for the ancient god-feeding Kuan master to be annihilated by the peak races back then. In his opinion, Wang Xian was able to obtain this opportunity. It should be left behind by the Divine Dragon clan on Earth. Similar to the Divine Dragon system, the inheritance of the ancient god-feeding Kuan master, the items that gave birth to the Bone Dragon, and the 5 elements origin should all be left behind by the Divine Dragon clan on Earth. In the next few days, Wang Xian played with Lan Qingyue and the other girls for a few days. 3 days later, he looked at the time and left the Dragon Palace. He still had to participate in the Spirit Demon Clan's invitation letter and the Spirit Red Bones celebration hall. The distance from the Dragon Palace to the land of the Devil Bones was still very far. After going through the teleportation formations, Wang Xian arrived at the land of the Devil Bones again after more than 3 months. Devil? When he arrived at the land of the Devil Bones, he saw streaks of black rays shooting up into the sky from the direction of the Spirit Demon Clan. There were a total of 4 streaks of black rays which seemed to connect the earth and the void. Looking from afar, it was unusually spectacular. It's not the aftermath of the battle. Wang Xian sensed for a moment and flew over quickly. His speed was comparable to that of a level 3 master of the universe. In less than a few minutes, he had arrived at the territory of the spiritual demon race. This is... Floating in front of the spiritual demon race, Wang Xian stared ahead, his eyes shining. A sea of skeletons, densely packed with countless skeletons. They were all skeletons, neatly arranged in an orderly manner. Countless skeletons surrounded the entire spiritual demon race. This sea of skeletons is really terrifying. This should be the Black Vulture King's skeleton army. Wang Xian guessed. Wang Xian had seen the Black Vulture King before. Now that he thought about it, he should have the strength of a level 2 overlord of the universe. However, the experts of the skeleton race were usually comparable to several people of the same level. Therefore, the Black Vulture King's strength was not weak. However, the current Wang Xian was confident that he was stronger than the Black Vulture King. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. You have been invited. Wang Xian flew towards the spiritual demon race. When he saw the flying skeleton bird hovering in the sky, he took out the invitation letter. Kaka, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, please. A skeleton bird flew over and landed under Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded and stood on the skeleton bird. The skeleton bird spread its wings and flew inside. When he came to the depths, Wang Xian saw a tall platform built high up. There were quite a number of skeletons standing on the platform. The combat strength of the skeletons here were all above the level of masters of the universe. Among them, Wang Xian could sense the aura of more than 100 skeletons at the first level of a master of the universe, as well as an even more powerful aura. In front of the platform, there were many high chairs. On the seats above, there were already many skeletons sitting. Sweeping his gaze over, Wang Xian saw a familiar figure. The Black Vulture King and the Spirit Demon King. The Black Vulture King sat in the middle while the Spirit Demon King stood beside him. Dragon King, welcome, welcome. When the Spirit Demon King, the Black Vulture King, and the rest saw Wang Xian, they greeted him with smiles on their faces. The Black Vulture King also stood up with a smile. Beside the Black Vulture King's seat, there were also a few tall skeletons sitting there. There were golden skeletons and dark skeletons. They looked at Wang Xian as the ghostly flames in their eyes throbbed slightly. Black Vulture King, Spirit Demon King. Wang Xian landed in front of them and cupped his hands with a smile on his face. I dare not, I dare not. Now that you have grown to the point where I have to look up to you, Dragon Palace. Spirit Demon King immediately smiled and said, I am friends with Red Bones, so call me Uncle Spirit Demon. Wang Xian smiled and said, Haha, good, good. The Spirit Demon King smiled happily. His face was filled with excitement. Because of his daughter, his status had improved a lot. Red Bones is still inside. Come out later. Dragon King, take a seat. The Black Vulture King smiled and gestured with his hand. All right, I didn't expect Red Bones to break through so quickly. Wang Xian sat on the seat beside the Black Vulture King and said politely, Haha, this is all thanks to you, Dragon King. The Black Vulture King said with a smile. This Dragon King is actually sitting beside the Black Vulture King. Sitting side by side with our king. The seats below were also filled with skeleton race experts. In the entire high platform, there were more than 100 skeleton race experts who were in the level 1 realm. There were 10 seats at the top of the platform. Excluding Wang Xian and the Black Vulture King, there were already skeleton kings sitting on 4 seats. Their auras were not weaker than the Black Vulture King. Clearly, those who could sit in this row were all at level 2 of the Universe Masters. The fact that Wang Xian could sit there surprised some of the skeleton experts. Naturally, they had heard of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. He was currently in the limelight in the heaven-splitting primordial land. The Dragon Palace was also known as the peak race of the future. The Dragon King's strength swept across the entire invincible region. His influence and strength were extremely powerful. However, in their eyes, he was merely powerful. To the high-level races, he was an invincible existence. To the skeleton race, they were nothing more than that. They were the powerhouses of the peak races. When they saw that the Dragon King was able to sit with the Black Vulture King and the others, they were slightly surprised. With the Dragon King's strength, he is not qualified to sit side by side with our king. Although the Dragon King is invincible in the invincible region, there is no universe dominator in the invincible region after all. I heard that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the granddaughter of the Black Vulture King, Princess Ling Honggu, have a very good relationship. It is possible that this is the reason. Moreover, the Dragon King's strength is much stronger than a universe dominator at level 1. At the bottom, some skeletons were discussing in secret. The skeleton clan valued the strong as their king. They were all the subordinates of the Black Vulture King. The Black Vulture King did not say anything, and their king did not say anything either. Naturally, they could not say anything either. This must be the Dragon King. Hee. The Dragon Palace's battle record is quite brilliant. At the side, a skeleton looked at Wang Xian and said with a smile, I'm impressed. I can't be compared to the seniors. Wang Xian smiled and cupped his hands at them. Haha, Dragon King, you're too modest. With your potential, you might surpass us in a short time. The Black Vulture King smiled and introduced him to Wang Xian. Come, Dragon King. Let me introduce you. This is King Bagbo, King Kushin, King Yama, and King Tan. These are my friends. Greetings, everyone. Wang Xian cupped his hands at them. Haha. I look forward to another peak race in the universe. I also look forward to reaching the level of a universe overlord. King Yama smiled at Wang Xian and said, they were friends of the Black Vulture King. Naturally, they would give him face. Wang Xian had a simple conversation with them. His gaze swept across the surroundings. He was a little surprised by the skeleton experts present. The skeleton race was a peak race that had just been born during this calamity. However, just a single Black Vulture King had summoned some good friends and skeleton kings. There were more than 100 ruler-level experts who had arrived. This made him extremely surprised. How could the skeleton race have so many ruler-level experts? This made him a little puzzled and surprised. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ha ha, Black Vulture King, I only have a granddaughter who has advanced to the ruler level of the universe. To think that there would be so many of them. TSK, TSK. At this moment, a powerful voice was heard from the back. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes flickered slightly. This was a skeleton king with more than 30 skeleton kings. The 4 skeleton kings in the lead all had the level of a universe dominator at level 2. The one who spoke was a skeleton king with a long tail that looked like a lizard man. His entire body was blood red and was filled with a violent aura. His entire body was like a blood red metal that radiated sharpness. The 3 skeleton kings beside him also carried powerful auras. Behind him was a group of skeleton kings at the ruler realm. Another 30 or so rulers had arrived. Haha, Lizard King. I'm happy that my granddaughter has broken through. If you have any grandchildren who have broken through, you can invite me. The Black Vulture King stood up and laughed. Hee hee. The Lizard King laughed coldly. It's just an additional ruler. I'm not that bored. I heard that your granddaughter has obtained a powerful inheritance. Looks like her future potential is not simple. We will have to experience it later. Beside the Lizard King, a Skeleton King said with a smile. All right. The Black Vulture King nodded. 4 Skeleton Kings flew over. Wang Xian could tell that the Black Vulture King and the Lizard King were not on good terms. Clearly, there was some enmity between them. However, he did not know why he was invited over. He did not understand the rules of the Skeleton Clan either. Yama King, Fishy King, you old guys are here too. The Lizard King came to the side and swept his gaze across the few Skeleton Kings beside the Black Vulture King. Hee hee, of course we have to come over. Yama King replied to him indifferently. Haha. The Lizard King laughed out loud and sat on the throne beside him. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Wang Xian. You haven't broken through to the realm of the ruler of the universe? Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at him and cupped his hands indifferently. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? I've heard of him. The Lizard King's pupils were flickering with ghostly flames as his gaze landed on the Black Vulture King. He spread his hands on the throne and said, Black Vulture King, don't let any random kid sit beside us. His qualifications and strength are not enough. The Black Vulture King heard his words and looked at him. Lizard King, it's my territory. I'll make the decision. It's your territory, but if any of you can sit beside me, that would be disrespectful to me. The Lizard King said indifferently as his fingers tapped on the chair. All right, Lizard King. Today is my granddaughter's celebration. The Black Vulture King's voice turned solemn as he spoke. Am I wrong? The Lizard King looked at him. His gaze swept across the few Skeleton Kings beside him as he asked with a smile. The Lizard King is right. One of the Skeleton Kings chimed in and looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian sat there and raised his eyebrows. He placed both of his hands on the seat and looked at the Lizard King. Lizard King, do you have a problem with me? Oh. When the Lizard King heard Wang Xian's question, the ghostly fire in his eyes grew even more intense. He stared at Wang Xian coldly. If you have a problem with me, just tell me, Lizard King. Buzz. As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, his figure and throne disappeared instantly. When the Lizard King saw Wang Xian disappear, his pupils contracted slightly. Today is a celebration for our friends. Let's celebrate with a toast. A voice suddenly appeared on the right side. In the next moment, a wine cup was suspended in front of the Lizard King. The wine was poured into the cup. Wang Xian appeared 1 meter to the right of the Lizard King. He raised the wine glass and gestured at the Lizard King with a smile. The ghostly fire in the Lizard King's eye dimmed instantly. He raised his tail slightly and stared at Wang Xian with vigilance and shock. Buzz. The wine glass in front of him moved slightly and appeared in front of the Lizard King. The Lizard King looked over and clenched his fist slightly. A wave of energy covered the wine glass. An invisible resistance began. Ha ha ha. As expected of the Dragon King, who can bring the Divine Dragon Clan back to the peak of their race. A second later, the Lizard King laughed out loud. He reached out his hand and took the wine cup. He downed the wine cup and laughed out loud. The Lizard King is awesome. Wang Xian smiled and raised his wine cup to toast. His figure and the throne disappeared in an instant and he returned to his previous position. Upon seeing this scene, the expressions of the Skeleton King and his subordinates froze slightly. Even the Black Vulture King was slightly shocked. Just now, when Wang Xian suddenly came to the side of the Lizard King, they didn't notice him. However, when he returned to his original position, they were all looking at him. However, they only saw a blurry shadow flash by. What did this mean? It meant that the Dragon King was much faster than they were, even on a different level. This Dragon King's strength is not weaker than ours. He might even be stronger. His level of mutation, even when he was at the peak of the divine dragon race, could be ranked in the top 3. On the spiritual demon race's high platform, the Black Vulture King, Lizard King, Llama King, and the other 9 Skeleton Kings looked at Wang Xian in slight shock. Even the Black Vulture King, who had some understanding of Wang Xian, was slightly shocked in his heart. This terrifying speed was really hard for them to guard against. Furthermore, they were all experts at the 2nd level of the Universe Overlord realm. Naturally, they saw Wang Xian and the Lizard King competing with each other in a wine cup. Both parties transferred their energy to the wine cup. It was obvious that the Lizard King did not have any upper hand. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. It was to the extent that he drank the wine in the wine cup. This made them extremely shocked. This Dragon King was not simple. As expected of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, to be able to lead the Dragon Palace to this stage, he is really impressive. The Fishy King looked at Wang Xian and could not help but exclaim in surprise. He picked up the wine cup beside him and raised it to Wang Xian. Hee. Compared to all the Skeleton Kings, I still have a long way to go. When Wang Xian saw the benevolent behavior of the Fishy King, he poured a glass of wine with a smile and raised it towards him. Ha, in the future, when the Divine Dragon Clan is in your hands, it is really possible for them to return to their peak. King Yama and the rest also smiled as they picked up their wine glasses. They were closer to the Black Vulture King, but they did not put Wang Xian in their eyes just now. Just a nod was enough for them. However, now that Wang Xian had displayed his strength that was on par with them, they agreed with his strength. That was why he was so polite. Wang Xian smiled at them. I really didn't expect that the Dragon King's strength was inferior to mine 2,000 years ago. Now, he has improved to such a terrifying level. The Spirit Demon King sighed softly at the side. He's just relying on his powerful bloodline. Wang Xian replied humbly. The speed of his improvement was indeed a little terrifying, even among the peak races. However, everything made sense. After all, the disciples of the peak races did not have the shackles of a realm when they were below the level of a ruler. Hence, their breakthrough was faster. In the future, it will really be your young people's world. The Black Vulture King looked at Wang Xian and smiled. Then, he instructed the Spirit Demon King beside him. The Spirit Demon King nodded his head. Then his body moved and he flew towards a building behind him. My granddaughter will be out soon. The Black Vulture King looked at a building in front of him and spoke to the Skeleton Kings beside him. Since the Lizard King was suppressed by Wang Xian, he kept a low profile at this moment. He sat there in silence. Buzz. At this moment, a red-robed spirit-red bone with blood-red flames on it flew out from the building in front of them. It was dressed in red and had long flowing hair. There was a symbol of flames on its forehead. His pure white arm made him look completely unlike a disciple of the Skeleton Clan. However, the energy contained within his body was terrifying. When Wang Xian saw the spirit-red bone coming out, his eyes sparkled as he sized it up. The spirit-red bone, which had inherited the Scarlet Queen's inheritance, became stronger and more goddess-like after breaking through. It gave people a feeling of being above the 9 heavens. Black Vulture King, is this your granddaughter who just broke through? The energy in her body is not simple. The Bloody Tan King looked at the spirit-red bone and turned his eyes to the Black Vulture King as he asked. The other 7 Skeleton Kings also looked at the Black Vulture King in shock. Haha, my granddaughter has obtained a powerful inheritance. Whether it is her potential in the future or her fighting strength of the same level, it is not something that we can compare to. The Black Vulture King said proudly. No wonder your granddaughter broke through. Black Vulture King. You must be really lucky to have such a large army. A skeleton king's eyes flickered as he said with a hint of envy. They could naturally see that the spirit Redbone's body was unusual at a glance. They could even feel that the spirit Redbone that had just broken through posed some threat to them. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. It was comparable to the mutated existence of their skeleton race. Greetings, Grandpa. Greetings, Skeleton Kings. Spirit Redbones flew over and raised his head to look at the Black Vulture King and the rest. He cupped his hands and smiled when he saw Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled and nodded at him. Haha, good good. When the Black Vulture King saw Ling Honggu, he stood up with a smile on his face. 3 talons, Ming Tuo. The dozen of you will go over. It's the Black Vulture King. Below them, more than a dozen skeleton kings who were in the Dominator level 1 flew to the back of Ling Honggu and lowered their heads slightly. Not long ago, my granddaughter Ling Honggu made a breakthrough. I am very happy. During this ceremony, I will officially announce something. Other than me, the Black Vulture King's lineage will respect Honggu. In addition, 3 claws, Ming Tuo, the dozen of you, I will tell you clearly that in the future, Redbone's potential will be much stronger than mine. The path in the future will be much more than mine. Among you, you can choose to submit to Redbone now and make her your king. Black Vulture King stood there and said loudly. His words caused the skeleton kings to be slightly shocked. Transferring his subordinates to the spirit Redbones was something that the skeleton race wouldn't do unless they were close relatives. Of course, it wasn't that easy to transfer his subordinates to his close relatives. This required him to have the strength to make them submit. 3 of you come out first and spar with the Redbones. Don't worry, don't worry. Black Vulture King ordered directly. Black Vulture King's skeleton king subordinates looked at each other. They clearly knew something about this matter. They also knew that their king valued Redbones very much. The 3 of us will challenge Princess Redbones. 3 skeleton kings walked out, bowed to Redbones and said, All right. Ling Honggu looked over and nodded. His body moved and he immediately flew up into the sky. Your Highness, we have offended you. The 3 skeleton kings moved and immediately floated around Ling Honggu. Make your move. You can't break through my defense. Ling Honggu looked at them and waved his arm. The red dress on his body changed into a blood-red color and swayed around him. Eternal Withered. Skeleton Corrode. Ghost Valley Kill. The 3 skeleton kings felt the powerful pressure coming from Ling Honggu's body. They did not hold back and launched their strongest attack. Countless withered bone spears, terrifying skeleton heads, and the gloomy and terrifying Ghost Valley Mountain attacked Ling Honggu directly. Bloodsea, Devour. Ling Honggu looked over and waved her arm. The blood-red dress around her went straight for it. In the air, the blood-red dress turned into a sea of blood, instantly melting the attacks of the 3 skeleton kings. She waved her blood-red dress all over the sky and attacked in an instant.